Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะยินดีต้อนรับสู่ แข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ วันนี้นะคะก็อยู่กับมินนะคะรับบทเป็นพิธีกรคนดีคนเดิมค่ะสำหรับคนไหนนะคะที่อยากมารับชมนะคะความมันความสนุกนะคะสามารถมาที่หน้างานได้นะคะ Lido Connect ชั้น 2 หอ 3 ค่ะ นั่ง BTS นะคะมาลงสถานีสยามค่ะเดินทางง่ายมากๆเลยนะคะ และสำหรับใครนะคะที่ไม่สะดวกเดินทางค่ะสามารถชมได้ช่องทางออนไลน์นะคะทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะและแน่นอนว่าวันนี้นะคะเราก็ยังมีการแจกโคดี้เหมือนเดิมเลยนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันของเรานะคะในตอนนี้เนี่ยก็คือมาถึงโค้งสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะก่อนเข้าเส้นชัยค่ะเราจะเริ่มเห็นแล้วนะคะว่าทีมไหนเนี่ยมี potential มากพอที่จะเข้าไปเล่นในรอบ play off นะคะสำหรับคู่แรกของเราในวันนี้นะคะนั่นก็คือทีมกระต่ายข้าง E Arena ค่ะเจอกับมังกรน้ำเงิน Hydra Esport ค่ะโอ้โหต้องบอกได้เลยนะคะว่าทั้ง2ทีมเนี่ยถือว่าเป็นคู่ตัดสินเลยนะคะมาดูกันว่าวันนี้เนี่ยชัยชนะจะเป็นของกระต่ายข้างหรือจะเป็นของมังกรน้ำเงินค่ะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะไปพบกับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
How's everybody doing? Welcome to week 5, day 2 of MSL Thailand Season 1. It's time to rise. Thank you again to Mini Mint for opening the show live from the Lido Connect Hall in beautiful Bangkok, Thailand. Coming at you from our very own cozy homes. My name is Leo, here with Adrian Staffatan. How you doing, man?
Doing alright, doing pretty cool, and looking forward to some more games of MSL Thailand today. It's been, I think, like 3 weeks since I was last here, right? I was here during week 2. The games were already pretty interesting at that point, but from what I've seen, some of the dynamics have shifted since the last time. A lot of teams that I thought maybe were looking to be the favorites might not be performing as well, and there have been some surprises across the board.
Some things have changed, some things have not, and I think that is what keeps MSL Thailand hot for a lot of people watching from the outside. And I think that's who we're serving here today and who we are looking to join us in the end of the month as we jump over to our playoffs venue. That'll be happening on the week of the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. But that's neither here nor there. Today, we have 3 best of 3s coming your way. And sadly, one of them is between teams that cannot qualify for the playoffs. And then the other are between teams that are either middling or are still fighting for that secured slot.
It's good to see, though, that the competition has been tight enough that even in the last week, literally the second last day of the regular season, there are still teams vying for that playoff slot. And it's going to be a very coveted one after all. First season of MSL Thailand, having the chance to be the top 6 and maybe move on into the international stage is going to be an honor most of these players are battling it out for.
Yep, imagine being there on ground in Central Ladprao for the very first playoffs. Again, historic MSL Thailand. Week 5, day 2, here's the roll out of our matches. 3 best of 3s, as mentioned. E-Arena versus Hydra. There's the aforementioned bragging rights match, because, again, neither team had a stellar Season 1. So all they're fighting for is the chance to say, hey, I beat you. And then, of course, the rumble in the middle of the standings. Buriram United facing off against Solix Esports, and then we're closing off with Bacon Time versus VLTH.
That second match going to be quite the interesting one to watch, as both of these teams are currently tied at the 5th and 6th place in the standings. So if they want to remain as safe as possible, a victory here will go a long way. And in the same vein, VLTH Esports sitting right below in the 7th spot, 1 position away from making it into the playoffs. And since it's their last match, they're going to need a victory here if they want any hopes of making it.
And they'll be going up against one of the teams that everyone swore would contest the King of Gamers Club throne, Bacon Time, who is a 3-game machine. More on that later. Real quick, a look at the standings as of the opening of week 5, day 2. Last night's matches elapsed. 2 sweeps, 1 all the way. Again, it could have been anyone between Bacon Time and Tenacity, but Tenacity said, you know what? You guys have wasted too much time going 3 games. We'll take number 2. We have a better match win-loss ratio. And it's safe to say what, number 4 to 1 are secured. 5 and 6 still need to play out.
Yeah, that 5th to 7th spot is going to be where all of the sparks are flying here at the end of the regular season. And today, once again, gonna be a very important day to determine it, with Buriram United and Solix both still having 2 games remaining, one of which is against each other. So hopefully we get to see them bring their A game. Everything that they've learned throughout the regular season needs to come together in this one conflict.
So far, it's been a month and change of combat and competition. MSL Thailand has built a character for itself. Based on what you've seen, based on the matches you've called, Stafa, how would you describe the MSL Thailand metagame?
It's an interesting question. I've only gotten the chance to cast here one day, and unfortunately I've been a bit busy to keep up with everything else, but from the little bit that I have seen, I'd say that the meta here in NMSL Thailand is in a developing state, where some teams are trying to figure out their own styles, other teams are trying to pick and choose from already well-known strategies that we've seen in other MPLs.
I'll agree. And this is coming from the fact that we've accepted that it's a reset. This is against Season 1. And even a team like Arena, they are an invited squad. They were built with 2 imports, Wraith and Mijizi, from the Philippines. They should do well. Again, on screen now are Hydra Esports. They will be facing off against Arena. And Hydra is made up of Outcon, Clover K, Watson, BLC, and in mid, their Laotian import Yuri.
This is going to be a battle purely for ego, purely for bragging rights. And we've got the head coaches walking up. We got Coach Dart and Coach Amzin, along with Head Marshal Cobb, to ensure that the match will go on with full competitive integrity and that everything will flow smoothly in the land of Dawn.
That is the Thigh Chop Master Cobb. Nonchalant as always. He's here to enforce the rules of MSL Thailand, make sure both teams have a good, clean fight. Arena versus Hydra. Again, we're looking at Saturday, who is coming in mainly as a sub. We're used to seeing Mijizi, but it's Saturday playing today, and he's going up against Clover K. The stats skew slightly over to Hydra's jungler.
Yeah, Clover K going to be having that slightly higher KDA ratio and a much higher teamfight participation overall, with Saturday slightly edging out in terms of GPM. Considering that it is going to be both of these teams' final matches in the season, and we already know that neither is going to have the opportunity to make it to the playoffs. I suppose if you have any players you want a chance to experience the stage, now is the time to do so.
Stafa, indulge me. Why do you think Arena's taking the sweep?
Just a gut feeling. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to say for certain because both these teams are currently occupying the bottom rankings of the charts. Both have only been able to take a singular victory throughout the entire season, and funnily enough, both were against Full Sense Esports. I went for the easy way out. I went for E-Arena simply because they had a clean sweep while Hydra scored 2-1.
Same logic. I think that's where I'm coming from as well. And looking at their games, E-Arena seems to have a more diverse draft. They seem to rely less on comfort picks. And again, looking at the top 5 band heroes in MSL Thailand, if a lot of these go away, relying on your comfort picks is a dangerous thing to do. By being so expectant of, oh yeah, we're gonna get our hands on the Phobias, maybe we can get a Zushin. If you're E-Arena, you're a little more open. In their last match against ACT, which happened last week, looking at their 3-game draft, Adrian, you would assume they were playing a global ban.
You would, wouldn't you? Because yeah, I'm looking at it now as well. The Hayabusa showed up in game 1, which isn't too unusual if all the junglers are gone, but then we saw the Leslie in game 2, and then the Eudora in game 3, which shows they're trying things, but not really having the most success with it.
You might say that it's because of ACT. They also have a scatter approach to banning, but again, most pick heroes, if you see a Harith, pick it. If a Harley is out, pick it. And Phoveus, it's been big even in, you know, the big three regions. MPLPH sees a lot of first phase Phoveus bans. So here, it being open, I guess they're just like, if it's open, we pick it. We just pick it.
Yeah, Phoveus in general is a very strong hero right now because not only does he match up well into many of the meta picks that are currently available, most of Phoveus's direct lane counters are not particularly viable either. So he just becomes very, very safe to open up with. Just by having him on your team, you basically deny your opponent Freya, Harith, Sora, all of these heroes that want to move around the map quickly and snowball. And because of that, even the big regions are paying respect to him.
I recently just played one of the counters to Phoveus, Esmeralda. She's pretty useless right now. Unless you bully the opponent into submission and you beat them down to such a large advantage, that's the only way you're winning. Going into game one, we got Broken Walls. Again, random selection here. And we end up on a map where chases happen, weird angles of engagements begin, and I think this is a good way to start the series against two teams that have been struggling all season long.
Yeah, I think Broken Walls as a map does enable some slightly different gameplay, especially with those early jungle rotations compared to usual. You gain a lot of power in bulkier, slower tank heroes like the Baxia, like the Fredrin, and also invades from Hilda and Khalid, which could promote slightly more aggressive early game movement.
Coach Dart here, taking out the Marcel and the Zushin. What's left open again? The Phoveus, the Harith, that trade is still online. The Suyo, the Harley.
Yeah, all very high contested picks. The Baxia also open, so noted to be a pretty strong jungle pick on Broken Walls. Funnily enough, I noticed that Guinevere doesn't seem to be very highly contested here in MSL.
To be fair, even in the big three, Guinevere falls in the A+ or A- tier for most junglers, except if you're a specialist. I'm looking at M5 world champion Kyle as a Guinevere specialist. Everyone else kind of like, you know what I mean?
Fair enough, it is a very high skill hero. You gotta know how to play it, and if you don't, then the utility of it does drop quite notably.
Here we go. Opening pick. Do you go Suyo? Do you go Harley? That's the opener for a lot of draft. But nope, there it is. The aforementioned Gwyn. Okay. So Clover K. He's feeling Gwynny today.
Well, it could still be a flex pick as well. One of the reasons why Guinevere is such a solid pick is because she can be played in multiple lanes. So it could be a roam, could even be an EXP if you're feeling a little bit risky about it. But E-Arena will go ahead and grab that Baxia and pair it up with the Kimmy too.
Something tells me this is more of the Kimmy making the call here. It was banned by ACT Sports into Game 2 versus E-Arena last week. And then I think it could have been anything between the Hylos or the Gatot or the Baxia that could be the support for the Kimmy, but here it's the Baxia, so at least they get a solid jungler too to answer the Guinevere.
Yeah, the Guinevere going to have a little bit of difficulty depending on how well it's executed against something like a Baxia, and E-Arena doesn't have to worry about the direct Zeus-in counter in the mid lane anymore since they did ban it out. I have been seeing other teams go for hero picks like the Liliad though, since when they're dealing with these tank junglers, so I get the feeling that Hydra Esports will want to consider that. For now though, they'll go with the Claude and the Khalid.
Solid pickups. You kind of want a hero that matches the rotational speed of the Baxia in the Khalid. And then just, I think, the #1 gold laner in the game right now, even after Harith, Claude. E-Arena answers with a Benedetta. I don't think it's going anywhere else. This is an XP lane Benedetta. And Wraith, despite being number 4, number 5 in overall damage taken this season, is playing a hero that can dish out a good amount of damage as well.
Doing a little bit of a switch up here, which, you know what, you may as well do so. If you've got any pocket picks that you've been keeping in the back pocket for a while, not really pulling it out, now is the time to do so. Though, from what I've seen, eArena has actually played this Benedetta at least, actually, it is a fairly common pick for them. They played it twice last week, so looks like they're going back to a bit of comfort. Makes sense as well, since they got a tank jungler, may as well have a damage EXP.
Oh, here we go. Hydra watched eArena's game last week. Again, that one game in the best of 3 against ACT that they won. The Leslie gets banned out, which is, if you've been in tune with RG, like ranked games for the past, what, 2 years? Or whenever Claude is a thing, Leslie is an answer. The amount of burst that Leslie does and the range she has denies Claude its main strength. So, good read here by Coach Aomzin.
Getting rid of a pocket pick as well as a ranked game counter, as you pointed out, and then they'll also ban the Harley to finish things off. Kind of surprised he got this far, but Hydra banning that means that they're thinking the Baxia has the possibility of not going into the jungle, which is a curious thought process right there.
They don't trust it. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either, because that would be a great swerve if you go along the lines of a Hylos, and then the Baxia, or no, you go Baxia into the roam, and then Harley still in the jungle. That's just too fast. So they're going Yusenshin Gold. Huh.
There is technically a flexibility to this. While it is less than ideal, you could actually still put Baxia roam in YSS jungle. And in this case, you could leave the draft pretty open, but then you would need some kind of fighter gold lane, which does feel a little bit strange. Hydra goes for the Zetian Glue, and then eArena finishes with the Sora.
Okay. It looks like it is going to be that way.
Oh.
A roaming Baxia, a gold lane. Okay, Mijizi moved around. So where is Mijizi's going in the gold lane? It's a fighter Sora in the gold lane, and then a jungle Yusenshin. There it is.
Alright, interesting. eArena doing something a little bit different for their final game here in MSL Thailand Season 1. As you pointed out, it is going to be that gold lane Sora. It's not the first time we've seen this. This has actually shown up internationally. Innocent comes to mind, all the way from M6. And could work, but hasn't really been that popular lately. I guess we'll find out what happens, because now this is a battle for ego, for pride, as both teams take to the land of Dawn.
Snuffa. Oh my lord, wait, BLC, hey. Okay. I don't think there's anything that Hydra did to force eArena to flex this hard. So this is just them going off of Coach Dart, saying, boys, let's do the thing.
Could be the coach who made the decision, could be the players who are like, you know what, let's just do this. Oh, look at the Benedetta. Rafe already trying to rotate mid, breaks the passive on top of Belby.
They can afford to do that. That's a free rotation. In the gold, though, this is a matchup we've seen often. Again, even in the days of M7, Claude was a thing. So Sora into Claude in the gold lane is a matchup that these players should have been aware of and played well. Wraith here hunting down Outcon, and again, this Benedetta, it's a menace. Look at it.
Oh, 1v3 though, could be in a bit of a bad spot. The slow from Belby, flicker forward from Outcon. They want the Benedetta, but Wraith is healing through the glues, and now the backup comes in. Saturday with the Mountain Shocker locks down the glue, and first blood goes to Hanagus.
Outcon got baited out. Hydra got baited out. So even if in the draft it seems like it was eArena who overcooked, in game, this lineup has so much potential to, I don't know, rage bait your opponents. This is a very mobile Yisengin. Oh, wait, Hanagus.
Ooh, they're grouping up on Hanagus. Violet Requiem comes out, but the Revitalize keeping him alive. Hanagus is still in. They've already taken out Clover K, and they'll find Belby in the backline as well. Hanagus finally falls, but his job is more than done because this is going to be an easy triple pickup. VLT not going to be able to buy much time here.
Uh-oh, Outcon once more. Woo!
Not going to find it. Traction Pulse misses as well. That's going to be the end of that.
Okay, so even with the disastrous start, again, 4-1 kills, over 1,000 gold up, and the gold lane kind of isolated, Hydra are still on their senses. Hydra still knows when they can punish. Hydra still knows that they can rotate towards this turtle, because again, it's not even a level gap between the junglers. Let's see who takes the dance.
A double fighter side lane from E-Arena plus the Baxia row means that they will naturally have a bit of an advantage early on, and they're making full use of that right now. Turtle being controlled, VLC providing vision, dropping low, Fear Defeating comes out, good stun, Raging Sandstorm misses, Clover K secures the turtle, and now VLC is in the backline, gonna eat all the damage and go down first. Dragon Pulse locked down Outcon as well for a double kill for Peachy.
2 stacks going over to the Kimmy, now shifting skies. Lightning form, Mijizi wants something.
Looking for Clover K, flicker forward as well, and that's gonna be a mega kill, another one into the Kimmy. E-Arena funneling resources already into this mid lane core.
Staffa, is that 3 stacks now on Peachy? Oh my lord, life is peachy for this Kimmy. E-Arena going up to about 3,000 gold now despite losing the first turtle. This is, again, they are abusing a fact of the metagame having left this playstyle. They caught Hydra lacking the responses.
Hydra just doesn't seem quite prepared for this sort of thing here. Their draft is honestly solid, but not as well prepared for such heavy early game aggression, especially a dive composition like this.
They're taking a meta that, oh, nope, this is not a good idea. Mijizi will survive this. Not unless, okay. Does he know Clover K's here? Okay, he's fine. So, E-Arena basically said it's a throwback Saturday. It's a throwback Saturday, and you better be ready to play double fighters, Kimmy and mid. And Hydra's struggling to do that. Hydra's struggling to dance.
Yeah, right now things a little bit tough for Hydra. Like you pointed out, Saturdays have come back along with Saturday in the lineup, and E-Arena embracing that spirit. Already at a nearly 3,000 gold lead, Peachy leading the pack thanks to already 4 kills this early on.
3 stacks already. They push out Outcon, and
something's happening. Down bottom, Mijizi in a 1v2. Heaven's Wrath comes out on top of VLC. He's not gonna be able to survive. No, Quicksand Guard keeps him alive. The rest of the team is here to provide backup. Here the Phoenix ensures the death of the Sora. They'll give up on the objective for it though.
Okay, they convert the top lane. Outcon left to defend all on his own. I think this is the trade that Hydra was willing to give anyways. Nothing down bottom, they've already left it.
It is a good trade, all things considered. The Outcon now gonna have to commit that flicker, give up on the top tier 1 as well. E-Arena doing a very good job with their rotations. Mountain Shocker giving them all the information they need.
Despite the pick off on Mijizi, they weren't able to really capitalize. I think there's a world where Hydra would have pushed that tier 1 down bottom already, even before Hydra moved out of the pit and into that push up top.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't push that a little harder actually, because now Watson in danger once again. Good BMI, gets away from Hanagus, and E-Arena will not overcommit.
This is what I'm saying. Tempo is still on E-Arena's side. Even if Hydra finds trades, E-Arena can still just all the time say, we're gonna do something else, you better be ready for this. Looking at the items, gold lead across the board. Not a single roll, save for maybe Mijizi in the gold lane. Oh my god, wait, whoa. Alright. Oh my god, VLC!
VLC though! Mountain Shocker, Traction Pulse will miss VLC with the Quicksand Guard. Period Phoenix catches 2, but it's not going to be able to stop Peachy for picking up that unstoppable streak, and the bottom tier 1 will be taken as well.
Blue team turret has
That's what I'm saying. Look, whenever E-Arena says we're doing this now, Hydra is always begging for like 10 more seconds. Please, I'm not ready, sir. And they push it, they take down BLC, and now they're gonna go for the last turtle. Second turtle was an anomaly, but this time, oh, this is E-Arena are forcing the late game early on.
Yeah, I feel like Hydra really shouldn't try to contest this at all. They'll try to go in anyway, but the turtle's already secured, and now the grab gonna be launched. A good stun comes in, but shifting skies on VGC into backline. Violet gonna capture him. Dora ends up being traded away, and the blazing duet keeps the rest of the arena away. So they do get one trade. Saturday dashing forward. He's looking for Outcon, but may have bit off a bit more than he can chew. PLC flickers forward, and they punish the YSF. In the mid lane, Rafe looking for Watson, not able to find it. Good juking with the BMI.
Uh-oh, Clover K. They back off.
Okay, that's gonna be it, I think. No, BLC a little bit left behind here. Should be able to. Oh, Peachy with the flicker forward, but the quicksand guard once again healing up BLC, and Clover K comes in with the Violet Requiem, a shutdown on the Kimmy.
Peachy may have miscalculated, and now it's all going sideways for E-Arena. Oh no. Miscom on how far they will take it after the turtle take. Miscom on where Saturday was gonna go and the rest of his team was gonna go. Peachy miscounted how much damage he can deal to BLC, and I could have sworn that Skypers are gonna proc maybe a second or half a second longer. Oh wait, no, Wraith is fine. So this is all up to E-Arena to recover.
Anagus is looking for Watson. They're actually missing everything. Watson sidestepping all the abilities they're throwing at them. This means that Brave has the back off. Anagus probably going to be left behind here a little bit. Revitalize keeps him alive for now though, so at the very least, E-Arena not punished.
Impressive how even after that fumble, E-Arena gets 1,000 gold up still. And the map continues to shrink. So that's one of Hydra's main problems. I think Hydra needs to find more proactive plays, especially since I think Watson is almost ready. As soon as Watson builds that corrosion site, they should be able to pick off more fights. Even now with 2.5 items, Watson's Blazing Duet was pretty deadly.
Even with the gold lead on E-Arena, the Claude alone is keeping up in farm, and we already know how strong Claude is under the current meta. Looks like Rafe is going to be doing some split pushing down bottom, so E-Arena wants to buy time on this Lord. Hydra holding on to it. Lord down to 40% HP. Hanago's coming from the back. Mount Shocker gives them vision. Shifting skies catches Watson in the backline, but Clover K still secured the Lord in exchange for his life. Will his team be able to win things out though? Saturday gonna be traded away. Watson gets found eventually. Peachy gonna be able to pick up that kill for himself. Rafe comes in from the flank, cuts off the Search here, and it sets up the double kill for the Kimmy. And they find BLC. Nope, just a second too late, but has 3 kills for E-Arena.
Just like that, Peachy has almost fully recovered the lost stacks on his Skypiercer. And say what you will about how Hydra has been doing for the first 10 minutes of the game, but they at least know the strength of their jungler. The Guinevere comes in. Again, no one is as strong as a utility jungler in the pit when taking major objectives like this. And that was after a big Lord knock-up as well. So Hydra could have lost so much more. Instead, they just lost a little bit, and they took Saturday along with them. But this should still be at least a Lord that's defendable, and I think, yeah, if the map is read correctly, Lord's been taken care of.
Yeah, they have a Claude, they have a Zetian on their side. Their late game shred is honestly pretty strong, so game is not over yet. And that last fight as well, pretty good synergy from Outcon and Belby, timing their abilities to make sure Saturday couldn't secure the Lord for free, just to keep themselves in the game a little longer.
Whoop. Close call.
I don't think they want to fight that one.
I mean, if Outcon does get the mount, I don't see why he wouldn't maybe kind of force the issue. Because again, Saturday is a very vulnerable jungler. He just has one dash.
Minion waves are being synced up slightly. Hydra able to clear the mid wave, but bottom wave is being dealt with by Ray. Maybe diving a bit too deep here. Pretty big comes out. Violet Requiem not really gonna hit as well, but the damage is building up. They're all funneling into Peachy. He's taking advantage of it. Clover K gonna be the casualty this time.
No matter how good Hydra's front line is, there's still nothing compared to a Sky Piercer stacked Kimmy. So this is still an uphill battle. Hydra, they engage.
Oh, beautiful engage right there from Hanagos. Rolls right into the glue, and Outcon really should not have been that far out of such low HP. Another Sky Piercer stack for Peachy, and that was the last external tower for Hydra.
They force Outcon to take a nap. Patrick is just splayed out in front of his tier 3 in mid. So now Arena will be playing for the Lord. This could be the end of it. Again, even Outcon can't get any mounts anymore. Watson, I believe, should have his Trinity in, but it's clear that Arena have learned the range that Hydra is playing with. So he is on his way to a Malefic Gun, which I don't think will solve the issue. I don't think the Malefic Gun will fix it because Peachy is a threat, Miji's is a threat, Wraith is a threat, and he's playing with a Flicker. I don't blame him, but I think the Purify might have been a little safer. It's just, there's like 3 dudes trying to dive you.
It's difficult. It's a dive comp after all, and E-Arena, their heroes are largely independent thanks to the double fight there. Look at Rave literally pushing up top lane. Period Phoenix comes out, Lord is low. The Crazy Tantrum comes in. Miji's in backline. Blazing Duet on top of Saturday. Watson trying to take 1v1. Actually wins the 1v1, takes out Saturday, but they've lost their jungler as well. So it's a complete 50-50 with no red tree on third. But blue side still gonna be holding on to their marksman. They will eventually give up on this river control though, because Rafe is being very annoying.
Okay, not the cleanest resolution of the team fight, but at least E-Arena walks away with everything that they wanted. They got the Lord, they got the penetration up top, and it all came at the cost of a jungler trade. At least it's a 1-for-1. Would have played a little cleaner. Again, it looked like Saturday was waiting and was hesitant to actually commit the retribution, but here we are anyways. E-Arena could end it at this Lord, spawning about now.
Yeah. Watson has managed to finish his Malefic Gun, so that is a fairly important item timing, but his team needs to be able to survive long enough for him to actually get the pickoffs. E-Arena, as long as they play this cleanly, this should be the end game.
Orange going over to Peachy. Top lane is where the Lord is, so this is a good sync for E-Arena. Chubby Wave in the middle.
Requiem, they found one! Rave! One of the most important targets. That is first death of the game. Grab, gonna be able to find Hanagos as well. Revitalize comes out. Raging Sandstorm lands as well. But the damage not quite enough. Here's the tip. This guy! BJC! In the base, picks up trees, sets up the monster kill. Dismantles the backline. The Lord crashing in. Another minion wave follows. Mid tower will fall. E-Arena still 4-man strong. It's gonna be a 4v3 situation. Lord goes down. The crystal is open. And E-Arena secures game number 1.
Yes, they did pick off Wraith easy, but I think that was all according to plan. E-Arena baited out so many resources out of Hydra, and that's what led to the almost impossible defense. All they needed was Peachy, truth be told. As long as Peachy was around, and at least one person appeal, the end would have happened. Either way.
Picking off the Benedetta was crucial there. Unfortunately, used too many resources to do so, and then kind of forgot about their positioning and got caught in a big shifting skies in the mid lane. We could see it right here, how exactly it happened. If not for that, there was still a chance of Hydra defending, but the moment those clouds connected, it was over.
Now, after seeing that sequence again, it seemed like Watson wasn't spoken to. Because he was the only one who held onto his ult and said, guys, wait, there's a Lord. Maybe we should deal with that first. And looking at that clip again, after the Requiem, for Fury the Phoenix also came out after. And then a Raging Sandstorm. So within like 2 seconds, 3 ults just came crashing out just to take out one Benedetta. So the math does not check out for me. I think Hydra need to, if they want to take it to game 3, clear out their communications. Like, talk about it. What are we doing first, gentlemen? There's a minute left to defend. What do we do? I think that they could have done better here in game 1.
Yeah, that base defense, like you pointed out, they used so many resources for the Benedetta, and it honestly is worth it to pick off Wraith because he had not died the entire game, and that way you can at least keep one lane alive. But there should have been a faster decision of it's time to back off once we've gotten that kill, and there was a bit of desperation where can we actually continue pushing this or not, and that cost them.
Our MVP is, of course, Peachy. Again, the clear carry of E-Arena here in game number 1. An early Sky Piercer. And, a build that is how you would expect ranked game Kimmy's to go. To be fair, Kimmy has fallen off. She's no longer like the go-to mid laner now, so maybe this is just how the build has evolved eventually.
It is a possibility, but yeah, I mean, Glowing Wand definitely makes sense, and then you want that Divine Glaive, Sky Piercer, since he's already farming so well anyway. Then the Demon Hunter Sword on top of that, probably to break through the tankier front line. I feel like it wasn't the most necessary, but Peachy so far ahead at that point that he can just go for really whatever he feels like is necessary.
Again, died once, had his stack split then, but kept his eyes on the prize. He knew after that one death that he cannot die anymore. It was an all-in on this Kimmy. Again, the one member of the lineup that wasn't dive. So, again, a true tentpole lineup drafted by E-Arena. Well played. Again, they were in control of the game for a majority of it. I'd say, what, 95% of the game? They were the ones calling the shots.
It's nice to see E-Arena bring back the terror of the double fighter side lane. There's a reason why this strategy dominated competitive for a good couple of months last year, because it's so strong at securing objectives, at taking early team fights and snowballing into the mid game. If you already have multiple Sky Piercer stacks on that mid lane core as well, it becomes so much easier.
Man, must have been, how do we say, sweet, bittersweet for Peachy to do this, because he once wore those colors. He was once black and blue, or in this case white and blue. But yeah, no, he was once Hydra, and to play against him now, to be at the bottom of the standings doing this, it's more than just pride, it's more than just bragging rights, it's a reunion. And he's sniggering now, saying, look guys, I'm on the other side, but looks like we're one game away from taking the series. And you and I predicted this. You and I predicted a sweep. And it's clear that despite them looking like they overcooked, it seems to be the right amount of flex to force their opponents out of their comfort zone.
I don't think there's any real limit to cooking. Sometimes you want just a simple meal, but nothing wrong with a fancy 5-course dinner happening right here from E-Arena, and it's nice to have this throwback. Like you mentioned as well, Peachy getting a bit of a window into the past here, looking at the team he used to be part of and now seeing their comparative success. So both teams are not making it to the playoffs regardless, so it is just another step in the journey.
15 minutes. There was but one stumble. Again, that stolen Lord by Clover K. E-Arena could have been cleaner, but they cooked. They showed us. So I'm excited. Stafa, what could game 2 bring? Will they bring us another different old school lineup, or are we gonna see? I don't wanna over expect, but what if? What if we switch it up? What if we do get a utility jungler, huh? What if Saturday? Does Saturday have a utility jungler? That would be nice.
Well, we don't really know yet, right? He hasn't exactly had a chance to play on stage up until now, so it is a pretty good showing to start things off. The double fighter side lane in the first place is really enabled largely by having Yi Sun-shin in the jungle, because you do need some kind of farming core without a proper marksman. So if the Yi Sun-shin gets taken out for whatever reason, then it becomes less likely, but with the number of meta heroes you have to worry about, is it really worth spending one on the YSS, or would you be more concerned about the Benedetta? Because I think that was stopping them from being able to play the macro game too.
These are questions that their opponents in ACT had to figure out. In game 2, game 3 against the Arena last week. What was that? Friday last week. Was that a Friday last week? 10th of May. No, Sunday last week. They had to ban the Benedetta in game 3. So yeah, Wraith on this very damage-centric, very agile XP laner could be the threat. I'd say do that. I say address that first before even the Lee Shin. And maybe respect the Sora. People are forgetting Sora. He was a very broken hero in the last World Championship, right? M7. I don't think they changed much of him. Sure, Valentina is a thing, but we didn't see Valentina at all in game 1.
Yeah, Sora's presence in the game now is largely impeded purely by the existence of Valentina and Phoveus, right? So if Phoveus is banned out, and you know that the enemy team doesn't really have a Valentina player, or they've already shown their mid lane, then Sora becomes a much higher possibility, and we got to see it today in the gold lane as well. So the flexibility of the hero is still very, very high. It's just, if you're already gonna ban the Benedetta, then how many more slots can you afford to spend?
I think that's a conversation that they gotta have with Coach Aomzin. Coach Aomzin has to be the one to say, we're afraid of this, we respect this, and then everything else just goes. So them playing very to the meta in game 1 may have been halfway there. And that's why, despite the whole overcooking of Arena, they served a better dish. So Hydra, like, look at a draft, look at what your opponent does, forge a path that is more all-in. I'd say I think that's it. Just go more all in. Don't. If you're dive, go all dive. If you're poke, then invest in the poke.
Well, they're already one game down. It's their last match of the season, so if there's any time to just throw caution to the wind and just play all in, or bring out pocket picks, or show the world a strategy that everyone would look at and say, why are they playing this? Now is the time to do it, right? There's literally nothing left to lose, and I hope we get to see something a little bit more interesting.
Yep. There's no half-seas. There's no going half-seas on this, Snafa. It's literally... Is it literally their last game this season?
I believe so. For both teams, actually.
I'm looking at the schedule. That's it. This is it. So in your last game, backs against the wall, no regrets. Just give it your all. That draft wasn't bad. I'll tell you now, it wasn't anything I would say is bad, but okay, it starts here. It starts with the draw. Okay, we get a map wherein you fight. It's a fighting map. It's Flying Clouds.
It's also a map that helps you make up for if you are a little bit behind in lane priorities, since if you get poked out, you can rejoin the lane a lot quicker than usual. So a little bit more leeway in that drafting. Arena going to be on the blue side this time around. They themselves will get rid of the Baxia and the Harley.
With Hydra banning the Kalia, you have a clearer image of them going for more dive, them going for more, I'd say, assassins in the jungle. So they don't want to have an answer immediately to whoever might dive. So they also take out the Freya. They don't want any full-on collision to go through.
Arena on the blue side has the option to kick things off with that first pick, Phoveus. The Marcel, also very popular ban, has not been taken out yet. They'll go ahead and ban the Harith, which already makes me wonder what the plan is from this team.
No clear counters. They are just getting rid of strong heroes in the meta for now. And Arena have all the rights to do that. The way they handily took care of game 1, Again, it's clear that they don't have any hesitations. They have a clear game plan. Hydra takes out the Zushin.
Different perspectives expose the same.
There's the Marcel. This is what happens when you only attack certain heroes. What's left? Suyo, Leomord, the Guinevere, all of which kind of struggle against the Marcel.
Yeah, a good Marcel can really mess with any sort of dive hero, and quite a lot of the meta picks right now fall under that category. Hydra can keep it safe by grabbing heroes like the Phobius. I think that Leomord or Suyo are still pretty solid as well. I'm wondering what else is there beyond that. Am I forgetting anything?
That's one, again, despite the struggle. You have the Leomord. They say, you know what? Matchup be damned. We'll just time out the golden hour. We'll even get one ourselves. And deny Wraith the Sora. Or Mijizi in this case. The Sora. And then you get the other half of that matchup. Leomord Suyo and Peachy's Kimmy.
The Peachy played a mean game on the Kimmy in game number 1. However, this time around, they're not going to have quite as much setup as before. You already have the Marcel, who's going to be squishier overall than the Roman you had previously, which was the Baxia, of course. And then you also had Double Fighter's side lane helping you set up even from the early game. You no longer have that to play around, nor the Yi Sun Shin to open up the map for you. So we'll see if that affects how successful this pick is going to be.
One more.
Our cosmic blaze will never be.
They get the Claude Steel again. I believe the #1 gold laner in the game right now. Any arena doesn't have one yet. But, again, they proved that in game 1. It's not about the matchup. It's not even about the singular strength of the hero in a vacuum. It's what the lineup does. And so far, the arena are cooking. They put Hydra up against the wall here. I think Hydra should take out... They know the mid laner. Carry? Get rid of Carry, get rid of Moskov. Those are the only gold laners that are coming to mind.
Yeah, those would be the most direct answers. Harith is usually going to be able to do well, but it's already banned. I was under the impression that Hydra wouldn't need to ban Leslie this time around, since I think the setup for it is just not solid enough to be worth picking, but I guess they're just really concerned about Mijizi on that hero.
It seems like a superstition at this point. It's like, nope, Claude should never face a Leslie. And this is our step towards at least forcing game 3. So there's the respect bans for both side laners. Wraith gets denied the Benedetta. And then the Phobius and Khalid go. Am I saying Arlott?
Yeah, that's true. Arlott not so bad, but also kind of a risky ult to maybe give away to the Valentina. Now here's just a thought, right? We already saw E-Arena cook last game by showing the Baxia early and then flexing it into Rome. What are the chances that this is a Suyo EXP flex?
I hope 0. I don't see a reason why in the jungle you would not put the Suyo. It's literally... I'd still think, if Claude is to the gold lane, Suyo is to the jungle. Coin flip between him and Harley. At least from where I come from, at least where I'm seeing it. So, I don't think it's a flex. I think we really are seeing the jungle Suyo. There's the Harley. There's the Ruby. And is this, oh my lord, another gold lane fighter? Is this Ruby? It is!
Wow, that's a... E-Arena really giving us a throwback this match right here. First the Sora gold and now the Ruby gold. I would say in comparison, Ruby definitely does not feel as good in the gold lane compared to before, and I say this as a Ruby main myself. You might do okay early on against the Claude, but the mid game will really come down to how good that setup is. And a Ruby Arlott together provides a lot of crowd control, but is overall quite squishy.
Hey, who cares if you're squishy? If you just kill them all eventually, right? If you take them out before they can even fight back. That's what Peachy's Kimmy is for. That's what the golden hour is for. It's an escape button. Hydra close up their draft with a... That's not a Hydra. That's a big dragon. A Yu Zhong, who's going to hunt down that Kimmy. I think it's a half measure. Staffel, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the Yu Zhong now feels like a half measure. It feels like a bandage over a bullet wound.
I do have to agree with you a little bit. It's not actually a hero that will guarantee win lane against the Arlet as well. If Wraith plays well enough, he can actually outperform that Yuzong. So, Outcon going to need to do a little bit more work this time around. Is that actually a role swap actually happening on their side as well? We'll find out because we are jumping into the land of Dawn once again, game number 2. Potentially the final game of the season for both these teams.
Here we go. Again, the question, is that Yu Zhong enough to stop Peachy from getting a back-to-back MVP? And is there a swap? Nope. I think they all went exactly where we thought they would, yeah?
Okay, yeah. Yep.
Confirmed.
Looking at the state
Clean.
of the issue here. Side lane priority should honestly go to Oh, Blade Surge right into the K-Lover once again, but looks like VLC gonna be able to respond with a Revitalize on Saturday, not having any more cooldowns left. First Blood to VLC, another Flicker as well from Hanagus.
That's uncharacteristic of his Suyo to overcommit like that. And I don't blame him. Again, in game 1, it was a Zitian. This time it's a Valentina. Oh my lord, Wraith! The shot energy almost takes him down.
And looks like Belby might be here to finish the job. No, not gonna risk it there, but not a great start for E-Arena. We know how important those first few levels are for any Suyo player, and they just underestimated how tanky VLC can be.
It's a combination of VLC and Belby. That a chunky amount of meat on that Gatot Kacha with the Revitalize plus Valentina's early game damage is what did it for E-Arena, and now even Hanagus is struggling. I appreciate how Hydra is putting their foot down saying not so fast. Game 1, you got us, but this is a full reset. Hydra is first to the turtle.
I would say Hydra definitely has the more solid composition this time around. Their early game is good, they've got enough front line. Hanagus is here to provide vision, but he knows they're not contesting that. They're actually trying to trade for top lane instead, but Watson can survive just fine.
The fact that Peachy had to join up means the range issue between the Ruby and the Claude is really pushing it. Oh, wait, BLC! He's fine.
That was close. They'll have to revitalize though, so even if it got a little more dangerous, probably would have been okay. It's like Outcon now also being outtraded by Wraith a little bit, but the Arlet has to be a bit more cautious. Here's the trade, one hit away! Star Residue heals him back up.
Up top, they're not letting up on Watson. Again, Mijizi understands he's not going to be winning that anytime soon. So at best, they keep it at equilibrium, and then they play for the bigger objectives, which is again where one would argue the I'm offended would do much more. So till then, E-Arena has to wait for this cheese to come online, for this Kimmy to get stacks on what I would assume is the Sky Piercer. Did Peachy build it already? Whoa!
Oh, Flicker! Final slash into the Traction Pulse! A great combo! One hit on Outcon, and Peachy will find it. Great duo gank from E-Arena.
Okay, they're finally on the board. They keep that gold lead honest, and they are going to get some free hits on the shield. Will Mijizi survive the mirror? Because it's their turn. They want to get him.
AOG, Phantom Steed, Blazing Duet, all the ultimates being committed at once. A four-man collapse. Mijizi's not surviving that one, and Golden Hour a bit too late to save him. But it will prevent Hydra from getting any gold shield.
Oh wow, E-Arena, the tempo still through the roof. Despite that pick-off on Mijizi in the off lane, in the long lane, they still get the takedown tier 1 and then steal the purple.
Blade Surge onto BLC. He has revitalized, so the Gatot will live for now. Traction Pulse misses too. The Arena not gonna find the pickoff they wanted, but they will get first dibs on the turtle. Hydra a bit slow to respond. Rave gonna get dragged under the tower. Phantom Steed comes out. Clover wants to contest this. Black Dragon Form gonna be frozen, but the Golden Hour catches Peachy and Outcon. Turtle dropping low. Flagma slash on tree from Rave. Clover goes down. Saturday secures the turtle. Does the Arena want to continue this? Nope, they got what they wanted.
Hanagus left the fight so much earlier, but it was enough. That golden hour to delay the turtle take led to Clover K overcommitting. So eventually they did lose Retribution, and that allowed E-Arena to gain the advantage inside the pit. Amazing work. Again, macro understanding from the team with macro-centric players. Mijizi and Wraith, both Filipinos, playing for E-Arena. Again, despite them having what we could call a bad season, we'll call it that. That's the simplest way to put it. At least they're learning. At least they're showing that even in their last match, they know how to play from behind.
I would say in a vacuum, if you discount what happened before, this is a pretty... That's not going to be able to find the catch they wanted, and now Black Dragon Form looking to re-engage with the Revitalize already popped down. Mijizi comes in from behind. Does he want to pop the Ivan Bender? Flicker comes in. Two-man hook. Golden Hour though stops it for now. Locks down Alcon and VLC. Here comes the AOG defensively, but Alcon not going to be as lucky. The Yuzon goes down.
He casted everything. Black Dragon Form, Petrify, all in. Upsize that thing with fries. It just wasn't enough. So here we go, they want more. E-Arena are not letting up.
Clover will be able to get away there, but chunk down to half HP means he can't really walk up to the turtle anymore. E-Arena's timings have been clean. Flicker backwards as well just to stop Clover. Phantom Steed is out, but he's already on 10%, and Mijizi finishes off the Leomord free turtle for Saturday.
2,000 gold up now. E-Arena push the tempo again ever faster, not letting Hydra breathe. Moves on to take this orange, starving Clover K even more. And oh my lord, final slash! Woo!
Ray forces the BMI out, and Watson pops Blazing Duet as well. Saturn, oh, nice dodge. I'm surprised that didn't connect. Watson might get out for now, but Hanaga is gonna make him work for the escape. Goes for freeze, traction pulse. Belby dodges at the perfect time, but the tower will fall.
Call it a technical knockout. They shaved off at least the flicker. E-Arena are in control. The first 5 minutes did not happen. The first 5 minutes have been nullified, and there's not even permanent damage on the map to make for it. Hydra have to play from behind now, and it's all on Watson. Once again, like game one, it's all on Watson.
I mean, it's not uncommon for Claude players to have to shoulder the burden of their team, but you typically want that to happen a little later into the game. At this stage, Watson probably doesn't have enough items yet to really fulfill that role effectively, and E-Arena with a 3k gold lead, once again controlling most of the map.
Oh lord, it's so good for E-Arena. Mijizi just built an endless battle. So this is in effect that gold lane Ruby, you know, one would argue is a utility pick, saying it's go time, I want to fight you. War Axe, endless battle, he hurts now. Stuff, he hurts.
And honestly, I'm very happy to see it. A little bit of... Oh, I'm offended. Pulls in the Yuzong. Outcall nearly did in an instant, but the AOG saves him. Here comes the Golden Hour as well, freezing him in place. Another Golden Hour being used. Cuts the fight in half. I don't think Hydra really wants to force this, but BLC is gonna so go for it anyway. Goes for taunt, jumps forward. Peachy picks up the kill. And the stun from Watson. Blazing Duet a bit too late. He goes down. Double kill for Peachy, and the rest of them are just streaming into their deaths. A triple for the Kimmy, and 4 members of Hydra down for the count.
The mass grave in the bottom lane. Look at all of the corpses lay astrew. Oh my lord, Hydra. I don't blame them. If that went their way, if Watson was able to Blazing Duet for maybe 2 more seconds, E-Arena would have been wiped. It would have been them. But the fact that Mijizi held that brush and said, wait for it, I can take him down, don't worry, meant the difference. E-Arena was holding on to resources, and that was the difference. They had a trick up their sleeve, an ace, when Hydra wasn't expecting it. That's what's putting them up to now almost 7,000 up, 8,000 up with a free Lord.
Even VLC not so lucky. Traction Pulse stops him from walking back into the base just so E-Arena can secure this top tier 2. Lord gonna be pushing down mid lane and hitting the base soon.
Alright, so the number one, oh my god!
Oh! Rave with the 2-man final splash instantly. I'm offended! Someone stop E-Arena, another double kill for Peachy. 2 members down. Hydra gotta hold this. Flicker forward. Golden Hour catches 2. Hamagus locks them down. Outcon trying to dash away. Belby gonna be able to do so as well. Back Dragon form pops down. Rave a bit deep in the base. Final splash pushes Watson into his death. Michizi picks up the Claude. It's gonna be a 5v2 defense. Crystals open. Outcon tries to clear minion wave, but Peachy is godlike. VLC response. AOG's in, but the Lord is still alive. And the Crystal is not E-Arena. With a clean sweep to close out their first season.
That was their last game. Both teams' last match in MSL Thailand Season 1. GG well played. Kapkun Krab to both teams. Again, athletes of the highest caliber. Despite struggling in this season, he still put it all on the line for all of the MLBB fans in Thailand and all around the world. GG well played. The Hydra, E-Arena takes the dub. And I hate to say it, but it's deja vu. It's almost the same game, Staffa. Almost literally the same game.
Yeah, it feels like Hydra Esports is just not respecting the early game rotations and playing a little bit too slowly. They had a solid composition. They actually traded quite well in the first turtle. But after that, there was a dedication breakdown where in certain fights they dived way further than they needed to.
I mean, they committed to dive heroes, and they were winning the first, what, 2 to 3 minutes? I get why they were forcing the issue. I understand where it's coming from. But to some extent, you gotta understand, wait, I have to not force anything and just wait for me to
ตอน
settle.
นี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะนะคะทั้ง2คนนะคะจากทีม E-Arena ค่ะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะโอ้โหถึงแม้ว่าตอนนี้นะคะจะไม่มีผลเนาะต่อตารางคะแนนแล้วแต่ก็บอกได้เลยว่าวันนี้ทีมทั้ง2ทีมนะคะแสดงสปิริตการเล่นได้ดีมากๆเลยเดี๋ยวก่อนอื่นนะคะให้แนะนำตัวก่อนแล้วกันว่าชื่ออะไรเล่นตำแหน่งอะไรค่ะ
สวัสดีครับฮานากัสนะครับจากทีมเอลิน่าตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับ
โอเคค่ะ
สวัสดีครับซัตเตอร์เดย์ครับเล่นตำแหน่งป่าครับ
โอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวสอบถามความรู้สึกกันหน่อยดีกว่าว่าวันนี้เนี่ยแบบความรู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างที่เราเนี่ยได้แต้มทิ้งทวนก่อนที่จะจบรอบเก็บคะแนนไป
ก็ดีใจครับก็ทำเต็มที่ในทุกๆแมตช์ครับ
ก็ดีใจเนาะอย่างน้อยวันนี้เราก็ได้แต้มเนาะทิ้งทวน
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับ แต่ว่ารู้อยู่แล้วว่าจะชนะ เพราะว่าวันนี้วันเสาร์
อ๋อเพราะว่าเราชื่อ Saturday แล้วเราแข่งวันเสาร์เฮ้ยจริงๆเราไม่รีเควสก่อนนะถ้างั้นอ่ะพี่ผมขอแข่งทุกวันเสาร์ อย่างน้อยเราจะได้มีกำลังใจเนาะผ่านไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วเนาะสำหรับการแข่ง MSL Thailand ของเราก็เป็นยังไงบ้างคะเรามีความรู้สึกประทับใจอะไรบ้างในการแข่งในครั้งนี้ค่ะทั้งหมดเลยที่แบบเราแข่งผ่านมาทั้งหมด เริ่มโยนไมค์กันแล้วตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับสนุกครับ
ก็แบบได้เจอหลายๆทีมพอเจอหลายทีมเราจะได้เก็บแบบไปเรียนรู้แผนของทีมอื่นๆไหมเอาเก็บไปไว้สำหรับการแข่งครั้งหน้าอะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
ฮานากัสพร้อมไหมคะต้องพร้อมแล้วล่ะ
ก็สนุกเลยครับก็ขอบคุณกองเชียร์ทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ไหนๆเนาะคือเราเนี่ยเรียกได้ว่าเจอหมดทุกทีมแล้วเซียนเลยตอนนี้ คือรู้แผนของทุกทีมแล้วเดี๋ยวเจิมให้หน่อยคิดว่าทีมไหนน่าจะได้แชมป์
KOG ครับผมว่า KOG ตอนนี้โหดมาก
เนาะก็แบบหัวตารางอะเนาะก็ KOG King of Gamer ฮานากัสอะคะแบบเผื่อมีทีมอื่นในใจ
ผมบุรีรัมย์ครับผม
บุรีรัมย์เนี่ยเขาแข่งต่อด้วยเดี๋ยวนั่งดูต่อเลยปะ เชียร์เชียร์ ก่อนอื่นเลยก่อนที่จะให้นักแข่งไปพักนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้เขาพูดอะไรกับแฟนคลับเนาะที่คอยมาเชียร์เราทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์ค่ะ สักนิดนึง
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์นะครับ ผมก็ทำผลงานได้ไม่ดีแต่ก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับขอบคุณครับ
โอเคเลยค่ะ
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ครับแบบว่าเหมือนที่พี่ก้าบอกเลยถึงว่าผมจะทำผลงานได้ไม่ดีแต่ก็ขอบคุณที่ยังมาเชียร์อยู่ครับขอบคุณมากนี่ครับ
ดีแล้วดีแล้วเก่งแล้วเดี๋ยวเราไปพัฒนาเพิ่ม เพราะว่าเราเจอทุกทีมแล้วเดี๋ยวเราไปเก็บแผนเขาเนาะก็เดี๋ยวยังไงนะคะ ขอขอบคุณทีมอารีนาทั้งสองคนนะคะ บอกได้เลยว่าสปิริตดีมากๆจริง ๆ เดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะ ให้นักแข่งของเรานะคะ ไปพักก่อนเดี๋ยวกลับไปเจอกับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Based on my limited thigh, I think the interviewed players of E-Arena were saying thank you as their final game. Thank you still to their fans. Thank you to those who supported them. And thank you to MSL Thailand as a whole for the maiden voyage, the run, the once-in-a-lifetime experience to be part of something like this.
Honestly, watching E-Arena play here today does make me feel a little bit upset that they're not going to be making it to the playoffs, because this was pretty fun gameplay to watch, right? Pretty solid drafting, a bit of a throwback to the previous meta that we saw with the double fighter side lane, and it resulted in very bombastic gameplay that's honestly very entertaining to witness.
Also, quick insights from our good friend Facepalm, who is live translating as we speak. Saturday, and Hanagus were asked, who do you think will win? MSL Thailand, the whole damn thing. Saturday says KOG, and then Hanagus says Buriram United. Let's award our MVP here. It's Wraith with a 2-0-9, who towards the later part of the game was literally just letting go of final slashes like it was out of style. His final slashes were game-ending.
There were really good setups coming out from Wraith right there, and I think Mijizi also did an excellent job on his side. The side laners doing everything that their team needed for them, and I did express during the draft some doubts. Would PG still be able to get the same sort of performance, the same kind of kill streaks that he had before without things like the Baxia setting up? And turns out it is perfectly fine when you've got this much crowd control on your side.
Real quick, again, even in the early game, even if the camera wasn't really panning towards the EXP lane too much, Wraith was already controlling a majority of how the game was gonna go. Top lane, it was clear that Mijizi was struggling in the gold. Mid lane, don't even get me started on that first rotation. Belby and BLC were calling the shots. Tempo was on their side from the mid trio, but this whole game, Wraith was never sweating. Wraith was top dog. Or, in Bahasa Melayu, I'm sure you'd be familiar, Stafa, Anjing Atas.
I gotta be honest, I'm not sure if I've heard that term before, but I'm also not particularly cultured. So you could be wrong, I cannot confirm, but I get where you're coming from. Very impressive gameplay coming in here. Once again, from the members of E-Arena, and it makes me wonder, like, hey, where was this kind of gameplay, these kinds of strategies throughout the rest of the season? Maybe you can help them eke out a win or two here or there, but it's a learning experience, and I'm glad that they were able to get a clean sweep here to finish things off.
Yeah. Maybe it can be a challenge to the teams that Saturday and Hanagus were looking up to, you know? KOG, unbeatable. Buriram United, big name in Thai esports and sports in general. Maybe they could be, you know, the ones to follow through and say, okay, E-Arena, we see your game. We see how in 10 minutes you swept Hydra. We'll start to figure out how to play fighter gold lanes again. Who knows? I don't think that's impossible. Knowing Payen is #1 gold laner right now. I think he can.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing this show up more from other teams here at MSL, because it is a very effective way of securing that early game. And we all know how quickly games can snowball nowadays. If you can win those first couple of minutes, it sets you up for success as the game progresses. And who knows, maybe this could be the first step, right? We might see other MPLs start readopting this old strategy.
It's refreshing. I missed it. Because in high tempo games, it's usually always fun. It's rarely a macro game, and it's always death ball. Like team fights lead to the objective being taken. So consider me entertained. E-Arena, hats off to you. Hydra, back to the drawing board.
It's just good old MLBB fun, right? A lot of us probably stuck with MLBB because of the fighting. We all like brawling, we all like death balls, so seeing it condensed into its purest form is always going to be a good time, and hopefully this is not just a learning experience from E-Arena about how they can improve next, but also Hydra to figure out what the flaws were this season around and come back stronger next time.
And that is our first series of the day. Again, we've got 3 best of 3s coming your way. We're down to 2 more. Coming up next, we will be watching Buriram United going up against Solix Esports, and then to close off the night, Bacon Time, the 3-game machine going up against Valley Thai. We're going on a quick break. Once again, you're watching MSL Thailand Season 1. We'll be right back.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมาเจอกับมิ้นท์แบบนี้นะคะ ก็แปลว่าความสนุกความมันในคู่ที่ 2 ของเราเนี่ยกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วค่ะ บอกเลยนะคะว่าแมตช์ที่กำลังจะเริ่มเนี่ยเป็นอีก 2 ทีมนะคะที่กำลังลุ้นเข้ารอบเพย์ออฟค่ะ มั่นใจได้เลยว่าแมตช์นี้นะคะทั้ง 2 ทีมเนี่ยงัดออกมาทุกแผนแน่นอน ไม่มีใครยอมใครแน่นอนเลยนะคะในแมตช์นี้ทีมแรกนั่นก็คือทีมนักรบสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตค่ะวันนี้นะคะต้องมาเจอกับทีม30 บวกดีวะอย่าง Solic Esport นะคะโอ้โหทีมนี้นะคะกำลังมาแรงเลยและตอนนี้นะคะมีผู้เล่นใหม่ที่กำลังเป็นขวัญใจของแฟนๆเลยอย่างพี่เสกนะคะจอยสั่งมานั่นเดี๋ยวมาดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้พลังเบฟเนี่ยจะสามารถสยบความเก่าของพี่ๆโซลิกได้หรือเปล่าหรือว่าจะเป็นพี่เสกนะคะที่จะจูนติดตบหมดในวันนี้ได้ไหมนะคะตอนนี้นะคะทุกคนเตรียมตัวให้พร้อมเลยค่ะน้ำขนมนะคะอยู่หน้าจอรอได้เลยเพราะว่าแมตช์นี้บอกได้เลยว่าดุเดือดแล้วก็มันแน่นอนค่ะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Kapkan Club. Again, thank you to Mini Mint. Welcome back. You're watching MSL Thailand Season 1. It's Week 5, Day 2. At your service, my name is Leo here, joined by Adrian Staffatan. Are you ready for this middle of the standings brawl between Solix and Buriram United?
Ooh, I am so ready. I have been waiting for this one. I think a lot of us have been waiting for this one because this is the match that basically determines which of these two teams has a better chance of remaining in the playoffs, right? Right now in the standings, we already know Buriram United and Solix are 5th and 6th place, right? So you could say they're both safe, but if they want to be extra safe, a victory here will do them a lot of good.
Yeah, I think reviewing the match schedule, I think it's safe to say they are staying where they are. They punched their ticket to the Ladprao Hall. It's just, yeah, placement. And if I understand correctly, Buriram has a better chance. Buriram might be able to actually pull through and place higher in the standings. While Solix, again, they've had one hell of a season. They've shuffled around, changed players here and there, rediscovered gameplay, and now with a mix of the Unks and newer players, I think this is their best form yet.
Ooh, interesting, interesting. Buriram is one of the teams that I didn't get to see all that much back when I was casting MSL in Week 2, so I'm curious to see what they're capable of here. And as we look at the standings, like you mentioned, Leo, they do have a slightly higher game diff over Solix, and since they've still got 2 matches, including this one left, there is actually still a chance to claw their way up to even 3rd place.
And again, later on, there's still a match that Valley Thai will be playing, so let's keep our eyes open for that. But this is it. We're down the last, less than 48 hours of the regular season of MSL Thailand and just breeze through. Here's a quick headline for Solix. Let's talk about Danny Carter. Their new acquisition joined their ranks mid-season, an assassin specialist. Plays the likes of a Joy, Mean on the Hayabusa. He's just that kind of player. I don't know, can you call him a Burmese Kyrie? Is that safe to say?
Wow, that's quite the big title to claim, but considering how big of a switch-up Solix has had in the season thus far, you may not be too far off making that sort of statement. From what I can see of Solix's results, in the first 3 weeks, they literally only won 1 match. And then all of a sudden turned it around and won 3 matches straight in Week 4 alone.
Yep, that's the mid-season shakeup again. Spectre, 007X, Remix coming in and out of the roster, and then now with the Burmese pickup that was locked in by Coach Kazin. Again, a Burmese coach. It just fits. Like, the Unks know how to play with this young man with great mechanics. Here you see him mean on a meta hero too, like a Harley. I'm sure he'd kick butt on a Suyo as well if he gets his hands on it. Exciting stuff. Again, how Solix can shake up their play, especially as we get closer to the playoffs.
It seems like his arrival has revitalized the rest of the team somewhat as well, right? Because I look at the 3 matches they literally just won in week 4, and Memarks especially, right, the mid laner, was MVP in 4 out of the 6 games they played. So he's also someone we gotta keep an eye on.
Yep, Memarks is one of those players that build the Onk backbone of Solix. Again, former Bacon Time, former Buriram United in other game titles. So these are athletes that the Thai people love already. So them making it through the playoffs is a big deal. Them seeing Danny Carter, aka Sek Loso, which is a reference to that album. That's why it's a vinyl cover, is because Danny Carter looks like a 90s rock star from Thailand named Sek Loso. So do with that what you will. I just know the inside jokes. Facepalm is feeding us the information. Thank you so much. But it helps us understand why this team is becoming what? A rising star, or, you know, despite not being on the top of the food chain, people remember Solix.
Yeah, I think just that impact alone makes a big difference, right? As even the name itself sounds like he could be a rock star, right? Danny Carter just feels like something you would see on the marquee when you walk by the street. And if we can continue to see that star power here, it should be quite interesting. But you did also say that Buriram United had better chances. Why is that?
Just the numbers. It proves that Buriram, as again you mentioned, you saw in the standings, they have a better match win ratio, and they're facing off against a team like Solix that, I don't know, just like Bacon Time, they like to take it the distance. I don't know if it's a warm-up situation or they just download their opponents. Is that a thing? Do you see that often? Download teams?
I do have a recollection of download teams. There's one in particular that I recall, and I believe was Team Lilgun all the way back in the M5 wildcards. That was an interesting time. But of course, gotta acknowledge our coaches, Trick Katista and Coach Zin, walking up on stage right now. Fist bumps across the board. It is time to get things started with our second match of the day.
Hunk Sherry here, an anchor for his team. Plays mean, sustained XP laners, facing off against Buriram United. They have
ทุกคะแนน
won
เริ่มส่งผลโดยตรงต่อเส้นทางสู่เพลย์ออฟบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตคือทีมที่ไม่มีพื้นที่ให้พลาดอีกต่อไปเพราะพวกเขาจำเป็นต้องคว้าชัยชนะในทุกแมตช์ที่เหลืออยู่เพื่อการันตีพื้นที่ของตัวเองให้ได้
ก็บุรีรัมย์ต้องการแต้มอีกนะครับเพื่อจะเล่นกับโซลิกโอ้แล้วคะแนนสูสีกันด้วย
เท่ากันเลยตรงนี้ทั้งคู่และบุรีรัมย์เงื่อนไขคือต้องชนะ2จาก3แมตช์ที่เกิดขึ้น
ถูกต้อง
และหนึ่งในเกมสำคัญที่สุดคือการเจอกับโซลิกทีมที่กำลังอยู่ภายใต้แรงกดดันไม่ต่างกันทำให้ความผิดพลาดเพียงครั้งเดียวอาจเปลี่ยนสถานการณ์ทั้งหมดทันทีนี่จึงไม่ใช่แค่เกมของชัยชนะแต่มันคือเกมของการตัดแต้มเพื่อสร้างพื้นที่ปลอดภัยให้ตัวเองบนเส้นทางสู่เพลย์ออฟเพราะในช่วงเวลาที่ทุกทีมกำลังไล่ล่าพื้นที่เดียวกันไม่มีใครอยากเป็นฝ่ายเสียเปรียบก่อนเข้าสู่รอบสุดท้าย
Back to the topic at hand. Let's talk about the head-to-head between Buriram United and Solix Esports. We got eyes on their mid laners. Agi, the Laotian mid laner, versus Memarks.
As we've already pointed out earlier, Memark has been popping off in his recent matches, getting MVP after MVP, and the stats do reflect that somewhat as well, having a higher KDA ratio by 0.5, a higher GPM, and also more teamfight participation overall. Looking at past drafts, we know that he does play a little bit more of your standard backline artillery mage, but he has pulled out a few games of Valier as well, so gotta keep an eye out for that.
the Valier is actually a signature pick. There are several times wherein they don't see it coming and they pick the Valier. It wins them game single-handedly. Solix has to win one of their 2 last matches. All right, this is what secures them the playoff spot. They gotta beat Buriram or they gotta beat ACT, whether it be a 2-0 or a 2-1. That is where they punch their ticket to Ladprao.
Yeah, but I feel like for any of these teams, right, you see these conditions, and the goal is, we just gotta win one of these matches. The goal is, let's just win all of them and get ourselves an even better spot, right? I'm sure that is going to be the mindset going into this. But as someone who honestly does lack a little bit of information about the scene here and about these teams in particular, Leo, I gotta ask you, like, how would you TLDR this matchup? Like, what makes these teams tick?
Solix are a little more off-kilter. If you were to put them on a spectrum of ultra-meta to off-meta, Solix would slightly be closer to off-meta than Buriram would. I will tell you now, Buriram plays a very 2026 metagame, while Solix will sometimes dig deep into the archives and then, you know, bring out a Badang, bring out a Uranus, bring out a Valir, bring out a Hayabusa, a Joy. So they're more likely to whip out these pocket picks and comfort picks to get the job done. While Buriram, on the other hand, with Coach Trek Artista at the lead, again, he's never left the Thai nor Mekong region spotlight for the past, 2 years. He has put MLBB on his back as a main frontliner talent for Thailand, even before MSL Thailand was a thing. So he's in it. He helped define what the Mekong region meta was. So that's what he helps his team do in the Land of Dawn. Going into game number 1, Expanding Rivers. Fast rotations, baby.
I always like Expanding Rivers. One of my favorite maps to watch because, like you mentioned, it's fast rotations, it's really bombastic gameplay right from the get-go and promotes teams to affect the side lanes, to start ganking early, getting that snowball lead as fast as possible. And we'll see whether these teams draft for that, right? We got Solix on the blue side already banning out the Guinevere and the Harif, and then Buriram United on the red, getting rid of the Marcel and the Freya.
Zushin still open. Harley, Suyo still open. Valentina, there's the Phovius. Big names in the current metagame. Kalea too. Again, if there is a Danny Carter on the other side, aka Sek Loso, who by the way is mainly a lookalike for him because of the hair. It's mainly the hair. It's like 80% the hair. Kalea would be good. He's an assassin specialist. You know, blunt that blade.
I have no idea who the person that's being referenced looks like, but I look at that hair and I think, yeah, that's a rock star right there. I gotta agree with the crowd. So we'll see if that rockstar energy helps here. Now that the Zeusin has been banned out, we do have a good number of options open. Phovius was taken off the board, but you do still have pretty safe picks in the jungle, in the mid lane. It's just what they decide to bring out. Harley would be my top pick, but yeah, there he is.
Opening up with a strong assassin in the jungle, the most meta of all of Danny Carter's picks. I just don't know why he doesn't like the Suyo as much. Because maybe Suyo is kind of a farming jungler too, so it's kind of slow for the man. Buriram answers with a Khalid and a Claude. Okay, again, very 2026 heroes.
Yeah, very safe, right? Claude will scale into the late game. Khalid, one of the better roamers in the meta right now, regardless of what happens. And you don't have a Zeusin to worry about as well. So if Solix doesn't draft a strong enough mid-duo, then the Khalid could potentially invade into the jungle. And that's something Solix needs to avoid.
Should they pick up a gold laner of their own now? Or will Memarks get his pick? You know what? I'd say Memarks, play in blue 4-5. Your hero pool is big enough that you can threaten Buriram anyways from there. Maybe pick Ankh. Pick something for Sherry.
Allow me to lead the charge.
There it is. Sherry special. No flexing that Hilda to Uranus.
The Uranus is what allowed Solix to claim a very easy 2-0 sweep against Full Sense at the start of week 4. Played both games, did very well in both cases. Oh, the Leomord now gonna be filling up the first phase for Buriram United. As you mentioned, pretty standard on the red side.
Everything engulfed in flames.
Now they ban out these specialty heroes, the Valir. Mid is, I expect mid to get tight here. Eve still open. Farsa still open. Valentina still open.
I think that for the side of Buriram, Lilia is gonna be a pretty strong pick. Good against Uranus and Hilda, and Black Shoes is kind of a counter to Deadly Magic. I imagine that's something Buriram will want to look into, especially with the first pick, second phase.
Let's see. The glue is who Solix answers with. Are they gonna tighten down on EXP? What else? Oh, Terizla. Yuzhong. So Buriram splits it by attacking a gold lane as well. So Coach Recartista respects the fact that no Leslie will come through. So he's not protecting his Claude like that.
I think Leslie is a pretty unusual pick regardless. I'm pretty... well, I might be wrong, but I think Irina is probably the only team that's pulled it out to this extent. So, shouldn't have to worry too much about it. The Alice will also get taken out. So these are two of the most common lane counters towards the Uranus. Other options are open, like the Yuzong, like the Arlet even, but maybe a little less efficient overall. It's up to what Buriram decides to do with this.
I am the constant that breaks the tide.
Okay. Red 4 comes through the Arlet, so you know what's happening in the EXP lane. Solix has to close up strong with a gold laner and a mid laner. Interestingly enough, cores. Solix need a little bit more damage. I'm not comfortable with just beating on the Harley.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to be grabbing more now because they're missing their mid lane and their gold lane, right? So that's where most of the damage is gonna come from. When it comes down to the gold lane with carry gone, next best thing is probably going to be Muskov if we're going off of meta, or Granger, I suppose, if they feel confident enough. As for the mid lane pickup, there's still plenty open for me marks. Eve is one of the safer options just to take it away from the Arlet combo too.
They go for a Vexana.
Oh.
What? Excuse me.
Well,
they
that's
played
different.
it once. It showed up in MSL Thailand once. But you know what? I'm not gonna hate it because there's not much dive. There's so much that Buriram has to commit from the front to find me marks in the back. Especially they have to go through that Eternal Guard too. And then of course the Bruno, which is like a rising B tier pick now. Solid burst if you get some farm on him.
Yeah, Bruno is a rising pick, very good early game against a farming hero like Claude, but I am a little confused about the Vexana. Yes, there's not that much dive they have to worry about, but then if that's the case, wouldn't Eve be a more universal pickup?
The equilibrium, which I was made for.
I could have sworn that Eve should have been for Solix, but I guess they prefer the burst and the sudden release more than the box and the DOT.
But the box is so good! The box of death is so strong, and now you allowed Buriram United to have control of the well, I like to call it the broomstick combo, where you just final slash people into the RWM. I thought that you would take the Eve specifically to try and deny that as a possibility. Not to mention, Mimax has played pretty solid Eves in the past, but as you mentioned, looks like Solix has something else up their sleeve this time around.
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad that my boys, my unks, did not let me down when I said they play a little off meta. And looking at this draft, yeah, it's that one Vexana that's like, question mark? What do they plan to do with this? It's clear that Buriram United know the 2026 flow of the game a little better, but sometimes going a little loco is what it takes to even the odds. Welcome to game 1.
I do like my loco. A little bit of locomotion in the game makes things more interesting, but I am still not very confident about this Vexana. I feel like, yes, it's gonna clear wave just fine, but when you go in a direct head-to-head against an Eve, you're gonna have a hard time.
XP lane matchup again. All Sherry has to do is just not die. The Arlott applies so much pressure, so Natacorn has all of the tempo in the world. And in mid, this is what I worry about me marks. They're outranged. Because MZ can just jump in, and then they have all the flickers in the world to try and re-engage. That's, I think, who wins the early. Whoever forced the opponent to use flicker first is who gets the early game dub.
Okay, I've been thinking about it, and now I'm starting to maybe have an idea of why the Vexana is picked up here as a bit of an anti-dive measure. Because you have that Terrify, that point and click Terrify basically, that can stop a Leomord running at you, and you also have a knockup that cancels Quicksand Guard.
But they're skill shots. You have to kind of anticipate when and where they're going to be a second from now. So that's what Memarks is working with. Buriram waiting to cross the bridge.
Oh, but the deadly magic, they didn't know Danny Carter was in the bush. Quicksand Guard will heal MC up just enough, and now Moss is going to have to flicker away from Lois.
Turtles up, and Buriram are first to the scene. All Solix can do is scout out, and I think Buriram are going to take all of the time in the world. They know they have tempo. They'll get the purple first onto Lois. XP-wise, Danny Carter isn't that too far behind. Gold lane, though. First time peeking in. Xiao's balls are hurting.
As we expected, Claude gonna have a bit of trouble early game. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Caster Curse strikes again. First blood to Izzy. And Moss also gets caught in the river. Should be a free turtle for Buriram. Sherry has to be careful here. They won't dive him.
Turtle goes over. The Buriram United, and Danny Carter at least keeps himself safe. The deaths are on heroes who can afford it. Well, Moss and Xiao, at least Xiao, all he has to do is continue farming again. So there goes the early game snowball of a Bruno that can threaten early pushes. My question is, why aren't they rotating towards Xiao as much? It seems like mid is, oh my god, Marks.
Good flicker from Memarks. Is he still chasing though with the Blazing Duet? Memarks will be able to get away. Sherry now coming in on the opposite side, but the Solix doesn't have very good team fight setup, and you can see that Buriram are the ones aggressing every single time.
And here's what I'm saying. Why don't they send more bodies up to help Xiao? If mid in the first 2 minutes has been proven to be a hot zone, just tell me, Marks, hunker down, man. Hide behind the turret. Let's help Xiao. Oh, now Moss.
Danny Carter comes in. Oh, Deadly Magic on Agi, but the flicker cancels it out straight away. RWM locks down 2. Moss on 5% HP. That will live for now. We see a very increased pressure from Buriram United. They know they're in control.
It's this pressure from Buriram and Solix's refusal to acknowledge it that's making this lead so much more bigger. Staffa, almost 2,000 now, still at 0 and 2. Second turtle still about to spawn. Where do they get that gold?
It's just basically from movements across the map here, it feels like. I think Solix is being a little bit too respectful at this point, and it's understandable considering how behind they are currently, but they really do need to start making something happen. Though Memark's gonna get jumped on by MZ. 1 hit away to Vexana. Not gonna have anything left in the tank. A free kill for Buriram.
Moss could not protect him. What do you expect the Hilda to do? Neither could Sherry. He's literally just a walking piece of meat. Oh, say goodbye to this second turtle. This is gonna be a tough take even for Danny Carter, who isn't even anywhere close. At least what we can say for Danny, all right? For Sek Loso, is he's within range of EXP. He hasn't let go of his farm.
Naracorn doing a lot of work. Final Slash pushes Sherry out of position. RWM misses the Uranus, but catches Memarks. And now the full dive commit. 4-man surrounding Moss. Lois picks up a kill, his first of the game. MC Raging Sandstorm connected too! And Lois follows up on top of Zhao. Danny Carter gonna have to move away and give this up to Buriram.
No, he's not letting go. Not completely. Guess with the final slash.
I don't know about this. Lois picks up the turtle. Danny Carter will survive. Is he able to participate as well? Buriram still coming out on top in these trades.
Unpunished. So it seems like Solix are willing to tango, but only here and there. Oh my god, MZ!
They found MC, but Lois wants vengeance. He's screaming for his ally. He's already found one. Will he get two? Yes, that's a double kill for the Leomord.
Put a Sky Piercer on Lois. Oh my lord!
Oh, one hit away! Moss finds the shutdown. It's just a revenge story, a cycle of hatred that never ends. And Solix will at least find something there.
Well, they're both team fighting lineups. That's what we can expect. It's just who capitalizes and who slips up at the wrong time. And it looks like Solix are only really finding cracks. It's still Buriram's ship. Oh my god, up top!
Is he literally on 1% HP, but MC comes in and saves him. And now Agi gonna join the fight. Does he want RWM? Guess the answer is no.
Down bottom, Buriram again stepping on the gas. They are the ones who dictate it's time to lane swap. So that's Xiao going down, Sherry up top. This really doesn't change the dynamic. It's still the same. Oh my lord. Xiao gets taken down a third time in 7 minutes.
You could argue that the lane swap kind of makes it worse, because we're gonna be able to just rotate down there and wail on the Bruno. Football's not gonna save you from the literal horse-mounted knight in armor, as Buriram slowly builds up more and more of a lead. At this, hold on, Deadly Magic onto Lois. He's got 20% left. Moss is jumping on top of him, but not able to finish him off. He's able to run away, and now Memarks is the one that bites the dust instead. They've even caught the RWM. Moss into Raging Sandstorm, double kill for Narakorn.
There is no room for an immobile mage like Vexana here. Gord maybe, but Gord is a special case. Vexana has been punished so hard. All three turtles going over Buriram United, and there's no farm on Xiao. Memarks hasn't really found the space to just spellcast away. And the map is turning red. They're gonna struggle to find space to put money and EXP on Xiao now.
Yeah, things are rough right here. I think Solix is just lacking a little bit of setup. Hilda and Uranus doesn't really have the crowd control you need to guarantee Deadly Magic kills, and then Memarks is very immobile, kind of vulnerable to the dives, even though we said he might be able to handle it before. At this point, Leo, like, what do you think they need to do?
I'd say put farm on Xiao. The reason why I pointed out so much is because that's where it's gonna come back from. They have crowd control, they have bodies, but the reliable damage is where it's lacking. Oh my god, they want to put her on Sherry.
Four-man, Narakorn pushing them aside, actually surviving the Deadly Magic, going back in to heal up. RWM cutting the fight in half. No casualties yet on either side, but the mid tower will fall to the hands of Buriram.
So, if you're asking me how they can come back, I'd say split the map via Danny Carter. Sherry, go 4-in-1. Sherry should be the one checking brushes, so should Moss. And then Danny Carter should push where everyone else isn't, because he can protect himself. And then let it all go into Xiao. Funnel it into this Bruno, because he is down almost 2,000 gold. 1,000 now, so he's at least trying to close the gap, but this is very difficult for Xiao.
I may kind of have to argue with the idea that Danny Carter can protect himself here, because he's literally 2k gold behind Lois and Izzy, and both of those will be the split pushes for Buriram. If either of them find the Harley while he's trying to get waves shoved up, I don't know if he can survive the exchange.
Well, maybe that's why he's not really checking in on the Lord anymore. They know what's up. But that's the reason why I think he's the one who should be away. because he has the easiest time to run away. So I don't know what he was doing so close to the Lord. In my opinion, he should have been on the long lane. It's just Solix is handing Buriram the map on a silver platter, so I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, final slash on Moss, pushing him right into Agi. He is tanky enough to survive, but now MC is in front. Mimar is gonna be a target again. Raging Sandstorm is dodged. RWM wasted as well. Solix cannot punish.
And the Lord in the bottom lane with a massive shield. Here too falling.
Final slash! The final slash, Sao gets blasted by Agi all the way from the back line. No Bruno, and the Lord is pushing down bot lane 25 seconds before Sao respawns. At least they have the holy defense, so it shouldn't be too much damage for now.
They will at least use the shield to mitigate the Lord's damage, but as it is, Solix are staring down the barrel of a gun. Oh my god.
They almost took down Moss. Eldritch takes down Sherry. Multiple flickers committed just to survive. Flicker Raging Sandstorm. MC has me marked in his sights. And the Vexana is gone once again. We can see Naracon in backline surviving everything. He goes back in, heals back up. Izzy flickers forward, blazing duet, trying to take down Sao. Nearly dies in the process, but the damage is already done. Mid and bottom inhibitors are gone.
That's two ways for Buriram to just continue applying pressure. Oh my god, another final slash. Damage dealers aren't present though. 10,000 gold approaching. Oh no, even the long lane has been taken care of.
Yeah, top inhibitor's just gone, and so is Sherry. He's basically just the tower to Buriram at this point. Basically does nothing to pressure them. 5v4, but there are no minion waves, so I don't think Buriram needs to stick around. It's time to regroup, wait for the next objective, and that should be GG.
It's just a matter of time for Buriram. Oh my god, another one!
Never mind! Neracorn doesn't want to stop. He's already found Moss, and they're gonna connect as well. Raging Sandstorm, me, Mark, and Godfrey. RWM, mega kill for Agi. There is nothing Solix can do. Buriram United in a dominant fashion. Wipe out their opponents and take the crystal as their own.
Solix overcooked, and it's that underside that got burnt first. The Vexana just wasn't it. Having a soft and fragile mid laner go up against a very team fight centric lineup, even with a talented jungler such as the young Danny Carter, this was bound to happen. Writing was on the wall. Game 1 goes to Buriram United. Oh my god, Solix. Solix needs to reset. Solix needs to reset.
That was not a good showing right there. I really feel like they should have gotten the Eve instead of the Vexana. It would have made a lot more sense and one less problem to deal with on the opposite side. But I also feel like there were just some flaws with the way that this draft happened. Harley is a really good snowball assassin, and you're not really giving him anyone to play off of, right? You don't have the single target lockdown, you don't have a mage that can melt or burst from afar. You're just expecting Danny Carter to figure it out.
Yep, I agree. I think Coach Kazin could have done better to draw lines that connect these heroes into a play style that interacts well with the opponent. Like, there was very little they were doing to mess with what Buriram United was presenting, and that's why Buriram United just walked away with everything. Just we want turtle, okay. We want this lane, okay. We want your buff, okay. It was hard. AoE, crowd control. Yeah, exactly. It was just too many issues with no solutions. So I just gotta reset. Blank slate.
You literally just need something like a Cho or a Kalea, and then the Harley can get free kills all over the place, start snowballing. I'm pretty sure the reason Danny Carter didn't go to gold lane is because it's a Claude, right? If you Deadly Magic, he just BMIs out, and you don't have any way of keeping him in place. But then what is he meant to do, right? You don't have mid lane prio either, and Neracorn is just going ham on this Arlet.
He was giving out final slashes like it was going out of style. Looking at his items, his emblems, his cooldowns were normal. He wasn't getting like 40% cooldown, so it was just literally, okay, final slash off of cooldown, let me hit someone. And that just speaks of how immobile Solix's lineup was. That he could tee up final slashes without spending his own flicker. He was literally just walking up, vengeance, final slash. Walking up, vengeance, final slash. It was effortless for Naracorn.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Solix themselves who banned the Phoveus on blue side, right? They banned Harif and Phoveus together.
Yep,
and then
2 and 3, blue 2 and 3.
Yeah, and then you pick Uranus. If you're gonna pick Uranus, I see no real reason to ban that, and if you are going to ban that, then you gotta keep an eye out for Arlit.
I can't say we didn't see this coming. Was it not? Maybe that was last game. Things are bleeding over. But we did call the Arlot. And that into, again, the honest front line of Solix. And again, you question the Uranus. I don't think the Uranus was what they needed. It's Sherry's comfort, yes, but it did very little.
Yeah, I don't even particularly mind the Uranus. I can see how, okay, Sherry's job in this game would just be sandbag the lane, be distracting, buy time, but that means that your roam and mid need to be setter heroes, right? They need to have crowd control that can help Danny Carter snowball, and, well, that's not what they were.
Both of them were off the mark. Again, if it was the Hilda, it shouldn't have been the Vixana. If it was the Vixana, maybe it should have been the Hylos or something like a Gatot. You know, someone who can hold their ground and again be a setter. So it just wasn't lining up for Solix. It was clearly a misaligned draft that went off the mark completely, blinded by Buriram's flashy play. So hopefully game 2, they get to reset. When was the last time? Neither team came from game 3s. The last matches they played were both sweeps and they both won. So this is going to be a challenge for the reset.
Yeah, you could also say that Buriram United came off of a more recent victory too, because they just won their match yesterday, whereas Solix's previous victory was last week. So if we're just talking off of momentum, Buriram does have that on their side as well, and I think this is a good game to tell people like why meta is meta, right? In the end, the heroes that make sense on paper are easier to play together, will have the advantage.
Yep. This was literally yesterday when Buriram United swept Valley Thai with, again, the Khalid, the Eve in game 1, the Leomord across both games. And I'm hoping, the Eve, yeah, as mentioned, game 1. And I'm hoping Solix don't let off on the Harith. This is dangerous ground to let the Harith through. So you gotta respect what Easy brings in. Easy is a dangerous Harith user. Keep that up. Just don't let it through. Nor the Phoveus.
I gotta ask you, Leo, do you think that the Phoveus and Harif... Because, like, normally you wouldn't ban Phoveus and Harif together, especially in Phase 1. Do you think that this is a response to Buriram specifically? Because, like you pointed out, they won 2 games with Harif before this. Phoveus is a fairly common choice for them. Is it just because they were a little too respectful on that?
I think it's both. There may be a part of their mindset and prep wherein, oh, we gotta watch out for it. Let's ban out these power picks. And then second is building on our first theory. It was a misaligned call. Uh-oh, we banned. Maybe in hindsight, they banned out the Phoveus. They banned out the Harith. Wait, we could have gotten away with either. So I'm not so sure if this is a thing that happens in scrims often for them, but I think one of them should be opened up for game 2 by Solix. Allow for one, trade for it, bait it out, I suggest it be the Phoveus. Allow the Phoveus in, put it on Sherry. If Narocorn goes crazy with the Arlet again, at least have an answer.
I agree with you. I think Phoveus is a very good denial for most of the EXP lane setters, and we know how aggressive Narocorn likes to play. If you have something there to at least stopgap that gameplay, then the rest of the team can at least contribute rather than just being victims of that final slash every time.
That's right. Which comes down to, again, circle back to major problems in game 1. Have interaction. Dealing more damage or presenting a late game inevitability with a Bruno and the possibility of a snowball from Danny Carter, these aren't as real threats or points of interaction for Buriram United. So I think Solix should do better to respect that point going into Game 2's draft. That's where I stand, and I'm hoping for no subs. I don't want the response to be, oh no, let's change players.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. I feel like you can definitely work around this. You just gotta change the mindset. So I think the question now is it time for Solix to go back to standard meta the same way that Buriram is playing? Or should they stick to their guns, right? Play their style and just actually get the correct tools this time?
Snafa, shaking it up might cost them. If they force themselves to play to the meta and, you know, blindside themselves to like, oh, this is what's the best right now, when they're not ready for it, don't. So I'm not gonna say play to the meta, respect the echelon or the tier list of picks. Just make sure that if you want to pick something crazy, like the Valier or the Bruno or the Vexana, make sure that there's a sound, the reason you do it, and that you can protect it. Because I'm pretty sure Memarks was very miserable. Memarks had no business being in that map.
Yeah, and it's a rough spot to be, considering we were just praising Memark. We were saying, oh, 4 MVPs in 6 games, and then he gets put on this kind of position. Maybe they even got a little overconfident because of that, right? Oh, Memarks, he can play anything, right? He's so good. Could be a possibility of what happened here, because yeah, I can kind of see some reasons why Vexana, but the Eve was right there.
The Farsa too.
Yeah.
The Valentina. There were
the
so
Lilia.
many other options. It's just
the
Valier. The Valier got banned.
Oh
okay,
yeah.
So now we're gonna find out which map we go to and what is opened up for game number 2. We're going Rivers.
Back to the Rivers once again, and well, Buriram United did pretty well on the Rivers in game number 1. So this is gonna be a chance for them to repeat that. We already mentioned both of these teams are currently tied in points, 5th and 6th place of the leaderboards, with Buriram having a slight lead in terms of match difference points. So if they can secure this victory, we already mentioned the win condition for this team. A single more game win guarantees qualification for Buriram United Esports into the MSL Thailand Season 1 playoffs. So we're gonna jump straight into the draft here. Buriram now on the blue side, Solix on the red. The Valier and Kalea instantly banned out in phase 1 is quite interesting. While Solix keeps it a little more standard with the Freya and the Guinevere getting taken out of the draft. You would think that if Buriram was on the red side, they could keep the Kalea around, because if they first pick Harley, this is a very good partner for the hero to get those early pickoffs. But if Valier is also being taken out this early, and the Baxia, could this be a Fredrin angle?
I think it's less of a proactive ban and more of just, we're in control. We know what you're capable of. We'll just take out these picks that could stop what we're doing. So again, both, true enough, are available. Harith and Phoveus. Zushin as well open. Leomord, Tsuyo, Harley. All of the above. Even Valentina. So the meta is wide open. Buriram, keep it close to the chest. There's a Zushin.
Interesting. I was thinking that they might just prioritize the Harley because of how strong he still is, but Azusa also a very contested pick. Now this is a pretty standard red side opener counter, the Phoveus and the Harif together to get very strong side lanes.
And with these two, Coach Kazin block out the Arlet too. The MVP performance Arlet as played by Narakorn in game 1. So that matchup in the XP lane, favored to the Phoveus. Good luck if you want to force that. But I think Buriram should pick up their jungler now. And maybe an EXP. No, the XP. Maybe the XP laner before Solid starts to lock him out. There it is. I think that counts as an EXP laner. There's Patrick Star.
When I give the word.
And a roamer. Okay. Still very fast in Khalid.
But it doesn't hide their intentions at all. Glue is flexible, but now that the Khalid has shown himself, you know for sure it is going to be Glue EXP. Now, a lot of other regions have been leaning away from showing Glue too early because of the direct Faramis counter. Solix, though, not gonna go for that. Instead, locking in the Hayabusa quite early on, despite the wealth of jungle picks still available.
Okay.
Valor and royalty
So you see how tight Solix's hero pool is and how much Kazin relies on comfort, right? They could have gone Suyo, they could have gone Harley, they could have, no, they banned the Leomord now, but they say, Danny Carter, it's clutch time. We need you on the Hayabusa. They lock that in. But what is Buddha? I'm thinking, where? This is a deep cut. Ban Faramis?
And it's because they have Glue. That's basically it. That's the only reason for it.
Yeah? But okay.
Yeah. Dude,
I guess
Faramis against Glue is unplayable for the Glue.
The immortal one chose
yes,
to vanquish the shadow.
But also,
this world.
Are they that sure that Memarks is crazy enough to go, yeah, let me bring back the Faramis because we want to beat that Glue? Is it an absolute solution to an absolute problem?
Okay, in my opinion, if you have the option to play Faramis against Glue and you don't, you are actively throwing. That is my thought on the matter.
That sounds like a very ranked game approach to it. We've seen many a hero demand turn answers be fixed through gameplay, but alas, here we are. The Eve banned out. Buriram United don't want to get zoned out. Don't want to get outranged. Will Solix pick up the Farsa? Is range going to be the answer, or the Valentina maybe? Or you know what? Maybe I'm asking the wrong questions. Because maybe Memarks has something else in the pocket.
Power of Pegasus!
Your team
It's gonna be the Badang first. This is one of their signature picks, one of their fallbacks. So they are sticking to that. And not a bad answer into the Khalid. But now here's a bit of a funny thought. And now that the Glue is on the other side, and the Faramis is banned, Vexana is not terrible.
I would still not Vexana. There's still so many threats. You have the Glue, you have the Khalid. The Zushin is gonna be on you after she dodges all of your crowd control. I wouldn't.
I
Please do
also
not.
wouldn't. But Faramis, Vexana are meant to. Oh, that's a Fanny! Making an appearance here in game 2 along with the Granger. Buriram going to hit hard, hit fast.
Mind you, not a Claude, not a Moskov, not a Carry, all of which are still open and available. They go for the Granger. And then the Fanny. The question is, who picks up the Skypiercer? There are maybe 2-3 options for Buriram. Does it go on the Granger or the Zushin, the more normal choices? Or does it go on the Fanny? Solix here, they got one more pick. What ends up in mid?
Mandate. My legacy shall endure.
Gonna be the 13 getting locked in. 0% win rate. That is a very surprising number considering how popular and how effective this hero is in other regions. But it is a good answer, especially against a dive composition. If Fanny or Khalid try to run at you, you got the passive to push them back. and you are able to clear wave pretty quickly against the Khalid. But I am personally a bit concerned. I'm not sure if Solix has enough burst damage to threaten the frontliners from Buriram.
Nor the right kind. Because you need good AoE to get rid of that glue. The Harith and the Hayabusa, the Harith and the Zetian have to aim very clearly towards that. I hate to say it, but save for that Badang interaction, which, by the way, they picked the Fanny into,
Welcome to Mobile
is going to be
Legends.
an instrumental matchup. I think they have to really watch out for how well Lois plays into this matchup. Let's see, game 2. It's Buriram United match point.
It is very confident of Lois to pick Fanny into the Badang, but otherwise I do think that Buriram has a better composition overall. Especially in the early phases, it's quite unlikely that Solix will get any cheeky pickoffs unless they really find someone out of position. So as long as Buriram keeps their wits about them, plays for that first, second turtle timing, they should be pretty okay.
Buriram is already ahead. This is a small camp stolen away by Lois with no one the wiser to check it. Danny Card doesn't even know what happened.
It's like Aki is getting poked out pretty hard in the mid lane. Oh, Fanny is gonna be here. Lois trying to find Danny Carter, but the Badang gonna knock him against the wall. No energy to continue, and Danny will not let that go. First blood to the Hayabusa is able to get away from the glue, but no, MC comes in from the side, finishes off the Haya. He might lose his own life for this one though.
Bloody exchange in mid. 2 for 1. Solix comes out on top. Again, I don't think Lois had a purple before that happened, so he was short on energy.
I think he did actually.
And now he pays the price.
Like, I'm pretty sure I did actually see the purple buff circle like under Lois. It just wasn't regenerating fast enough.
He miscalculated how much energy he had then.
Most likely.
Again,
which is unfortunate.
That's the problem with playing Fanny into Badang.
Well, here's gonna be the first turtle. Should be free for Danny Carter. Buriram gonna make the correct choice and not commit too hard for this one, and Lois isn't even here.
Which I think is the right call for Lois. Lois should just continue farming. Lois should just get his buffs and then split and force Solix to respond, because Solix, if they want to respond to split pushing or to cross map plays, they have to deliberately make a choice. They can't move as fast as Buriram United, at least not as fast as Lois.
So Buriram needs to take advantage of this. Remember, this is also expanding rivers as well, so faster rotations are going to be promoted, and Buriram can move around very quickly with this Fanny and Khalid. Solix gonna have to rely on Moss to open up the map for them, and while Badang is very good at setting up against Fanny, not very good at chasing. Bird of Phoenix gonna be used just to scout out where Buriram is.
Oh my god, I see a combo brewing. We don't see it very often because Badang hasn't really broken into bona fide meta status, but Fury of the Phoenix plus Fist Break. Setting up that wall into the Fist Crack is disgusting. Oh my god, Agi!
Oh! Really nice disjoint, but Agi was too low and the Shurikens find the kill. Aloys jumps over the wall with the ultimate and finds Danny Carter. Gonna get cracked against the wall though. And Memark finds the trades.
Sloppy entry there by Lois. Gets punished almost a second after he gets the kill on Danny Carter. Again, it's an absolute response, man. This is nature. This is how Charles Darwin told us it would happen. This is predator and prey, Badang into Fanny.
The theory of evolution states that big punchy man will punch you out of the air. And Lois gonna need to find some way to work around that. They specifically picked Fanny into this Badang. That speaks to a level of confidence, and I have not really seen the reason for that yet.
I think I've seen it. This is a fact that Lois will run into Moss and the rest of Solix, even knowing the fact. So now we're looking for the payoff. Turtle spawned, lower corner, second one to the map. Look at him out.
Now Moss gonna be dragged, but tries to use Miscrack. The CC immune will go down eventually. The big burst from the rest of the team. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. Bearded Phoenix is dodged away, but Lloyd's already too low to join the fight. Zaman Force, so is Buriram away from the pit, but they're still fairly healthy. Turtle gonna drop low. Raging Sandstorm stops the approach. Sherry going to sacrifice his body just to buy as much time as possible. And Solix will get the objective. Derek Horn, why are you there?
Okay. Hear me out. I think I see the picture. I think I understand what Buriram are trying to do. As long as Moss is not part of the fight, half the battle has been won. But wait, oh my god, easy!
Ooh, that was close. Managed to disjoint Yogi Shadow Kill, and MZ being there made sure he could get out. But look at Lois. As long as Moss is chasing him, he's not gonna get the play for free.
And the opposite is true. Again, as I mentioned, if Buriram can get rid of Moss, half the battle is won, and then they can find the winning angle from there. But for now, Moss is what's holding it together. Moss is Tobey Maguire in that train scene, and he is Tom Holland from that ship scene, from both Spider-Man movies.
You are definitely correct about that. Though Lois could also arguably be Spider-Man from flying around the map. So I guess we'll have to see who is the better cosplayer in this sense. Bizcrack already used
From
kind of early on. And
he's Spider-Man in a literal sense.
there is
yes.
a new movie coming out. Oh! Well, one Spider-Man found the other, and it's the flying Spider-Man. Danny Carter goes down.
Here we go. Memarks get slammed up. Oh, they force
the
out
flicker,
the
and
Crimson
Aki not gonna let him go. Zaman Force comes out in the bottom lane. Grab, jumps off the Harif, and MC comes in from the flank. They're looking for Zhao, and they'll find it, even giving the kill to Izzy. Well played from Buriram.
I hate to say it, but I'm right. As long as Moss, in one way or another, is out of the fight, then Buriram is ready to go. No fist crack, let's do it. No wall, you see it committed clearly. With it on cooldown, you commit, you go all in. And with that, Buriram have gained control of the map. Oh my god, they're pushing 2 towers and threatening the turtle.
Here's the fist crack, Phoenix combo used on Aki, and the Zeusin explodes in an instant. Flicker backwards from Sherry. Naracorn comes in from the side. Izzy is here from all the way on the other side of the map. Memarks will be the first victim. Death Sonata to the face. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Both mid laners down.
As long as Moss isn't at full strength, Buriram is willing to roll the dice. MZ here wants to take down Moss. They respond.
And Raging Sandstorm whiffed, and that cost him. MZ will get taken out by Zhao with the Zaman Force. So Solic's gonna have a slight advantage for the next turtle.
Oh my god. Lois.
Oh, he actually ended up dragging Sherry into the tower. That was not planned from the Mobius for sure. Ogi Shadow Kill comes through. Crimson Beacon keeps Agi alive. Naracorn comes in from the side, gets the stun, and that'll end the engagement.
Okay, so for folks wondering how that happened, Infernal Pursuit dashes you towards tracing and homing to your opponent. That's what caused Sherry to go under the turret, take too much damage and die. That is literally what happened. We rarely see it, but here, that tracking ult cost him his life.
Surprisingly, not even the first time I've seen it in recent history. Danny Carter looking for the Fanny. Ogi Shadow Kill committed, but Lois able to fly away in time. So no Haya ult for a short bit.
As someone who has played Mobius recently, sometimes when you see that Infernal Pursuit off of cooldown and you just want to press it and smack people, you couldn't even be blamed. Like, that's your ult. That's what you do. And you assume that I'll get enough shields. I will kill them before they kill me. But there was a turret there. So too late.
Actually,
Sherry
I don't think
was
that
already
was
underneath.
Infernal Pursuit. I think that was his passive, actually. Because Infernal Pursuit would like jump from above. I'm pretty sure that was the passive tracking.
May have been a combination of both, which is what put him all the more in harm's way.
True. Oh, Moss finds one with the fist crack. Oh, is he gonna be able to survive? Bearded Phoenix comes out. Zaman Force dropped in the middle of the river. Has to zone out Buriram. But Zhao doesn't have his ultimate now. So this could be a chance for Buriram to do something with it. MZ gonna return the favor. Fist crack comes out. Khalid gets locked down, but Moss gets traded away. MZ gonna be... Actually, wait, MZ's still alive. He healed with the quick time guard, and now Izzy picks up a double kill. Jerry goes down. Lois shreds through me marks. Danny Carter on top of Izzy, but the Oki Shadow kill isn't enough damage. 3 kills in an instant for Buriram, and nothing lost.
Impressive damage juggling by Buriram United. They had all of the reasons to get wiped out. Danny Carter almost perfectly had everyone lined up for a shadow kill. MZ should have died. Izzy should have died. But instead, it's a 3-3 for none. No one falls and they go straight for the Lord. A look again at that team fight. Impressive juggling by Buriram.
That was just a really good call as well. They saw the Zaman Force had been used. They knew that Moss would have to use Fist Crack on the first person he sees. So just commit, right? Go in, dive, punish Solix when you know their cooldowns are up, and Buriram United now building up a very solid lead with the Lord pushing up top lane.
5 minutes ago, Buriram weren't even playing Solix. They were playing Moss. The same is true now. As long as they keep the Badang in check and Lois doesn't get caught out, nor Izzy, then all is well. Where is the Sky Piercer, by the way? Is that an Izzy?
I think it is. And it makes sense, considering how well the Granger has been doing. They don't really need it on anyone else anymore. 4-0 already on Izzy. The tower is slowly dropping one by one since Solix has to spend resources taking it out in the top lane. Lois, his presence alone forces the back. Bearded Phoenix comes out, MC drops low. They lift up Mob, they execute him. Mega kill for Lois.
And yep, it's not on Lois, and he's still calling the shots. A very respectable arsenal on this Fanny, building that brute force breastplate to be able to get in and out. Okay, confirmed, it's on Izzy, and he's on what, 2 or 3 stacks now.
He just finished his Blade of Despair as well. We already saw how much damage those Death Sonatas were doing. Solix gonna need to find some way to stop this momentum, because if not, this is going to be a clean sweep situation. Looks like you were right, Leo. The goal for Buriram here is just take Moss out of the fight, and all of a sudden, there's nothing they have to worry about.
And you know what? The opposite is true. If Solix can find a way to get Moss to catch a core, Lois, Izzy, this all turns around. The nightmare ends. They don't even have to bother with Natacorn, don't bother with Agi, don't bother with MZ. Those are all just distractions. Get Moss onto one of the softies, and they go to game 3. But that's so much easier said than done, because even Danny Carter, who has proven to be very good on assassins, struggles to get the job done. He hasn't had a kill in what, 5 minutes?
It's like, what kind of conditions have to be met for Moss to find a core? He's not exactly good at diving backline. He can only really punch the first person he sees, and that's usually going to be MZ or Naracorn. Unless Izzy's or Lois puts themselves out of position on purpose.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, Fist Crack. Are they gonna use it? No, they're trying to save it. MZ gonna be able to walk away here. Lois in the tri-brush. Fist Crack comes out. Doesn't manage to lock the Fanny down. Zhao gonna be taken out. Unstoppable streak for Lois. The Crawl comes out again. Oki Shadow kill. And somehow they find him. Shut down onto the Fanny. But the biggest problem is still alive. Izzy is unstoppable.
Still a positive trade. Despite not having a retribution, I think Buriram United, just through sheer pressure and firepower, are disincentivizing Solix from taking the Lord. Oh, you got the mount too.
Yeah, the grab onto Moss. This is the guy they want to pick up. Fist Crack defensively won't save you. Without the Badang, Buriram has control of the map once again.
To answer the question, just going roundabout, Moss should not be the first to engage. Moss should not be impatient. Because that's what happened there, right? They saw MZ and they fell for it and they said, guys, it's the only way. We have to do it now. It's their only chance. I'd say use Meme March's ult. Fury the Phoenix, line him up, strike him down, but there has to be a two-step process. It has to be check range, Fury the Phoenix, flicker, break and crack. Easier said than done. Buriram is not going to stand there just waiting for it to happen, but you can't chase them. The map doesn't belong to you. You're down on items. Don't chase.
Definitely not. I think you are right. Moss needs to find some way into the flank. They should let Sherry frontline and open up the map so that maybe the Badan can find the Granger, because at this point, that's actually the bigger threat. Even picking off Lois isn't going to win the fight for you. Now that the Lord is pushing down bottom though, the waves are synced up. Solid's gonna take a lot of damage here without proper defensive play. This bottom inhibitor is guaranteed dead. MZ just has to walk behind it to make sure that Solix doesn't stop them. Lois comes through the top lane as well. But Solix might be able to get away with just those losses.
Yeah, here's the heartbreaking fact. Is that inhibitor fell in the long lane. Staffa, they have to constantly deal with that. That will slowly push as they try to even contest.
It looks like they're still gonna have to deal with more though. The Def Sonata poking them from afar. They are doing a good job of clearing the minion wave for now. Lois just trying to be annoying. Danny Carter jumps forward. Oh, you shadow kill, forces the Winter Crown on the Granger. Salmon Force comes out as well, but is he able to flicker away? Swats for the immortality as well. Fistcrack gonna be used, but on Naracorn, that's not really the target they wanted. But they are able to chase Buriram around their base.
Impressive juggle onto Izzy. Buy and sell Winter Crown into immortality within split seconds. He knew how much Solix needs him dead. Looking at the items now, his immortality did not proc, so that is at least a good amount of farm on him. Not selling his rapid boots just yet, so at least he'll still be able to move around and put himself where he needs to be. Solix, on the other hand, is that a BOD on Danny Carter? He himself might be able to proc Izzy's immortality.
Yeah, honestly, you saw it right there. It was a pretty good call by Danny Carter. The Ogi Shadow Kill nearly took out Izzy by himself. If he's able to recreate those circumstances, then perhaps Moss doesn't need to be the one in charge of finding the Granger. But again, easier said than done. We are still looking at a 7,000 net worth lead. Oh wait, no, they found MC in the bush. He didn't succeed in the ambush, and now it's a little bit of a mess. Moss gonna use the Fist Crank, unfortunately, on the Zeus in. Lois still looking for an angle of entry. Not able to find it. MC had the flicker out. So Solix avoids disaster there.
No semblance of a formation there. No front to back, no poke, no dive. It was literally almost a man-to-man team fight there. A skirmish of all skirmishes. And that actually cost Buriram. They're the ones who actually spent their flickers for that.
Yeah, I think they weren't expecting Solix to walk backwards. They wanted a little bit more time to actually get the ambush set up properly, but then MZ was spotted too soon, so became a bit chaotic in the jungle there.
Fortunately, the map is on their side, so that little blunder will not be as hardly punished. And MZ moves so much faster than anyone from Solix. He can clear this wave down bottom, put it at equilibrium, and then still join the Lord fight. I like what Moss is doing. This is the right thing to do. Moss should hide in brushes and threaten whoever engages, but I don't understand why he keeps showing himself.
I think Solix has a tendency to just take these front to backs in a very standard way. They want Moss to be in the front line so that he can start engagements, but they really should consider freeing him up to go for the flanks instead. With Lois just pushing bot lane constantly as well, it's gonna be quite unlikely for Solix to challenge this. They will try to regroup to do so though. Sherry and Danny Carter are gonna be spotted. Conceal comes out and instantly Buriram resets the Lord. Fistcrack gonna be committed into the Fury of Phoenix, and they find Izzy! Immortality gone! Winter Crown gonna be swapped over. The Granger is gonna try and survive. He actually flickers out! Izzy's alive! He's doing the damage in the back line on 10% HP, but Danny Carter finds him! The shutdown for the Hayabusa! Solix have found their clear opportunity to take out MC. It's gonna be a double kill for Danny Carter. Lloyd's looking for a trade in the backline. He doesn't have enough energy. The rest of his team trying to survive as long as possible. Laracorn, so tanky. But they've already found their quarry. The Granger falls for the first time this game.
As impressive as that 3-item juggle was, Izzy still bit the dust. Again, late entry from Danny Carter. It's this killer instinct that this assassin jungler specialist has that makes him such an asset for Solix. The fact that all that already happened and Danny Carter still had the shadow kill to take down Izzy was what made the difference. So this is not a free lord for Buriram, and they have to work harder for it. Solix made them work hard for it. Solix split that gold lead in half, maybe even down to a third. It's just 2,000 up for Buriram now.
Honestly, the game is even now. I kind of wish we got to see an instant replay, because I don't really know how Izzy got caught by Moss of all people there. We were literally saying how difficult it is for the Badang to find the Granger, and yet somehow gets caught in the river in front of his entire team. That has to have been a mistake in movement. Oh, looks like they're gonna try and come in on Moss again, but he is pretty tanky at this point. Here comes Izzy with the Death Sonata. Loy still waiting for a chance, trying to bait out Moss, but he's keeping his wits about him.
So far, Lord still standing. Neither team willing to fully commit. Again, as long as this continues, Buriram still has the upper hand. That bottom lane inhibitor will keep bleeding out and will keep constantly applying pressure to Solix's chances at contesting. So at least Buriram has that. Izzy has his stack split, man. He had what, 40, 30 stacks to start with? So he has to build that back up, and it's not coming easy. Solix are doing so much better at reading them out.
Yeah, Solix is keeping themselves in place. Ogi Shadow Kill nearly takes out Agi even after being spread to the Goose. This Hayabusa is a massive issue at this point, and Buriram don't actually have enough lockdown to keep him in place. They do still have control over the river thanks to that bot wave pushing though.
Whoa.
Oh, Loy's looking for Zhao. Zhao gonna be able to protect himself. Moss looking for an opportunity as well. You can see the damage on the Harib really building up. Oh! Moss! With the 2-man fist crack, he found Izzy! Again, the Granger drops before the fight even starts.
Oh my lord. Moss with the dash and the crack and the break just all in one sequence. Izzy didn't even get the flicker back. No one saw that coming. Solix are in full control.
And look at Lois. He's trying to go for the back door. He's gonna be sending the message. Buriram, distract him as long as possible. Does he act? No. Honestly, he should be trying the back door. But it looks like he wants to rejoin the fight instead. Solix will take the turn of the Lord. Danny Carter actually gets caught by the glue. Somehow they found him. Immortality, Burnt Raging Sandstorm lands, and they get the shutdown.
50-50, I agree with you that maybe he should have forced the issue. But, Staffa, if he did not end, this would have happened anyways. The Lord would have spawned, and then it would have taken care of the wave. So, I think Lois saw that coming, was thinking 2 steps ahead, and at least went for the sure thing, which was the kill on Danny Carter. But still, this puts them at deadlock. It's not a winning position still. Izzy has been read out. Moss has caught him 2 times in a row.
Izzy needs to be a lot more careful at this point. Moss has shown that he's adapted. He knows what the real danger is. Sao gonna have enough damage by himself now to take care of the Fanny, so the goal is that Granger. MC gonna use the conceal just to scout out the jungle. Agi gonna find Sherry and Moss in the bush as well. Do they still want to commit? They're gonna lift up the Phobias, but he's pretty tanky. He just finished his Guardian Helm as the last item. It seems a little bit risky. I'm trying to slowly melt. They lift up Sherry again. Winter Crown comes out on the Phobias. Death Sonata's there. They just get him for free. Solix now tries to respond, but it's a little bit too late. They're gonna jump into the back line. Winter Crown from remarks. He flickers back into the base. MC gonna get taken out by the Harib, who is doing a lot of damage. Double kill for Zhao.
2 for 1 the trade. That's how much Buriram had to put in to take down Sherry. And Moss's Flicker and Xiao's neither were spent. Oh my god, Moss finds Agi. Doesn't want to commit. They are going to be half-cocked here for the next Lord. Coming up in 30 seconds. Nanokar and MZ won't be available.
Yeah, this could be an endgame angle if they play this right. Both frontliners are dead, and we know how hard it hits late game. Lois at this point not able to do too much. They get the lift on Moss, they get the fist crack into the Fanny. Immortality burnt on both Badang and Fanny, and Winter Crown trade. Lois trying to escape, but not gonna be able to do so. Another member of Buriram down for 60 seconds.
Moss stonks are through the roof. Moss was the reason why Lois committed himself and said, you know what? I will waste my immortality. I will juggle a Winter Crown to try and get the kill on Moss without even a guarantee for it. And Moss gets away. That's what hurts. Moss gets away, so this is dangerous. Buriram have thrown away the lead. And here's the thing. Their wave clear sucks compared to Solix. So this is going to be a hard Lord to defend.
We're still going to try and fight it. We see Danny Carter fighting MZ in the back, and the Hayabusa actually hurts. Even a Khalid can't sustain long enough against him. Lord dropping low. Both jumpers. Are they gonna try and 50-50 this one? Who's gonna get it? The Lord gets knocked up. Danny Carter secures it. Lois was still dead after all. Gonna be free for Solix.
So much better for Solix. 4v5. Not to mention how Izzy is now scared of what Moss could do. I think silver lining. Moss had to spend his flicker to ensure the Lord went over to their side. So that's a minute and a half that all of Buriram are on the map, but they have to deal with the Lord without the fear of Moss's flicker.
It's gonna be a 5v5 base defense. The game is completely turned around. A 180 now in favor of Solix, looking to bring us to a game number 3. Lord gonna be shoving down mid lane. That inhibitor is barely alive, so it should fall easily. MZ already being poked out slightly. Buriram not very good at melting this. They only have a Granger to work with, and he's not exactly the best hero for dealing with such a tanky Lord at this stage. Naracorn gonna try and tank as much as he can, but he had to flicker out of that wall. Lord is now on top of the crystal. The end game is open. They're trying to defend as much as possible. The Cherry is doing work. Izzy still melting the Lord away. Solix taking it slow, disciplined. They're looking for the target. Aggie gonna be able to Crimson Beacon out of the wall. Bearded Phoenix comes out as well. A good defense from Buriram. The Lord goes down. Solix though, do they still want to force it? Xiao, he's looking for the base. Aggie goes down. Oki Shadow Kill doing good enough damage to get Ladprao and Xiao in the back line. They've cleared up the minions. Izzy 1v1 against Sherry. They find Xiao. Immortality goes down. Lois in the back line executes V-Marks. The trade though. Xiao's still alive thanks to Winter Crown. Sonata picks up 1 kill, but the Immortality keeps Sherry alive. Davenport comes out to win. The crystal is so low. They just need 1 hit and they will find it. Solix brings us to a full series.
Xiao too can't believe what went down. The fact that their ticket to the playoffs could be 1 game win away. Coach in. You see him wipe the sweat off his brow. Impressive work. Buriram United in disbelief. That was our game to lose. We were up 8,000 gold. What the hell happened? I'll tell you what happened. Moss happened. Moss the boss kept everyone in check. He caused so much trouble for Buriram United.
This was just straight up hero plays from Boss. Proper adaptations, realizing that, hey, they're gonna be looking for me every time. It's time to shift the approach. But also impressive performances from Danny Carter and Zhao. Making sure they're able to farm up. The Hayabusa especially getting those initial shreds onto important members was what allowed Solix to turn this around. I think that Izzy made 1 mistake too many. If he just didn't get caught out like that, this should have been their game.
I'd like to think it's less Izzy's problem. It was less Izzy's fault and more of Solix just putting them in a position wherein it was too much to respond to. Questionable decisions from Lois, especially towards that end game wherein, oh, let me commit myself. We want to kill Moss. Or, I don't know, late game situations like this, especially in 2 core setups wherein it's all Lois or all Izzy. One might argue it's more all Izzy. When you break them down like this, when you cut them right at the, I don't know, it was fragile, honestly. If you get rid of one of these 2 points, it's over. Buriram just should have known this coming, and it was all on Moss the boss, man. He said, nah, not gonna happen. Not so fast.
The Padang remains a signature pick, and he has once again demonstrated to the world why it is such a reliable fallback here. Buriram United tried to challenge it directly. They picked up the Fanny into one of its direct counters and honestly did a good job of playing around him initially, right? The initial plan was good. Just move so fast that you don't let Moss grow. But man, he found the angle. And you know what they say about Moss? It is persistent.
They say that?
I don't know. I'm making things up.
I don't know very many mathematicians. Anyways, again, a look at this game. Halfway through, you could still say it was definitely Buriram United's game. Look at how hard they were pushing Solix back. But as soon as Moss found his mojo again, and as soon as Danny Carter just, I don't know, got his, Blade of Despair, and as soon as he started to get Izzy's number, that's it. It was over.
The moment Izzy started dying over and over again in these fights was when you knew Buriram United could no longer handle things, and this catch as well. This really broke the game wide open for the side of Solix. Moss turning around the situation from being the first one picked off every single fight early on to being the playmaker later. Gotta respect the man.
I shouldn't have questioned why he keeps showing himself. It was key. He was playing mind games. He was basically saying, I dare you to touch me. He knew that the prey was gonna walk into his lair all this time. That's why he puts up those hang looses, you know? It's like, all good, brother. Most got you. Wait, I don't know why he's Jamaican now, but Boss just made this happen.
That was impressive. That was a slog as well. 27 minutes long. Solix not willing to give up without a fight, and this isn't even their last match of the season. They're still fighting. They're still looking to solidify their position in the playoffs, and this is a very good showing of how a team can keep themselves in place when behind.
Stuff, I don't think it felt like 27 minutes to me. It didn't. It felt like a 20-minute game.
It was pretty action-packed.
27, yeah, it being 27 just kind of shows how hard these punishes were and how willing Solix were to wait for the reset. They just used their pieces so much more efficiently than Buriram. Buriram United kind of got impatient towards the late game there. I really appreciate this comeback. They earned this. Going all the way, and whatever this means for the rest of the standings and for everyone else's chance at the playoffs, Solix made this happen.
They really did. This is a deserved victory. There are not many teams that would have been able to make this happen, even internationally. Just the amount of discipline, the amount of mental preparation that is required to make these kind of comebacks happen across a 27-minute game is worthy of praise. And Danny Carter, man, 781 GPM in 27 minutes is actually kind of insane.
And the fact that he kept a decent farm on Danny Carter, that's what the key. He kept up with the pressure that Lois was putting on, especially when he was able to breathe. So good on you, Solix. Very entertaining. We're going all the way. One more game. how is Buriram dealing with this? Buriram United has to gather themselves. This is less of the reset and more of just mentally saying, we're not done. We can do better.
I think this is the moment where you acknowledge that, okay, we may have ego challenged that a bit too hard with the Fanny into the Badang, and then the cherry on top, the Hayabusa at the end. Normally should have been easy to deal with, but once he has his farm, is one of the assassins that handles Fanny fairly well, and Danny Carter played it to perfection. We got a series on our hands, Leo.
Went all the way. Do you remember what your prediction was?
I think it was 2-1 Solix.
Let me revisit mine. This is week 5, day 2. I said 2-0 Solix, so I was wrong to begin with.
Oh, I'd be very shocked if my predictions somehow end up being correct, considering that I really have not been keeping up that actively with MSL. So perhaps there's something at work here. But Solix now has a chance to maybe make that happen.
Truth be told, sometimes the way these teams play, you don't really have to know what happened the last week or follow a long thread, because sometimes they try things within the day or within the week that only make sense to them. Like here now, how the Fanny was picked just willingly into the Badang, which should act as a warning. As confident you are, you have to respect that's just nature sometimes corrects things, and this is nature at work. The Badang was too much of a threat for Buriram United to deal with.
ดีค่ะตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กันที่ Lido Connect นะคะชั้น2 ฮอ 3 ค่ะสำหรับใครนะคะที่อยากมาชมความสนุกกันแบบสดๆอย่างนี้นะคะสามารถมาได้เลยนะคะ Lido Connect ชั้น2 ฮอ 3 ค่ะเดินทางสะดวกมากๆเลยค่ะตอนนี้นะคะโอ้โหเกมกำลังดุเดือดมากบอกเลยบอกไปตั้งแต่แรกแล้วเนาะว่าแมตช์นี้เนี่ย2ทีมนี้เขาต้องงัดทุกแผนออกมาแล้วเพราะว่าแต้มนี้เป็นแต้มสำคัญนะคะในการเข้าไปสู่รอบเพลย์ออฟของทั้ง2ทีมนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวเราพักความดุเดือดความมันสักแป๊บหนึ่งมาถามความรู้สึกแฟนคลับในงานกันดีกว่าว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเกมมัน 1-1 นะคะเขารู้สึกอะไรยังไงกันบ้างเดี๋ยวให้แฟนคลับแนะนำตัวก่อนเลยดีกว่าค่ะ
ก็ชื่อพาวค่ะวันนี้มาเชียร์บุรีรัมย์ค่ะ
โอเคค่ะด้านนี้ได้เลยค่ะ
ชื่ออิงค่ะมาเชียร์โซลิกค่ะ
อันนี้เชียร์บุรีรัมย์มีเชียร์ใครในทีมเป็นพิเศษไหมคะแบบพิเศษคนไหนอะไรเงี้ย
ก็จริงๆเชียร์ทุกคนค่ะแต่ว่าอาจจะชอบการเล่นของลอยกับนารากรเป็นพิเศษนิดนึง
ฝั่งนี้ล่ะคะเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหม
เชียร์พี่เชค่ะโลนยูเลค่ะฉายา
มีฉายาแปลว่านี้แฟนคลับตัวจริง
ใช่ค่ะ
หรือว่าแฟนตัวจริง
ไม่ใช่ค่ะ
ไม่ใช่
เขามีพลังเบฟมาเหมือนกัน
เฮ้ย2ทีมนี้มีแต่ทีมที่มีพลังเบฟนะโอ้โหเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้งัดออกมาทุกอย่างเลยโอเคแล้วตอนนี้คือสถานการณ์มัน 1-1 เราคิดว่ายังไงทีมเราเนี่ยจะเอาชนะได้ไหมในรอบถัดไป
แน่นอนอยู่แล้วค่ะถึงจะหายใจไม่ค่อยทั่วท้องแต่ว่าแน่นอน 2-1 ค่ะ
หายใจไม่ทั่วท้องนี่นักแข่งหรือว่าแฟนคลับคะ
น่าจะต้องเราอยู่แล้วนักแข่งเขาชิวๆอยู่แล้วค่ะ
นักแข่งชิวๆด้านนี้แหละค่ะสถานการณ์ตอนนี้คิดว่ารอบถัดไปเราจะเอาแต้มมาได้ไหม
เอาได้ค่ะชนะชัวร์
มั่นใจโอ้โหแฟนนอกจากนักแข่งมั่นใจแล้วตอนนี้แฟนคลับก็มั่นใจในตัวนักแข่งมากเลยโอ้โหอันนี้มาดูที่นี่กี่ครั้งแล้วคะ
ก็จริงๆเกมนี้เกมที่4เป็นวันที่3ค่ะ
โอ้โหมีแต่แฟนคลับตัวยงด้านนี้แหละค่ะ
มาทุกแมตช์ค่ะ
มาทุกแมตช์เห็นไหมล่ะโอ้โห2ทีมนี้แล้วเราคิดว่าเมื่อกี้เกมมันตึงมากเลยเราคิดว่าแบบมีจุดไหนที่แบบว่าเฮ้ยอีกนิดเดียวจะได้แล้วทำไมไม่ได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยมีไหม
เมื่อกี้ก็น่าจะหลายจุดเยอะแต่ว่าจริงๆเอาช็อตที่ชอบละกันชอบช็อตตอนกันบ้านเพราะรู้สึกว่ามันดูแล้วมันอาจจะไปเร็วกว่านั้นแล้วแต่มันก็ยังแบบมีโอกาสเฮ้ยหรือมันจะได้อยู่ตอนสุดท้ายค่ะ
เป็นอะไรที่ให้ลุ้นให้ใจเต้นหน้านี้แหละคะ
ทุกช็อตค่ะ
ทุกช็อตใจ คือเราลุ้นทุกช็อตเลยว่าเอ้ยมันจะได้หรือยังวะอะไรอย่างเงี้ยโอเคก่อนที่เราจะขับไปดูนักแข่งนะคะเดี๋ยวเราให้แฟนคลับนะคะพูดอะไรแบบให้กำลังใจนักแข่งสักหน่อยแล้วกันด้านนี้ก่อนได้เลยค่ะ
ก็ไม่น่าจะต้องพูดอะไรเยอะค่ะ เชื่อว่าทำได้อยู่แล้ว2-1แค่นี้ชิว
แค่นี้ชิวๆสำหรับบุรีรัมย์ด้านนี้นะคะ
มั่นใจว่าทำได้ค่ะ เพราะว่าเขาซ้อมยันจากเที่ยงวันยันเที่ยงคืนทุกวันเลย
เที่ยงวันยันเที่ยงคืนเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันนะคะว่าพลังหมาล่าที่ไปเติมเพื่อเพิ่มบัฟกันเนี่ยจะได้ผลไหมเนาะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันโอเคค่ะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
I wish I spoke more Thai. Welcome back. I believe those two were representatives of fan bases for Solix and Buriram United. Let's snap back to reality. My name is Leo, this is Dafa, and we're going to witness the concluding game for the series. Again, this is Solix trying to punch their ticket to the playoffs, but Buriram United stands in their way, going through the reset of all resets, because I think this is a bigger hurdle to have almost closed the game and then lost because of what? 2 major decisions that could have been fixed.
From a completely gameplay perspective, I think we can still agree that Buriram United has the edge. They won game 1 very handedly. They should have won game 2 pretty handedly. They just were a little bit countered by the hero picks, especially once the item scaling kicked in. If they stick to their guns and draft properly without needing to directly challenge their opponents, they should still have that edge. But I think the real challenge for them here is going to be that mental state. Can they reset from this situation, considering that it is a pretty big hit to lose a game like that?
One might say, instead of looking at Solix as their main enemy or their biggest opponent, Buriram might be looking at themselves. Buriram United might actually have to go through them and to, unknot these blockages in their thought process to actually get the job done. Because, game 2 was theirs. It's just late game decision making, the fact that the road to the 2-0 could have been much easier if the aforementioned ego check wasn't there. So, all this said, Buriram need to get out of their head. Like that's it. Buriram United just play a clean game, put Solix in their place, ban the Valir if you must, and then take us home.
Yeah, they just gotta reflect upon what happened there, learn from the mistakes, and move forward with it. But at the same time, Game 2 has proven we cannot count out Solix, right? While they didn't have the best early game overall, they locked in, they found their groove, they found the answers to Buriram towards those later phases. Will that directly translate into a different style of play? Will it be cleaner? Will it actually be a more Solix-oriented game this time around?
Doubt it. Every single game
you don't think so?
Save. Yeah, every game we played, save for the early game dominance of Moss on the Badang, it was Buriram United. So that means their game is just more fundamentally sound. So I think if ever this was Solix's series, if they were going to win Game 3, and again, if tonight they punch their ticket to the playoffs instead of tomorrow versus ACT, they have to make Buriram make a mistake. Buriram United have to lose it again. They have to slip up, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's not impossible for that to happen, considering that there has to have been a bit of an effect psychologically to that loss. We're gonna be on flying clouds for game number 3, so a shift up from the expanding rivers now, and we will see what kind of adjustments will pop out of both these teams as Buriram that returns to the blue side once again, banning the
If ever there were mistakes to be made, this map is the perfect map to either repair them or make them keep a coming. Flying clouds allow for you to die and then come back, respawn, fight again, or allow for you to make the mistake of thinking you should fight and then you keep going. So that's what these teams are playing on.
Exactly. The Hayabusa actually gonna be banned out now Buriram United showing plenty of respect to Danny Carter, but choosing to ban Hayabusa in the first phase means you are letting go of quite a few power picks. As of right now, the Zusin still open, the Harley, the Harith, all of that still quite viable.
First pick trades online after this. I don't think the Zushin is an issue. But Solix played it in game 2, so they're the ones who might fear it being the opener. So instead, we open with
different perspectives expose the same truth.
Marcel, of course.
I was trying to what got Ladprao here with these different bands, and of course, with Marcel. Not a lot of proper answers in the game when it comes to execution, and we've seen that is tested here in MSL Thailand. So Buriram will be able to use that to secure game advantage. Solix is gonna go Harith and also the Hilda.
I like the Harith early on because again you're relatively unpunished without the Phoveus. But the Hilda though, that's troubling because this was the pick as well from game 1, wherein Solix had very little to do. Lois gets his hands on the Harley, and of course, Izzy with the best gold laner in the game currently, Claude.
Buriram United are not pulling theirs anymore. These heroes can basically guarantee to just buy it themselves as long as nothing goes wrong, and we already know Claude can carry games once those items, even against as strong as the Harry. So it's gonna need to deal with this somewhat. Having the Hilda is already a good first step to try and invade the Harley, but you also mid laner that's IR pair well with it. Right now, you know Buriram United is playing with the Marcel. That means that his wave clear is quite weak. If you can take away other mages, that might give you an opening into the enemy jungle.
Has to be used up well by Danny Carter, who finally picks up a meta jungler. A hero that will take up some time to farm, but at least snowballs when he does get it going. There's his Suyo. Solix can now start attacking open lanes. How's about the EXP lane?
I didn't cure the pain.
Instead, for the first time in the series, the Valentina gets banned. What are they thinking? Why the Valentina ban? Are they thinking of a Sora in the EXP?
That would be the most obvious pick, right? You see the Valentina banned out, instantly your mind will go to, this should be a Sora, right? There is also the possibility of things like the Arlet, because now you're just going to be looking at the big ultimates. Eve also may be something they're considering.
Denying them the pleasure of, I get it. There's a Zitian. Both teams are just attacking the mid lane now. They're both just denying each other good engagements through mid. And by the way, that Zitian was also very instrumental in game 2. Setting up the whole Badang combo via the Fury of the Phoenix. And again, more attacks to mid. The Farsa. If Buriram don't ban the Eve, then I don't know. What else do they expect to get on the way out? Oh wow! Well read, Coach Trek Artista. Well read.
So what is going to be next? Multiple of the more meta mid laners are gone. The next best things will be Eve or Lilia, if we go by pure meta. Lilia's not too bad against Harley since the Black Shoes can help you deal with deadly magic, but I feel like Eve is a little better currently, unless they're expecting Buriram to go for tanky heroes. And yeah, it looks like Eve is gonna be the choice of Solix.
It's what was let through. The Sora had to be banned out. I get it. But what do they get for themselves? No Farsa, no Valentina, no Zetian. Lilia's a little too short-ranged for me. Gord! How's about you, Gord? Slap a Gord onto Agi.
A Gord would not be too bad. I'm trying to think if there's any other options. Gord is there, Valir is banned, Lunox I guess, maybe, but no, it is the Gord! Gonna be making his second appearance in MSL regular season along with the Arlet, taking it away just in case Solix is considering it. And that means Narakorn will get to recreate his performance, a very scary Arlet player on Buriram.
Yep, MVP from game 1. How does Solix respond? We don't know where this Hilda's going. Is it a roamer or an EXP laner Hilda? Most likely a roamer. What's open? The Hylos, the Gatot. I would rather Gatot Kacha. I don't want Hylos. Hylos is too honest. You're investing too much in your box. I would Hylos. But that's just me. Maybe Khalid. Khalid is open too.
Oh, this is Patrick.
Oh, that sounds like a gloomy.
Okay.
And you know what? The choice right here. Glue EXP lane most likely not gonna be able to win out that match since Glue is still one of the tankiest heroes in the game. Oh wait, no. Looks like it is Moss on the Glue instead. So they're trying to win out that mid lane prio. Glue E versus Marcel Glue. Marcel Gord should definitely lean towards Solix.
Okay. Confirmed. There's a switch up. I mean, if you want to make that EXP lane impact the early game already, Hilda is the right choice. Because you clear the wave, cut it, and then run back to mid, then get back to your lane. You can't do that with a Phoveus. Or rather, you can't do that with a Glue. So you plant Glue in the middle, and then Bob's your uncle. Let's go to game 3. Here's a decider for this match. Will Solix punch her ticket to the playoffs, or will they have to play against ACT tomorrow to find out?
Looks like MZ already starting things off exactly how you would want a Marcel to run into the jungle against Danny Carter. Though it has to be a bit careful. We all know how much damage early level Suyo can output, and Marcel isn't exactly the tankiest hero in the world. So as long as Buriram United doesn't give up too much on the early game, they should be able to start scaling with Lois on the Harley.
EXP lane again, as deadly as a Arlot is, you're looking at a Hilda. She just undoes the damage you output with those early vengeances by walking into a bush, so at least Solix has that in check. In the gold lane though, I expect Izzy to be bullied hard. That's a skill check. That's literally a mechanics matchup between the Harith and the Claude.
I still remember back in the day when Harith was like the lane counter to Claude, but nowadays it's actually a lot more even. In fact, I would argue that Claude actually wins out the lane a little bit more thanks to all the healing he gets off the fighter emblem. And we can already see that happening in the gold lane. So gonna need to make sure he doesn't fall too behind here, but as long as nothing affects the lane, he should be alright.
Ouch. Me marks. Got a few stacks out of MZ on that. And here's what you get with that Gord. If Agi throws out these projectiles very well, Solix's entry point is almost undone. They have to do a lot of work or spend flickers to get in.
I honestly hate the Mystic projectile. Playing against it is such a pain because you just never really know where it's going to be coming from. Danny Carter on top of the turtle. Flicker final slash from Narakorn! But Danny Carter still secures the turtle in exchange for his life. First blood over to Agi. Narakorn going to be traded away next to the RWM.
So far, I'd say it's a wash. Lane for lane, Narakorn for Danny Carter is a good trade. But Solix got the turtle. Nice mount.
The flicker going to be able to get Izzy out of there. Moss should be fine as well. There's definitely not enough damage on the Buriram side this early on to take the Glue out. Oh, on the retreat though. Sao trying to cut them off with the Summon Force. Maybe dropped a bit early. Izzy, MC going to be fine.
Top lane though. Deadly Magic's on a Sherry.
Avata did Hilda. Good gank. They see the presence of Solix in the bot lane, so they go for the top lane gank instead, and that's going to help unlock Narakorn even more than before.
but it's not like Solix aren't making moves. Danny Carter, oh my god, Gosh on the Moss, he's fine. Protecting the exit. Danny Carter committed Grand Theft Orange. So I don't know if Buriram United know that already, that he is missing an orange buff. Lois is about to find out the hard way.
At this point, it should have been communicated to him by the rest of the team, since they would have seen the buff under Danny Carter, and we can see that Lois isn't really rotating down. He is now. If he checks the buff, we know he doesn't know. Looks like, yeah, he doesn't have to check it. He knows it's been taken. He's gonna rotate over the camp instead. Ericorn being ganked now, 1v2 on the Arlet. Final slash comes out, he's fine.
So far, it looks like the game plan is to put pressure on Shao, or at least make the contest for the second turtle awkward. But Buriram looks like they have a solid plan. Moss on this glue is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, there's just no real good way to melt through him. You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Flicker forward, golden hour, they're catching Mimark, but he already flickered out to the tower as well, so he'll be totally fine. Mr. Gush, Deadly Magic on Sherry, nearly kills the Hilda. He'll survive on 10% HP. The rest of Buriram is here to try and get a pick off, but not able to do so. They at least have the numbers advantage as they start working on the turtle, but Danny Carter does do quite a lot. He's 2 levels up on the Harley thanks to the earlier Jungle Camp steals. Thor dropping low, Naracorn jumps in, R2M stomps it, but Lois steals the turtle away. Naracorn gonna be sacrificed for the objective.
That's something an assassin in the jungle should not be able to do against a fighter hybrid like Suyo. That's what Space Escape does. Now bottom!
Got 1v1 against the marksman while the rest of the team come to help them. Izzy will be able to BMI out, but the Zaman Force is still there. MC gets taken out. The Synchro Fission blows up the Marcel. And now there's 4 members of Solix. Terry trying to cut off the backline, but Moss gets caught in the final slash. He's going to jump forward. Catch 2. Mystic Gush misses, but Moss will eventually fall. And Buriram keep their tower standing.
Mystic Gush point blank straight to the face. I will not be surprised if after all this, it's Agi who picks up the Sky Piercer. We are in the age of the Piercer, ladies and gentlemen. If your team does not effectively carry a Sky Piercer, I think you're mechanically missing out. A lot of pressure put down by Danny Carter up top. Almost taken down that tier 1, which could have been the winning move. I think that would have decisively made the early game belong to Solix, but alas, we still have to go to the final turtle to decide who takes home the early game championship here in game number 3. 6 minutes in, 40 seconds before the turtle spawns lower quarter. The fact that neither gold laner has died makes this all the more an even game.
It's honestly so even considering what we saw in the previous games. We see like a 3-man gank happening up top. Sherry gonna be able to play it safe, and that means Solix knows they outnumber the bottom side. Final slash, Deadly Magic. Sherry gonna need to flicker out of that one. Meanwhile, R.M. trying to zone Izzy out of his tower, but not doing so successfully. And now Moss maybe a little bit too far forward. Izzy not gonna risk it though. He'll keep himself safe for now.
Shao drops a Zaman Force. What does he want?
Ooh, Blazing Door comes out instead. Izzy gonna clear the minion wave in time, and now the Golden Hour comes out. They catch Sao. Gonna be punished here on the Harif. I don't think he's got anything left. He nearly takes out MC, but he survives, and Mystic Gush zones out the rest. Buriram United striking back.
That's friggin' hilarious. I haven't seen that in a while, or ever in my career. Marcel's a pretty new hero. Golden Hour, a Harith deep inside, just getting smacked in the face. He could have killed him, but he was just short on physical damage. Oh my god, Cherry!
Cherry doing a lot of work, but the Deadly Magic comes out and he's gonna get punished for this. Wasn't able to find his quarry in Eric and survives through the lifesteal that he has. You see the conceal MC looking for a chance on the opposite side. He's gonna spot me marked out in the backline. He's gonna catch Danny Carter as well. Turtle, I think they drop a little bit low right here. It's a bit chaotic in the pit. And it's a little bit hard to tell exactly what's going to be happening right now, but looks like the turtle is gonna get reset right there.
As mentioned, brother, deadlock. Neither team are willing to concede, saying you have the early game. So neither of us are taking this final turtle. It might even evolve. They catch one on the Moss. Deadly Magic's on him. Danny Carter wants it.
Final Slash goes in once again on Moss, but the glue is just so tanky. It's absorbing everything. Golden Hour comes out, freezes Memark and the turtle, but doesn't do enough. Danny Carter will secure the objective, though it should took a while.
So Solix are able to at least squeeze that out of the engagement, but it cost them. Buriram are still holding on to a small lead, and of course the map belonging to them. But for how long? Oh my god! They find Moss!
They found Moss, finally! I think the glue is dead this time. Killing spree for the Harley, and they find the projectile on Memark into the gush. MC comes from behind, finishes off even, now the Blazing Wing ties the towers out with the Summon Force, trying to take a 1v4, but the odds are stacked. 3 kills in the bot lane for Buriram.
You can have all of the objectives, but if they do not convert well, then this happens. Buriram are up 1,000 gold despite losing that top lane, despite losing that turtle. Sherry!
Oh, deadly magic! And they pump everything into the Hilda. Sherry explodes like a balloon. Looks like he is going for a slightly more damaging build as well. Just finished Blade of Emphasis. That explains why he's a little squishier than you'd expect.
So far, Buriram are calling the shots. Even if Solix are getting some trades on the way out, if this continues, Izzy was going to be a monster late game. It's not even a gush used to kill, it's a gush used to deter Solix's forward momentum. They have to find a way to stop the farm of Izzy. Oh my lord.
They found Danny Carter alone in the bush. 10% HP. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go in to finish him off there, but probably didn't have the cooldowns. Instead, Sherry is going to be the one forced to flicker away, as Buriram now officially in the driver's seat for this game number 3.
Golden Hour
wait,
back line.
Golden Hour
Here.
misses Memarks, but the deadly magic finds his mark. Memarks goes down. Sherry gonna be exploded. Killing spree for Agi. Mega kill for Lois. The fight is being broken wide open. To get the grab on Lois though, a shutdown here would be huge, and they find it into Danny Carter. They gets caught inside the Mystic Gush. Laser, the Death Blazing Duet comes out. Summon Force from out does nothing here, as the entire team of Solix gets wiped out in an instant by the cores of Buriram.
I hate to say it, but when I'm right, I'm right. They did not apply enough pressure to Izzy, and they let the small wins get in the way of the actual win condition. Victory is at hand. Buriram United will be securing this Lord with very little out of Solix to contest. A wipeout that was started by this. The Mount from Moss thought they were gonna get away with it, but truly, it wasn't all about Lois. Lois was just the bait. Izzy at the end of the day is the main core for Buriram United. And the Lord got to them, and this is all just defensive maneuvers from Solix right now.
Sao nearly died just to that deadly magic there. He is able to heal back up from taking the buff, but the damage potential of Buriram is hitting its power spike. Every single member hits like a truck. The itemization being completed, 3.6k gold lead for the blue side, and MC still being a thorn in the side of Solix. What can they do at this point?
Oh my lord. Protect Shao. Oh, he does get the flicker.
Oh, MC Hour comes out. MC survives. He actually keeps himself alive thanks to that golden hour.
So they do bait the flicker out of Shao. So that is a small victory. They will take care of this Lord. No base turrets will fall just yet, but it still stands. Solix have to hunker down. They gotta bite down. They gotta tighten up, lock in if you will, because there's another power spike coming through, Staffa. Agi will slowly build up into his magic trinity. He's on his way to, I think, a lightning truncheon, and that will make it worse. Not to mention when he eventually builds his holy crystal or divine glaive.
Yeah, once Agi gets those items, he's going to just melt through anyone he catches. That laser is going to become a deadly weapon of destruction, and just when we say it, Zhao gets caught in the gush, and the golden hour comes out and catches out again. Our little M though actually locked down MC. He gets caught under the tower, and the Marcel will be turned away. Deadly magic finishes off Sherry, so it ends up being a 1-for-1.
An EXP laner for a roamer. And where did the... Excuse me, where did the... Oh, there it is. It's on Agi, is it? Yes, it is. Okay, so still Buriram with the purple steal. Looking at the items, Truncheon still on the way. He picked the elemental trio first. So Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive into Ice Queen Wand. And this is just gonna get out of hand. Buriram's damage profile is through the roof.
This is a tough spot to be in for Solix. Danny Carter is keeping up in farm, but the problem is both he and Zhao need to be somewhat close range to do their damage, and Buriram United has so much zone control. They got the Golden Hour, they got the Mystic Gush, Deracorn is there that can push you out of position at any time. Zhao and Danny have to be so careful about when they decide to engage, and they don't have enough time to figure that out when the fight starts, because Sherry just melts to the deadly magic.
Oh,
it's the Mystic Kashaki! Yo! The worst thing that could happen has happened! Zhao and Sherry is gone in an instant. The laser beam of destruction, and Danny gets caught with the deadly magic. He's not gonna survive this one. RWM can only save Moss, and Izzy doesn't even care. He just jumps in with the blazing duet. That's gonna be all for Buriram, but this game is getting out of control.
They are within arm's reach of the dub. Mystic projectile thrown in for good measure. Oh, Moss!
Oh, where did he go? He's just gone. MC even survives all of that. The tower goes down to final slash! They don't even give Mimax a chance to defend! But Zhao is able to respawn in time. Not summon force, it's not enough! Just one hit is all it takes as Buriram United secures the series. And I believe that means they qualify to our Season 1 playoffs.
That's the magic number. 5 points secures them their ticket to the Ladprao Hall to play in the very first playoffs of MSL Thailand. As for Solix, well, go again as they face off against ACT in their final match to find out if they will go to the playoffs. GG, well played. Buriram United. They played so much cleaner in game number 3. I think this game was a long time coming. They should have known. This is them playing like game 1 and 2 never happened.
I mean, we already said it, right? It's a lot easier to play the game when you're not putting direct counters in front of your opponent. And being able to snowball hard on Lois, MC also playing an incredible game on that Marcel, but Agi definitely the star of the show this time around on that gourd. Showing the world why we're seeing a lot of Furo on the pro scene.
Nice was so happy. Where is my Bane? Congratulations again to Buriram United.
ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะนะคะทั้ง2คนจากบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตค่ะนักรบสายฟ้านะคะเกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้อีกแล้วโอ้โหแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะก่อนอื่นเลยค่ะแนะนำตัวก่อนเลยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับลอยจากบุรีรัมย์ครับเล่นจังเกิลครับนรากรจากบุรีรัมย์ครับตำแหน่ง AFP ครับ
โอเคค่ะให้ดูเขินๆ มันดีใจใช่ไหมชนะเป็นยังไงบ้างคะแบบพอใจกับผลงานของเราแล้วก็ทีมของเราไหมคะวันนี้
พอใจครับเพราะว่าวันนี้เราเล่นกันสนุกครับ
แล้วก็ทำได้ดีเนาะ
พอใจไหม
พอใจครับแค่นั้นเลยอ๋อโอเคเนี่ยแล้วคือตอนนี้เราเข้ารอบ Pay Off แล้วได้มีคิดแผนไว้เจอใครในรอบ Pay Off ไหมแบบแผนเพิ่มเติม
แผนนี้ต้องเป็นหน้าที่ของโค้ชครับ
เป็น เรารอซ้อมอย่างเดียว
ใช่ไหมใช่ครับผม
อันนี้คือตัวพูดตัวเห็นด้วยซัพพอร์ตโอเคแต่ว่าพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยเรายังต้องเจอศึกหนักอย่างเบคอนไทม์อยู่เป็นยังไงมีความประหม่าไหมตื่นเต้นไหมถ้าจะต้องเจอเบคอนไทม์
ตื่นเต้นไหมตื่นเต้นครับผมตื่นเต้นครับตื่นเต้น
แล้วรู้สึกกดดันไหมเราเตรียมแผนมาหรือยังหรือว่าโค้ชเตรียมแผนให้เราหรือยัง
กดดันไหมกดดันครับกดดัน
กดดันนะแล้วสรุปโค้ชเตรียมแผนให้หรือยังรู้แผนยัง
รู้แล้วครับรู้แล้ว
รู้แล้วโอเคแล้วถึงตอนนี้เรามั่นใจไหมว่าพอไป Pay Off แล้วกราฟเราจะพุ่งขึ้นเรื่อย
ๆครับ
มั่นใจแค่ไหน
100% ครับมั่นใจไหมน้องมั่นใจครับผม
มียาวกว่านี้ได้อีกไหมมั่นใจกว่านี้ได้อีกไหม
ไม่มึงลองถือไหม
ไม่กัดนะถือได้
มั่นใจครับผมซ้อมเต็มระบบ
เต็มระบบนี่คือเยอะแค่ไหน
ก็เยอะมาก
เยอะมากๆโอเค เราซ้อมเองหรือว่าโค้ชบังคับให้เราซ้อม เราเต็มใจซ้อมไหม
ๆ เต็มใจซ้อมครับผม
เต็มใจซ้อม อ๋อ โอเค ก่อนที่เราจะให้น้องๆไปพักนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้พูดอะไรกับแฟนคลับเนาะที่คอยมาเชียร์เรานะคะ ทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์เลย มีการแย่งไมค์กันเกิด
ขอบ
ขึ้
คุ
น
ณที่มาดูทางออฟไลน์และออนไลน์นะครับ ขอให้ทุกคนกลับบ้านโดยสวัสดิภาพนะครับ เดินทางปลอดภัย แล้วก็สู้ๆนะครับทุกคน
คนอื่นเดินทางปลอดภัยส่วนเราจะกลับกับแฟนเนาะ ครับ
ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผม พวกเราจะทำมาเต็มที่ครับผม
มองกล้องหน่อยไหมโอเค เดี๋ยวเราให้นักแข่งของเรานะคะ ไปพักกันก่อนตอนนี้ก็ไปพบกับพี่แคสเซอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Always a pleasure hearing from Mini Mint and, of course, our players from Buriram United. Congratulations for punching your ticket to the playoffs. 2-1 victory over Solix. I think we will see through the highlights and, of course, a quick rundown of the post-game stats again of how they did that. But much like in Game 2, there's so much going against Solix that the draft almost instantly spelled victory for Buriram.
I think there were things that Solis could have done with their draft, but it is a little bit more difficult to execute, especially since they don't really have the lane priority they're looking for, right? Their Harif doesn't really win out lane against the Claude. The Hilda was doing okay against Arlet early on, but then that gank from Aloys made it so that Nericon won lane for sure and then started participating, and that Arlet has such high impact as well. As long as Buriram is playing their solid game, their standard, having the right heroes, you can see that they've got a very solid game plan and they know how to execute it.
Speaking of game plan, a lot of this is left up to the coach. I got a quick translation of that short interview, courtesy of our friend Facepalm, Sawadi Krab, or should I say, Kapkun Krab, my brother. He says, according to Lois and Narakorn, a lot of it comes up. So Coach Trecartista is gonna prepare for the playoffs. That's what they're doing. But for now, let's celebrate the dub. Easy on that Claude 4-0-8. Basically, this is what I was talking about. As soon as he puts the Art of Thievery on Moss, he has max stacks. Every glue link counts as a singular target. He's stealing attack speed from, and that makes his Blazing Duet and basically his attacks just all the more lethal. That's the kind of interaction I'm talking about when it comes down to just the draft.
And not to mention that once he pops the Blazing Duet, he's also healing from all of those goos. So while the last goo was not a bad choice, it also meant you had to put a little bit more attention into Izzy to make sure he doesn't reach that power spike. And I feel like a lot of teams are just not really paying enough attention to the goal lane, just kind of leaving them on an island most of the time.
That's the issue. I think it became true closer to the post-Lord mark, rather pre-Lord mark. And here, you know, sure, in the first 8 minutes, that looked like a cool Blazing Duet, but the damage was real. The damage was palpable. I think that first wipeout was the clear sign of, oh, we should have beaten down on the Claude so much sooner.
Yeah, but I also can't blame them too for it because, again, there's a lack of lane priority overall where they're not really able to move around the map freely, and I think we did express some about this Hilda pickup in the first phase from Solix, and I think that it was one of the factors that cost them this time around because they really do all that much this game, especially after that first gank. The power spike is hard and there's so much scroll you have to pay attention to.
Yeah, on paper, his intent, the thought that counts, was there. It's just in practice, it really did very little. Usually you wanted to kind of threaten the Harley or even the Claude, like kill it before it even deals damage, but Sherry was dealing with too much. That front line damage that Agi on the Gord was dealing was nullifying everything that he put on the table. So 20-6, ended under 15. This was all Buriram, man. As soon as Buriram found that post-turtle dominance, the game was over.
This Hilda pick makes the draft a bit too honest from Solix, because at that point you already know, like, there's no one that can really threaten the backline directly. There is a Harley that's running around, there's a Claude that's teleporting around. You think that Gord is immobile, he should be someone you can catch easily, but when Hilda and Glue have to get through the Marcel and the Arlet to do that first, then there's no one that can really stop Aki from just standing there and blasting you with his laser beam of doom. And then those projectiles as well, scouting out angles, giving you vision, helps a lot. This is what we mean about having heroes that can actually set up for that Harley deadly magic too.
And that's why the Gord combo was so easy to call out. Might not be as big in MSL Thailand just yet, but it only really happened as a breakthrough pick in the past 2 weeks. So now it's for sure a meta choice, and it should be a threat going into the playoffs at the end of the month. So that is our rich man, of course, bordering 800 gold per minute is Izzy. And then all the damage from that Gord coming from Agi. Moss was just... Man, if in game 2 he was the boss, today he was just Moss, man.
The way you say that is like his IGN is a bad thing, which
No, like literally, he's just like
he is
grass
just
underneath
moss.
surfaces.
It's just like growing on humid surfaces and trying to survive, but then people come by and say like, I don't want that moss there, and you take it out with some deadly magic. That definitely happens in real life. But congratulations over to Buriram for guaranteeing a slot to the playoffs. It's not over yet for Solix. They still got one more match. They can still make it. It's just a little bit more difficult.
Yep. This places Buriram at either 4 or 5, and then it keeps that line between Solix and VLTH tight, which, again, will be decided by tomorrow's match. Solix versus ACT, and by tonight's match, Bacon Time versus VLTH. So that's the final best of 3 in tonight's broadcast. We'll be back after a quick break. Once again, his name is Stafa. My name is Leo. You're watching MSL Thailand Season 1. We'll be right back.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกัน
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะตอนนี้นะคะก็คือมาถึงคู่สุดท้ายในการแข่งขันของวันนี้แล้วนะคะ คู่ที่แล้วเนี่ยว่าเดือดแล้วเดี๋ยวคู่นี้ก็น่าจะเดือดอีกสักหนึ่งรอบนะคะเพราะว่าแมตช์นี้นะคะเป็นแมตช์สุดท้ายแล้วค่ะของทั้ง2ทีมในรอบเก็บคะแนนนะคะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะระหว่างทีมเบคอนไทม์นะคะเจอกับยักษ์แดงวลีไทย e-sport ค่ะเกมนี้เนี่ยก็คือเป็นเกมสำคัญนะคะของวลีไทยเป็นเกมทิ้งท้ายแล้วนะคะของวลีไทยแล้วจะต้องมาเจอกับเบคอนไทม์โอ้โหเป็นทีมที่ฟอร์มเนี่ยแข็งขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆเลยก็บอกได้เลยว่ารอบนี้เนี่ยก็คงไม่ง่ายนะคะเกมทิ้งทวนของวลีไทยในรอบนี้เนี่ยตอนนี้นะคะใครที่ไปหาน้ำหาขนมหรือว่าไปพักเข้าห้องน้ำนะคะตอนนี้ต้องรีบกลับมาเฝ้าหน้าจอนะคะและสำหรับใครค่ะที่อยากมาดูความมันแบบสดๆหน้างานนะคะสามารถมาตอนนี้ได้นะคะที่ Lido Connect ชั้น2หอ3ค่ะเดินทางสะดวกมากๆเลยนะคะและสำหรับใครนะคะที่ดูผ่านช่องทางออนไลน์ค่ะวันนี้เราก็มีแจกโคดี้เหมือนเดิมเลยนะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วค่ะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Welcome back. You're watching MSL Thailand Season 1. We're at the tail end of Week 5, Day 2. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Adrian Staffatan, and we're about to jump into our final bout. The last best of 3 in tonight's broadcast, Bacon Time, facing off against Valley Thai.
Now, if I'm not wrong, after what happened earlier, the playoff slots have already been locked in, I believe, from what I can see, right? Because if I look at the point calculations, I see that Valley Thai, this is their last match of the season. If they do get the victory, they'll be matching in points with Solix, but they'll still be losing in terms of match game difference. So I think no matter what happens, we already have our top 6 locked in, which means this is going to be another match where it is simply a battle for pride.
And the pride that Valley Thai is holding on to is that same legacy they share with ACT as qualifier teams. They are teams that forged their way through the MSL Thailand qualifiers to show that our community, our fans here in Thailand, deserve to be in the big leagues. And they're going to go up against a team that was seemingly built to conquer. A team that at some point in the season, people are thinking they could be the ones to give King of Gamers Club their first loss. I'm talking about Bacon Time, the team that has 2 international champions in it. That's right, it has M6 World Champion Spider Miles and MSC 2022 champion Exhort. And truth be told, their reputation exceeds them because if you look at the records, they are a team that likes to download. They take their time, Staffa, if you pick up what I'm dropping.
Yeah, you already mentioned this earlier about how they are a team that quite consistently goes to all 3 games. They like to download their opponents, figure out what exactly makes them tick, and then counterplay in their own specific way. Which means this is going to be an uphill battle. Even if VLTH is able to take a game off of Bacon Time, they cannot afford to let their guard down, because that's what happened to many of Bacon Time's previous opponents.
Once again, a look at our standings. Bacon Time sits at number 3. Again, it's that match win rate and the net game score that put them behind Tenacity. But that being said, they are a far cry from VLTH's record, who is at 3 points, 3 to 5, as mentioned. Even if they do win here, they go to 4, tied with Solix. They just lose those tiebreakers. Here we have the headline for the matchup. The real enemy. Who is the real enemy?
Could you really say that these are the true enemies right now for the side of VLTH Esports? As you've already highlighted, Bacon Time, one of the more popular lineups in MSL Thailand, thanks to the star power that they're hosting with multiple international championships, import players, and their overall success throughout the MSL Season 1. VLTH Esports started off the season fairly strong actually and surprised a lot of people with impressive gameplay for a rookie team, for a qualifier team, but unfortunately weren't able to keep that stride going, and now they find themselves in a position where they'll have to face off against Bacon Time with no chance of even making the playoffs.
You know what? More than the rumble in the lower half of the standings, or, you know, the middle of the standings, just as we watched between Buriram United and Solix, this one is all the more palpable. I understand the tension here a little more clearly because it's David versus Goliath. And it being David versus Goliath, I hate that you and I both know game 1 is going to go to
VLTH, you think so?
100%? Again, this is a challenge to Bacon Time. We are in the tail end of the season. Can they play a clean game? That's my question. Coach Noel, do you have it to clean up house? Could this be that one of 3 series you actually sweep in the season?
Alright, let me pose the question to you then, Leo. What do you think is it that causes Bacon Time to lose the game 1 so consistently, and what do they need to do to not lose that game 1?
If I'm not mistaken, there was an interview or a video package that was explaining, I think it was it Guns or B-Boss? I'm pretty sure it was one of their Thai members. It was not Exhort nor Spider Mouse that said, some way, somehow, we always just need time to warm up. And that always happens in-game. It always happens game 1. Now to answer what they need to do, I think it's just to lock in. Because more than their fans, I think Exhort and Spider Miles are the ones who kind of pick up the slack and say, why can we not clean up house? Why can we not win sooner?
It is a good question to ask. Perhaps the coaches will be able to provide the answers to that very, very soon. After a whole season of being in download mode, now that we're at the tail end, now that we are literally on week 5, second to last day, perhaps Bacon Time will have found what needs to be done to avoid
เบ
this
คอน
game
ไทม์
one
จะยังดูอยู่
loss.
ในพื้นที่ปลอดภัย แต่ช่องว่างคะแนนที่ไล่กันอย่างสูสีทำให้ทุกความผิดพลาดอาจเปลี่ยนสถานการณ์ทั้งหมดได้ทันที
วันนี้เนี่ยมันเต็มไปด้วยความกดดันและความตึงเครียดซะเหลือเกินมันเป็นคู่ที่วัดกันเลยนะครับมีโอกาสที่จะไปเพลย์ออฟสูงมากถ้าทีมใดทีมหนึ่งได้รับชัยชนะไปในวันนี้
ขณะที่วลีไทยกำลังเข้าสู่เกมสุดท้ายของตัวเองใน regular season และนี่คือเกมที่พวกเขาไม่มีทางเลือกอื่นนอกจากต้องชนะเท่านั้น นี่จึงไม่ใช่แค่เกมของ 2 ทีมสกิลเพลย์สูง แต่มันคือเกมของความอยู่รอด และแต้มสำคัญที่ไม่มีใครยอมปล่อย เพราะในช่วงเวลาที่ทุกเกมอาจเป็นเกมสุดท้ายของฤดูกาลไม่มีใครอยากเป็นฝ่ายพลาดก่อน playoffs
All right, into the bout we go, head-to-head between Bacon Time and Valley Thai. Let's take a peek at the EXP lane, Kang Kang and Nicholas. Again, even with the whole downloading situation, it makes sense why Kang Kang's stats are higher.
Yeah, by quite a wide margin as well, right? GPM is not too far apart, teamfight participation is not too far apart, but more than double the overall KDA ratio of Nicholas is a pretty impressive achievement. Now, as you pointed out, this is likely because Valley Thai has not exactly had the most stellar of seasons. Nicholas basically has to pick up the slack, has to be the damage sponge, probably doesn't have the best KDA ratio because of all the losses that Valley Thai has taken in comparison to Bacon Time, who can figure out their opponents and reverse sweep their way to victory. This time around, will we see the same dynamics, or will we finally get to see something a little bit different from our bacon-flavored faves?
Okay, I got confirmation, Staffa. It was Guns. I remember now, it was Guns who say that they need time to settle into the game. But also B-Boss, who says they don't mind losing game 1 first. But again, it makes sense. I'm pretty sure the Filipino players are just like, all right, gentlemen, whatever it takes. Because it's this habit, I'll call it a habit, this pattern that kind of put him here at number 3. Without that, I think they could definitely be number 2, maybe even number 1.
That is true, that is true. While it would be nice to see this team perform cleaner, you cannot deny with the results, right? As long as you get the results you wanted, they're already secured a spot into the playoffs. This is basically just an exhibition match for them. Then you can't really argue with the process. But once you get into the playoffs, that dynamic shifts. And I imagine you want to try and make sure that your gameplay is cleaner. It doesn't take quite as long for you to come online, and this could be the first step to doing that.
There are no download games in the playoffs. I doubt that will ever be a thing. So this being more than just an exhibition match, I hope, yeah. This being more than just an exhibition match, I hope this acts more as practice to playing clean. Because you can't do this in Ladprao, man. Maybe in Lido Connect, you can get away with it and still qualify, but in Ladprao, I think it has to be as clean as it can be game 1. Speaking of, let's go into a map for game 1, random draw. We've seen a lot of clouds, a lot of rivers today, and now we're going to grass.
Ooh, time to touch some grass, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty dangerous map, especially for the teams that know how to set up these ambushes and play around vision. We know that Bacon Time has players with a lot of experience even on the international stage, so they will be able to make full use of this, but will Valley Thai as a qualifier team be able to meet those same expectations? They've gone through a lot ever since they joined MSL Season 1, and I think they've proven that they are worthy contenders. And can they close out the season with one last W?
Valley Thai on the play. Uranus and Zushin bite it. Bacon Time take out the Marcel and the Hilda. Still open is the Fovius and the Harith trade. Harley and Suyo as well. Valentina, again, always a game changer whenever she's open in the draft. Gotta watch out for that. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Guinevere also.
It's the Hello Kitty folder, man. That's a
Was that Hello Kitty? Or was that
Yeah,
Melody?
It's Sanrio, whatever. It's
Close enough.
That's Coach
It's
Micasa's
pink
thing,
and it's
man.
Sanrio. That means it's Hello Kitty. Honestly, a lot of people would probably agree with you.
More people would than they wouldn't. It's a pink folder, is what it is.
But pink can be used for other mascots too, Leo. There's pink mascots.
Well, Bacon Time's pink, so there must be something going on between.
It's on branding, right? That's the branding. You gotta keep it pink. That's how you keep the identity going.
He's fighting them though. Coach Mikasa is valid. Regardless, Boxer here coming through. Don't know if it's gonna be a flex. Katinaru might have it in him to pick this up again. Still very strong hero, Baxia. Still, I think, #1 banned in the Philippines. Bacon Time, they can answer with, I don't know if you would Harley, Leomord, or Suyo into this. They're all hard matchups into the Baxia.
Yeah, Baxia just provides you a very strong early game matchup into most junglers, so you might want to lean into something that has a little bit more mid to late game utility, in which case then, yeah, Harley, still one of the better options. There is also the Guinevere, hasn't been picked up yet. They go for the Khalid first, which is perfectly fine, as well as the Fovea, so Bacon Time keeping it pretty standard to start.
Okay, for all of the sticklers who want to get it right, it's not Hello Kitty, it's not Sanrio, it's not just some pink folder, it's Rhythm, okay? It's My Melody's little brother. Moving on.
Is it? I didn't even know that character existed, but okay, well, that's actually news. Is that?
There's some
is that not
guidance
just
here.
Melody? That looks
Nope,
just like
nope.
Melody.
It's My Melody's little brother. Okay, so back to the action. It's Phoveus and Khalid. Very good picks for Bacon Time. Fast tempo.
This is a very
How does
important
Valley Pie
conversation
answer?
to be having.
Get Claude. Yes. I don't want to step on people's toes. Instead of getting Claude, they pick heroes that can be countered by Claude and counters Claude in Yu Zhong and Eve. There's a little pocket ecosystem being drafted here.
I mean, these are fairly... I mean, Eve is a very solid hero. I'm not sure if Yu Zhong into Phoveus is going to be the most ideal. It is a bit of a skill matchup, but you could have still gone into Glue or Alice if you wanted a direct counter. And by doing this, Valley Tai is being very honest with their first phase. This is straight up a team fight composition. They want to play front to back, go for the backline dive with the Yu Zhong, and that means Bacon Time is all the information they need. They'll go ahead and lock in the Claude.
That's what I'm saying. They left it open, so Bacon Time, swoop in. Guns, gonna get the guns. Second phase. Yeah, Bacon Time have a weird thing to consider. Do they attack the roam? Or not? They decide gold is the better shot here. They take out the Moskov, which now leaves Carry and that's about it. I think you cannot attack a gold laner anymore.
Yeah, I mean, some teams are still playing Obsidia, and we have seen Clint as a way to win lane early against Claude, which I think is not impossible here, since Carry would have some difficulty against Phoveus later on. But if you do want to just have proper scaling, then Carry is the best bet.
Yeah, Carry is the last S tier or like in meta pick. Everyone else is kind of a pocket. So now they take out the Hylos again. Listen to good old Leo here. Don't attack additional gold laners. Ban out the Hylos. One more mid laner for Valley Tai, Valentina or Farsa, one or the other.
I think you ban... Oh no, they banned a Suyo instead. So trying to attack jungle side just a little bit. With Suyo gone, you basically have to go into Harley or Leomord. I guess Nolan is also there, but doesn't feel as good.
I wouldn't Harley Gord though. Still no mid laner. So you can do that too, Harley Gord, but there's a Yu Zhong on the other side. It's just as bad as Sora. Someone to dive you, someone to ruin that formation. But I don't mind Harley. Maybe Harley.
I actually feel like Guinevere is still pretty solid. One of the few heroes that can actually counter Eve in the RWM. You just jump in, get the knockup on her since she's gonna be standing still. Not a terrible matchup against Debaxia too, but they'll start with the Valier making an appearance.
Okay. Makes sense that they pick up the Valier because you can kind of push away the Yu Zhong, push away the Baxia when they get in range. And between the Eve and the Valier, I've seen it happen more than once now. It's more of a 50-50. It's not an outrange for the Eve. So I'm not against it. They want to keep their jungle options open. You can see here, Kyo very vocal about the choices that they're making. It's his hero essentially. What else do they need? What else do they want? It's hard to carry.
What? Excuse me?
It's hard to carry, but I don't think a Layla is warranted. Kyo, you madman!
Look at that
you
smile.
red little devil! You
Look at
sly
that
little
grin
devil.
on his face. He knows what he's done. What is this? The Layla of all
Okay, you know
things?
what?
Land of Dawn.
You know what? Shot Jame on the Cho, sure, Cho Jame, but why the Layla, dog? Okay, the Akai comes out mainly maybe as a response to try and wait. I don't know. Wait, why the Akai? Even that is a question. You could have Harley then blew up that Layla.
I can see the Akai as a way to lock down. I mean, you know, Akai versus tank junglers does tend to be a good solution, especially against Fredrin. You just pin him inside the pit. You can technically do it to Baxia as well, and you have a way to spin yourself out of the RWM. Sure, I can see that. And I can maybe see the Layla being something that outranges and actually outscales Claude in a direct 1v1 situation, but it is so vulnerable.
All troops deployed.
That's true. Man,
Welcome
big
to Mobile
swings from both sides at the end of that draft. Welcome to game one. All the more I don't know what Bacon Time is up to if they are really warming up in game one, because there's a Layla on the other side. Imagine being the team that lost to Layla, bro.
You do not want that title. You do not want to be the team that lost to the one and only Layla pick in the regular season. The internet will never let you live it down.
Folks, for all of y'all who want context, and those of y'all watching just casually just stumbling into MSL Thailand, Layla, and for those who don't remember, Layla is your first hero. Layla is the hero who says, welcome to Mobile Legends. You just downloaded the game. Here's how you play.
She is 1/3 of the infamous Dark System Marksman Trinity. And in my opinion, probably the worst of them all. I would actually even prefer Mia a little bit, because at least she has her ult to get herself out of sticky situations, but Layla just tries to outrange and kill people before they can kill her, and it's gonna take her like 12 minutes before she can do that.
You're talking about Tres Marias, the queens of the Dark
yes.
System. Hanabi, Mia, and Layla. And you're right, Layla is the worst of the three. There is a world where Mia makes sense. There's a world where Hanabi even makes sense, even the highest ranks of the game, but for now, not much action until this now. This is the first time that these teams have started to fight.
Katinaru gonna collide in a boss, but I don't think that was very necessary since nothing's really going to happen here for now. First turtle will spawn, both teams will regroup.
Oh, and what's unfortunate is, I think Katinaru committed the puissance.
Oh, he did. That's not ideal. I really don't know why Cathinaru decided to try and engage on that. It didn't seem like his team was ready to actually do so, but he doesn't have ult now. Boss on top of the turtle. RWM comes out and everything's committed. Heavy spin to push everyone away from the turtle. Boss will secure it easily. And Cathinaru is being chased down by Kankan. Finished off. First blood to the Phobius. Nicholas gets 2-man petrified, but flickers get them out of that situation. And now Kankan is going to be whacked on him as well. The double kill for the Phobius.
And true enough, 12 minutes might be the time for VLTH, for Layla, for Kyo, because neither gold laner wanted to join that fight. And I think Gunj could have afforded to. He has the BMI, he can just cross the river, but I guess he'd rather keep Kyo honest. So they live in an island. The gold laners, the marksmen, they live in an island. And true enough, KO wants to hunker down and farm. He picked up Windtalker. He's just gonna start wailing away at waves, man. That's all he's gonna do.
Yeah, don't expect to see KO in any fights until that 12-minute mark. Unless we see a kick, though the Purify is there. So Guns is fine here. But KO really should just not join fights. There's no reason for him to, unless it is 100% guaranteed win.
Or, unless Bacon Time takes the fight to him. That's very much possible as well.
Yeah, that's actually the more likely option. And I hope they do. If they somehow don't punish VLTH for going Layla, I will have some stern words to say.
Truth be told, it's less about punishing the Layla because you could be overextending. I think it's more of they don't take advantage of the relative quiet that the Layla provides. Because, you know, that's basically a 4v5 situation up until the Layla's ready. So, you know, make moves, take turtles, take turrets, shrink the map. Oh my god, 1v1!
Yep, Gun's gonna go in with the Blazing Duet and poke KO down low. But for KO, as long as he doesn't die, he's actually fine with this. He's just gonna stay under tower and farm waves, and his team is gonna need to have to play around the fact that they will be outnumbered in most objective trades.
Oh, they're looking to take down Nicholas. Yeah, no, with a Yu Zhong that low, good luck contesting a turtle. He does have the Petrify and the Black Dragon form.
James jumping in. Raging Stancer will miss. Cathinaru is able to dodge it, but it keeps him away enough for the turtle to be secured. Kick gonna go in on Spider Miles, but he flickers out of the way. Black Dragon form to chase him down. Boss get the lockdown on Cathinaru, but no one's there to follow up. Kankan's chasing Tajay, and they do find the kill. That's a killing spree for the Phobius. They also kill off the Boxia, and Nicholas now being burnt down with the Blazing Duet under the tower. 3 kills for 1 in favor of Bacon Time.
That's more like it. Bacon Time knows that there's limited responses coming from the long lane, and they do what they should be doing, which is pressuring the 2/3 of the map that KO cannot influence. So again, Guns leaving it, joining the fight, and then coming back is the right call. But here's what's interesting. KO was the one to cross first, and still the only thing that he was able to do was help get that kill of Spider Miles. And then soon after that, he's just like, yeah, no, I'm just not ready. I should get on out of here. Guns is the one who actually scores a kill too.
Oh, they actually
kills
managed to pick off. Wait, both marksmen died. Something happened while we were looking at that instant replay. I guess that's kind of good, right? 1-for-1 trade, and you get the Claude for the Layla is not bad for VLTH, but they are still going to be losing control of more of the map as Exort takes down the top tier 1.
Here. I think that trade was so much worth it for VLTH. If they can delay the snowballing of Bacon Time and then, you know, close the gap, 12 minutes, 13 minutes, we're going to get there some way, somehow, kill. Then that's the hope for VLTH. But for now, Bacon Time taking tier 1s is just par for the course. 6.5 minutes in, they can take the last turtle and then continue to snowball because Guns is kind of a foil here. Shajame!
Boss comes in. Heavy spin, gonna be pushing Chajame away. Doesn't quite get the wall pin. Chajame is able to avoid that, but he's surrounded 1v4, so I don't think he's long for the world anyway. A good pick off, and the kill goes into Guns.
Turtle now spawns. VLTH, they're taking advantage of the fact that they're not going to get pressure on Kyo. So Kyo's just wailing away at that tier 1 up top. Down bottom though, Bacon Time can afford to do both. Pressure tier 2, pressure Nicholas, take that turtle.
This is exactly what Bacon Time needs to be doing. They're well aware that even if Layla is a little bit of a meme pick, how scary she can be once she has her items. You cannot let the game last until like 16 minutes or so, because then it becomes a lot more difficult. So they're trying to up the tempo, take structures, and reduce the amount of farm space that their opponents have.
I agree. Stafa, it's not that Layla's not a threat. It's not that Layla's a complete meme. It's more of Layla takes time, and up until she's ready, then she is technically kind of a meme. So you have to play within that time frame, and that time frame is shrinking. Bacon Time having a 4K gold lead is good, but ending the game with conviction is better. So far, VLTH are keeping them within arm's grasp. 5,000 gold is bad, but it's not over just yet. Looking at the items, everyone is getting some farm. What I'm worried more about is actually Katinaru. Sure, as a tank jungler, as a utility jungler, you can afford to go off very low economy. But when you're 2K down from another utility jungler, then that's when you start to feel that, oh wait, kind of soft.
Yeah, there's literally a 3-level difference between the Baxia and the Akai. And we said during the draft, Akai is a very good counter to tank junglers. We can see the impact of that right now. Not to mention, he is kind of a sacrificial frontline for the rest of the team. They get the kick on Spider Miles. Here comes the real world manipulation as well, but it just doesn't do any damage. And again, Katinaru is sacrificed to Bacon Time with the heavy spin. There's nothing they can do about that.
That's what I'm saying. Again, as a Baksha, you kind of want to be able to take hits and stand guard, but he was just way too soft. Oh my god! Good!
Guns goes in blazing to it. It's a lot of damage, but he gets petrified, so he has to cancel that. Cha-Jame is trying to do something in the back line, but he's all by his lonesome. There's not gonna be no pressure from that. Bacon Time takes another tower, and the gold lead expands to 6,000.
Still within reach. Bacon Time has to play this tight, has to play it right. I'm not saying that this is comebackable. I'm not saying it's not. But VLTH have to find a way to play within the base. I think if you're gonna ask me, I'm gonna answer the question ahead of time. Stafa, how do they come back from within the base? I think it's too dangerous to try and find pickoffs outside. Just accept the fact that you're gonna have to do it from your inhibitors.
Yeah, I honestly think that VLTH in some way was prepared for this possibility. You have the Eve, you have the Layla, your base defense is pretty solid, your wave clear is okay as long as the Lord doesn't scale up too quickly. And if that were the case, I kind of wish the other heroes they picked were a bit more suited to that sort of situation, because it feels like they tried mixing in a little bit of early game and late game, and it's not really working.
And some pickoff in the Cho, some target acquisition in the Yuzhong.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I see. Oh my lord, Katinaru.
Oh my goodness, Katinaru. He just can't play the game. He thinks he's a tank. He's not a tank anymore. He hasn't been a tank for a very long time. With how quickly Bacon Time has been scaling. Guns, I shudder to think how far along his build is. Heavy Spin comes out, doesn't really get any sort of pin, and RWM is doing a good job of melting the Lord away. So yeah, VLTH will defend, but for how long?
I did not see the full sequence as to why B-Boss had to bring out the heavy spin, but his items should, at this point in the game, provide some level of crowd control, cooldown reduction, is what I'm trying to say. So we'll see. Oh my lord, the
Flicker kick from Cha-Jame! They found Exor! And they're actually going to be able to pick him up inside the base. Cha-Jame's going to be sacrificed, but that's still actually kind of worth it. Nicholas gets the Petrify, lands on the Claude, but Gun's healing so much. Boss jumps in, 2-man heavy spin pushes them out of the base, but Boss goes down. Nicholas can be traded as well. KO actually finds a shutdown on the Phobius, and now he's chasing them down with Katinaru. Kathy, don't go too fast. The Layla is very slow.
Again, the defense from inside the base with the mad punish, but it may have all been a smoke screen. All smoke and mirrors. Bacon Time have broken through the bottom lane inhibitor. There was too much time. VLTH spent what? 2 minutes defending top and middle, but bottom cracked. And that's the long lanes, Dafa. That's the long lane.
Under ordinary circumstances, I would say yes. Long lane tower gone is bad, but this is a Layla game. I don't think VLTH cares too much about split pushing because I don't think they should be contesting Lord in the first place.
I agree. I'm sorry, I agree. I don't think they should also be contesting. And we've proven that inside the base they can defend. So I'd say hold strong, VLTH, hold strong. I think Keo is close to it. He should be at his what? Third, fourth item now. He should at least have completed his Trinity.
Yeah, he's not going Trinity. He's going crit. He had a Berserkers, and now he's got a Malefic Gun. So that's his fourth item, if I remember correctly. It should cycle back to him at some point. I forgot what his third item was. It was Windtalker, Berserker, Malefic Gun, and then there was one more that I can't remember. But yeah, it's a crit build, Layla.
So it has Berserker's Fury coming. No Golden Staff, so it's not attack speed. Let's see. Items should come up in just a bit. This will be key to figuring out if they can defend one more Lord. Marching to the bottom lane, B-Boss has to use his spin very, very deliberately. He can't just start spinning like he did in the last Lord take, in the last Lord defense. He has to choose. He needs to actually, you know what? Fish VLTH out of their base. That might be the best way to do it.
I think he's honestly gotta find KO at this point. The longer... Oh, look at the damage! Exor nearly dead! With 4 shots! He had to use the flicker. The Lord will collide in. Minion waves are not the most synced up, so VLTH only needs to deal with 1, and Guns has the BMI back out. KO's damage is already building up. The Lord goes down. More minion waves are streaking in. They'll probably take the top... No, actually, the top inhibitor stays standing. I think that was an important timing for Bacon Time. They weren't able to end. This game now breaks open.
There could have been a cleaner way to do that. I think they could have cracked at least the top lane inhibitor. Oh my lord, we're going into the 15-minute mark, and VLTH have only afforded Keo 1 death. I'm afraid to say it, but it might be Layla time, Staffa. It might be Layla time.
I can't believe I'm witnessing this right now in 2026. I also can't believe it hasn't cycled back to KO. I need to see that third item. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, we've reached the point in the game. Oh, Don B-Boss misses the heavy spin on charge aim. Noah Kyle.
I think B-Boss's ult here is more utility now, so I think since it did pop off before an actual fight, it should be okay. Oh my lord, I stand corrected. No cooldown reduction. So that is a full time wait for the next heavy spin.
I guess it's fine. It's another 25 seconds to the Lord, so it should be up by then. And third item was Ha's Claws, so it is a full crit build. Demon Hunter's Sword as the 5th item now, so no Wind of Nature for KO at all. Is hedging his bets entirely on his team protecting him.
So Guns is the only way in. If Guns can find a way to compromise KO, then that could be it. 16 minutes. This Lord spawns. Long lane again. And I think VLTH is just saying, nope, why don't we give it? Why don't we give it again?
I think they do, yeah. They tried to see if they could steal it with the Destruction Rush, but even if they don't, they have more faith in base defense than actually trying to fight for it.
I'm surprised that that Destruction Rush attempt was relatively free. What if Miles jumped on him?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well, because for a good like 30 seconds, KO was standing in the jungle way ahead of the rest of his team. That could have been a free catch. But we will see. I think this Lord is the last chance Bacon Time has to end the game on their terms.
Okay, they seem to be taking their time with a clear up top. Best case scenario, it ends. Mid case scenario, they break both inhibitors. Worst case, VLTH punishes them, maybe even wipes them out. It's possible. KO is online.
Here's the heavy spin, gonna push Nicholas out of base. Two-man petrify, slows it down into the black dragon form as well. Well played by Nicholas, keeping himself alive. KO still working on the Lord, and the minion waves have actually been cleared up very well. Look at Exort, nearly dead again from KO. Long range, RWM zones them out. VLTH doing a great job of staggering cooldowns. Bacon Time can't approach, the Lord is gone. They've got one more minion wave to try and take the top inhibitor away. They're looking for a chance, but KO does enough damage. The minions just melt away. Bacon Time cannot end this.
This is a full-on tentpole lineup. Everything is on KO. And I hate to say it, but it seems like it's worth it. It feels like the bodies and the skills being thrown out is enough to support KO's damage output. Bacon Time have to find a way in. Oh, they find Katinaru.
Hold on, they're a little bit scattered now. Katinaru gonna be pinned against the wall. The flicker kick onto the spider, Miles. He flickers out the safety as well. Katinaru going to go down. Raging Sandstorm forces the flicker out from Linksy as well. Bacon Time able to find something. Not gonna push the issue though.
That is the first successful pickoff in a while for Bacon Time. And they seem to be escorting a wave up top and a little bit in mid. Without Katinaru, it's definitely one less body to go through for KO.
RWM comes through once again to clear up the minion wave. The base defense from VLTH is just way too much. With the Eve and the Layla together, minion waves cannot survive long enough. Bacon Time might have to wait for the next Lord just to empower the minion waves.
It's a thing of beauty, Sadaf, I'll tell you now. It's like they're on Overwatch. Nice kick by James!
Now they'll be able to stop things down. Spider-Mouse actually tanking the tower for a bit to make sure they can secure it. Destruction Rush will break the immortality. So that is the final tower for VLTH taken at a pretty good time. Now Bacon Time can move over to the Lord.
Shah James could not find the kick. That was a once in a team fight opportunity to get a kick. It's just wrong angle, wrong hero. He's gonna try again.
Kicks Exort, but he has the built-in Purify on the ult. Black Dragon form comes through as well. Linksy looking for an angle. Petrify in the mid lane. Winter Crown comes out. Kang jumps on top of KO. He's trying to deal with the Layla, and Gun picks up the mega kill on the Yuzong. Winter Crown comes out. Kang will drop over to Linksy. Heavy spin used without too much in return. 1-for-1 trade. Bacon Time had to retreat from the Lord. And Exort now dropping low. Katinaru going in. Siri Torrent not gonna stop him. Mega kill for Linksy.
Okay, B-Boss trying to get sneaky here. Pushing that wave in mid. And now Bacon Time want more!
Oh!
KO with the shutdown on guns!
The snipe from afar! KO picks off the enemy marksman. No more damage from Bacon Time. The kick cancels the quicksand guard. Double kill for the Layla. They have Katinaru protecting the base. B-Boss is the only one alive. So even though it's slow, it should be a free Lord for KO. But they do still have to watch out for that retry. B-Boss is coming closer. Linksy, they see him. Who's gonna get it? Heavy spin comes out, but he's not gonna be able to get close. The damage is too much. KO secures the Lord.
He's, I guess, what was that? Head-butted into the wall and then heavy spinned. If he heavy spun into the headbutt through the wall, maybe there would have been a window to retribution. But here we are. B-Boss should be thankful that he didn't die. But suddenly, the painful truth. Hard pill to swallow. VLTH are on the offensive. The Layla lineup is doing it.
I'm getting flashbacks to my ranked games right now, Leo. This happens a lot. People think, oh, it's a Layla, we'll win easily. But then they let the game go on too long and suddenly the Layla can two-shot you. And VLTH taking the fight to their opponents. The Lord is pushing down bot lane. Looks like B-Boss is gonna try and see if he can get a backdoor in.
Okay, he does intercept the wave. They're still on tier 3 in mid. I think Bacon Time should make good time. There's a Lord down bot. I don't think a split pushes the way, man.
Especially not from an Akai. That is not happening anytime soon. They'll send Nicholas back to deal with him and make sure to keep an eye on him on his way back to the base defense. Now Bacon Time's base defense is not bad as well. They got a Claude, they got a Valier, they should be able to burn through the Lord quite easily. They just gotta be aware that KO could snipe them at any time.
Okay, B-Boss headbutts out of there. Katinaru feeling himself. Oh, they're 2 inhibitors down.
Ouch!
This is a struggle.
How do you get to the Layla? Honestly speaking, like, what is the way? It's gotta be guns, right? He's the only one that could do it. Just like jump in, Wind of Nature, try to take out KO first.
Now I think it's Bacon Time who wishes they had the Yuzhong. That would have been a surefire way to catch the Layla, but I guess they'll just have to go through. Okay, there is some hope in the pickoff. If some way somehow Bacon Time can pick off one at a time these meat shields in front of the Layla, then there's hope. But for now, VLTH holds the key. The ball is in their court. Lord spawns in 5 seconds. Shajame and Katiano know this too well.
What an insane way to start off the last match of the day. A Layla in a position where we could actually witness a victory from VLTH.
Oh, is it just me? Or is the game incapable of reading the situation? Oh, wow, yeah, we are. All right, we're going back in.
Are we back? Okay, we're back. Oh, stuff is happening. Guns is dead. He got sniped from afar. The Lord goes down. B-Boss is able to secure the Lord, but they're all dying. KO still alive. Exort, be careful. You'll get 2-shot. B-Boss will die eventually. The Winter Crown only delays the time. And KO! Flickers forward. 1 hit away from finishing off Exort. He survives for now, but they've lost 2 members.
But they secured the Lord. So the 2-for-1 should be worth it. The 2-for-1, I'd say, is worth it. And they have massive wave clear. I mean, without guns, no. But with Exort, yes. Oh my lord. Speaking of Lord, spawns in mid. Yeah, KO's gonna make quick work of this. No question.
Gotta find him somehow. But they don't have guns. Without guns, there's no real way they're finding KO. He's the one who can walk up to them and zone them out. But Spider-Man's doing a good job of pushing back the defensive line. Not gonna allow VLTH to take the Lord on their half of the map.
Oh, KO's taking care of that Lord like it's nothing. Look at that. 5 seconds underneath open fire. Lord melts.
So, did you have Layla on your bingo card today, Leo?
No. What I had was Bacon Time losing game 1, so I did see this coming. Oh, conceal!
Not gonna quite work out here. I like that Bacon Time's trying to be aggressive. If they can pick off anyone, it would be good, but the longer it takes for that pickup to happen, the more of a opportunity for KO to just execute them.
Yep. This is a much simpler approach for VLTH. They can be honest about it. Put up those meat shields, protect the king. That being KO. For Bacon Time, I hate to simplify it, but it really is simpler. There's only one way to do this since they cannot dive the Layla. Pick off the front line, one at a time. Shajame, Katinaru, force a weird dragon timing from Nicholas. Take him down. It's not gonna come from a pick off on Lynx or KO. I don't think that's happening.
I think everyone on Bacon Time is gonna need to do item swapping to buy enough time for that to happen though. Because KO is just gonna be flunking away at them unless they're able to properly zone her, and in order to zone her, you need items that can waste that time in the first place, because she will 1v1 almost anyone on their team.
Even maybe 1v2, 1v3. She has that much lifesteal, she has that much basic attack and crits. So Spider Miles are sweeping brushes here. Scouting out for weird stragglers that might contest. Here's one thing that I think VLTH can't do as well. They can't dance. Bacon Time has all the dancing tools. VLTH have to be very specific about their positioning.
Yeah. It's Bacon Time that starts the dance, it's VLTH that finishes it. And Bacon Time needs to make sure they're the ones in control. Katinaru will find B-Boss in the bush. You can see just how far back KO has to play all the time. Because the moment he gets caught, it's basically over. There's a conceal, they're looking for Spider Mouse, they know he's apart from the rest of the team. Pick gets cancelled by the Raging Sandstorm. Good reaction.
Okay, an ult for an ult. And we're back to the reset. But there is one thing that Bacon Time is so much better at doing as well besides dance, is wave management. Look, they moved between lanes so much faster, and they can take this as a go signal. VLTH has no Eve. They go for the blitz.
Yeah, there's one DPS missing. KO is actually enough to make up for it, but Eve also provides utility. Look at Spider-Man, he's got to conceal. He's looking for KO in the back line. Gonna try and stop him from doing damage. He forces the flicker out, which means that the front line is completely undefended. Nicholas! He steals the Lord away! How does that even happen? And now KO's going ham! Kang's gonna be the next one to drop. Unstoppable streak for the Layla. Cha-Ching trying to stop the raging chance for flicker. Lands on two. KO in trouble. No heavy sprint. They find the shutdown. They actually got the Layla. The Claude is still alive as well, but Cha-Ching trying to put an end to that. He's tanking it up to survive for a while, but the damage is not there. Ling C will flicker forward. They need to trade for guns. It's going to become a lot harder if the Claude survives, but they also can't stay for too long. VLTH needs to disengage.
How the hell is B-Boss still alive? That's a flicker from Shah-Jaim. 3v3. The Layla, yes, was found, but Bacon Time's main wave clear is taken out of the equation as well. Exord is 30 seconds off.
So it is possible. We've seen that Bacon Time has the tools to find KO, but it does take some effort. And I imagine that KO will be a little more careful about his positioning after this. The Lord at this point is so strong that Gun cannot 1v1 it. He has to use the Blazing Duet just to melt it down.
Which I think is a consequence they're willing to pay. And to face because okay, there is an absolute steal for VLTH. Nicholas has a free entry, an all-access pass to the back line, and I think it was a some combination of Sha Essence or some shenanigans, chicanery that led to him stealing the Lord. I don't know why B-Boss was so far from it.
Oh, KO has Wind of Nature now. Looks like he has decided he does need a defensive item after all. So it really could still be anyone's game.
What did he throw away?
Good question. His shoes, maybe? That would make the most sense to me.
Makes sense. I would throw shoes away too. But wait. Oh, they're jumping B-Boss.
I think that's the last person you want to jump right there. One heavy spin, you get pushed into their base and your life will flash before your eyes. I highly doubt these teams are going to start anything until the Lord spawns.
Staffo, we are 6 minutes away from this breaking the record for the longest game in the regular season. The record currently being held by Arena. I don't know, dude.
Do we want to break it?
Hold the record so far. That was in week 3. 36 minutes. We are 5 minutes and 30 something seconds.
He's taking the long way round. He's looking for KO. No, he'll look for Ling C first. The flicker comes out, but the pin will go through. But the kick comes through on Claude. Look at the damage! The melt goes through. It's going to be a shutdown for Guns, and Spider Mouse is on top of KO as well. They're trying to wail on the Layla. The Winter Crown has already been used. Wind of Nature is going to be spent. The rest of VLTH tries to protect him as much as possible. Captain Naru, I don't know how he's surviving so long against the Claude, but KO will fall. Bacon Time have broken through the armor, and now they just need to send it home. They have Guns dealing with the Baxia, but they don't even need him here because Crystal is open, and Bacon Time will break the streak and take game number 1.
By hook or by crook, they were not going to be the team that lost to Layla in MSL Thailand Season 1. It was close though. KO, look at the smile on his face. He almost got away with it. What a slobber knocker, a 31-minute game. If VLTH found a way to punish Bacon Time's forward push, that would have been it. But alas, some lineups and some heroes just aren't meant to face pressure that way. Good read and a good effort by Bacon Time. I would have just given up. I would have just said go again. That Layla's just too much. Bacon Time didn't.
I hope this also sends a message to all you pub players out there who see this and think, I should play Layla. It's so difficult to pilot. Base defense is very strong, but you have to push out eventually to actually win the game. And when that happens, you become vulnerable. And the game lasted so long that even the tanks were starting to scale back up to the point of being unkillable again.
Yep. Catinado was soft, and then he was hard, and then I should stop. Regardless, this is the second longest game in MSL Thailand for sure. We broke the 30-minute mark, and that puts it definitely up there. But also, this is a historic game given that it's Layla's debut.
And it almost became Layla's debut victory as well. I gotta give props to KO. He knew what the plan was. He knew what needed to be done on this hero. But it's a meme for a reason. Still a little bit too difficult. I think that Akai pick also helped out a lot for the side of Bacon Time to help win the early game and provide some lockdown for the late game. But it was tough. It was a tricky one.
Let's award our MVP, B-Boss, who was instrumental to that late game engagement. But also, throughout the game, he just kept up the pressure. Every single lane, save for maybe the first 5 minutes in the gold lane, he was there. And he definitely pushed his opponents to the limit, and he pushed his team forward. Again, he missed 1 or 2 solid retributions, but again, that's what you get when you're fighting in a pit with 4 or 5 opponents on you. MVP performance by B-Boss on that Akai.
It definitely wasn't perfect, not from B-Boss nor from Bacon Time. It could have ended a lot sooner, but I think they as well were a little bit befuddled by the Layla pick. And any MLBB player is well aware of how much damage she does with items, how easy it is for her to defend the base. So I like that they delayed it. They allowed VLTH to take a little bit more of the map so that they could push out, and then you could find the angles again to finally pick up kills on KO.
This was at about the 20-minute mark, and this was where it felt like, oh no, the Layla is full-on unkillable. But also, I'd like to see that final engagement because, if I'm not mistaken, B-Boss, who he pressured, was Lynxy. We may not have talked about the Eve as much, Staffa, but Lynxy might have been the most important piece of peel for KO before everyone else.
Yeah, I think so as well. Basically, all of the damage on this team comes from KO or Lynxy. We know that Layla is going to be the big focus because it's such an unusual situation, but Eve is also a very powerful late game hero. Most of the damage also coming out from the mid laner, as well as that RWM to keep them away from the Layla. Without it, KO has to just constantly run.
Alright, this is that moment. And I think they all just jumped in and said, you know what? We're with you, B-Boss. I'm gonna commit that blazing duet to make sure that Lynxy isn't here. And then we'll just try to go again. Because, yeah, they knew. They felt it. They knew that Eve was key to that protect the Layla comp. 31 minutes, 12 seconds. Oh my lord. Barely any gold between them.
It was close. At this point, this late into the game, gold differences mean nothing anymore. Everyone's going to be max items. Everyone's going to be able to swap items. It comes down to execution, and props to B-Boss. He was initially going for the flank to find KO, but then he spotted Lynxy out of position in the river and immediately diverted attention, called for the team. Okay, we're jumping the Eve right now. And without him, it became a cakewalk.
I hate to admit it, but it is that simple. It is, without Layla, just a lineup that can't even clear. Everything that VLTH needed to win was in one hero. And of all the things, I can't believe the fact that they trusted KO this much. And our big four will tell you that this was their game to lose. KO was the rich man. Lynxy was the carry. Catinado took so much damage in Sandbag. And Exort took so much damage. Exort, despite being bursted down in like 2 or 3 hits, still stayed for some assists. For the most assists at that. So this is well-earned awards.
I'm actually really surprised that Exort didn't die more, actually. Like, you would think that Valier would be an easy picking for the Layla most of the time, but he kept just enough distance to escape most of the time, and KO isn't really able to walk up that safely, so Exort is still able to play the game. I have a feeling that VLTH knows that this is a match with no stakes. They know that they are no longer able to qualify the playoffs, and probably decided, alright, time to have some fun.
What else is the question? What else is coming through? Because there's still one more game in this series, possibly.
Time for Mia.
Maybe even two. What if? What if it's Katinaru's turn? What if he goes? What if he goes Hanzo?
Is there a weirder pick? I feel like yes, Hanzo would be unusual, but surely there's something even weirder.
Alucard. Bane.
I want to see an Alucard actually.
I'm just naming crazy heroes. I'm just naming picks that will definitely get people. Bane is more for me. It's not as big of a meme. We've proven Bane is good sometimes. So yeah, Alucard, Hanzo, Mia. You know what? I'll say it now. Maybe Hanabi.
Hanabi
Zilong. So those are
we
the two.
We gotta see some Zilong.
So if there's a trinity of Dark System Queens, there's a trinity of Dark System Kings. And that is Zilong, Alucard, and who's the third one? You know this. You know this stuff. Who's the third one?
Who is the third one? Is this jungle specifically?
Also can live in the EXP lane. You know who this is.
Argus?
There it is. It's Argus.
Of course
Argus is the third Dark System Trinity. And chat, you guys can disagree, but you know we're right. If any of these heroes show up, I think that's what VLTH will want to do. If this is their path, if this is the decision they made.
I think it would be fun. May as well, right? Last game of the season. If you've already pulled out a Layla, may as well go all the way. Alright, just show us what kind of crazy draft you can pull. You know what? Let's play Aulus, right? He's been revamped, hasn't been picked at all.
Aulus is less of a meme. I think Aulus is a legit threat sometimes.
Ooh, okay.
He could be a legit threat. So if we want to just go for just sheer wow factor, play something else. Play one of the three: Alucard, Argus, and Zilong.
Oh, where does Aldous fit into this?
Oh my God! I think Aldous comes in a league of his own.
I think Aldous is just straight up the worst hero in the game, right?
Does almost close to nothing. You're right.
It's to the point that we basically forget he exists. I know there's Aldous mains out there who are hearing this and we're like, how dare you say this about my king? But
hey,
you can't deny.
Season championships and world championships have been won with Aldous. So, you know, we cannot erase from our memory EVOS, SG, Blacklist International. You know, these teams have won bank because of Aldous. So that's why he's not part of the Trinity. Who has won a championship because of Argus, Alucard, and Zilong?
Probably not, yeah.
That's why.
You know what, you're right. Yeah, if we go off of competitive record, then Aldous does actually have more appearances and even more successes than the others we've mentioned.
That's where this is coming from, folks. That's why we can call these players or these heroes Dark System picks. We cannot confirm if this is what the VLTH wants to do, but it's a theory.
We can dream.
We can hope.
Alright, it's the grass. We're touching the grass again. Let's see. Will Valley Tai fulfill the hopes and dreams of Dark System players everywhere and give us some representation of the...
Wait, what do you mean us? What do you mean us? Are you lumping yourself in with Dark System players? Are you one?
You know, sometimes maybe I am.
What are you guilty of, Snafa? It's a safe space.
I'm guilty of I'm guilty of being the person that asks to surrender anytime something goes wrong.
Okay. You know what? That's not very Dark System, that's just being toxic, but you are forgiven. It's okay. It happens.
Thank you, Leo. I appreciate
Some days.
that.
Some days.
Okay. Well, let's see what kind of interesting picks we'll be seeing this time. It would be kind of funny if we talked about this after all this time, and then like it's just a normal draft, right? Like these teams just decide, okay, that's enough of that. Just go back to normal.
It's reverse psychology. We're tempting fate, is what we're doing. We're seeing how far they can take it, but so far it does look
Could
normal.
be.
Yep, Hilda Bach, Phovius, Zushi and Uranus. What, something like a Kalia Valentina, or Harith.
The Harley also open right now. The Guinevere hasn't been particularly high price. Oh, the Marcel. The Marcel hasn't been banned yet.
Marcel too.
What?
Different perspectives expose the same truth.
Yeah, okay. There's the Marcel ban. It does seem like Marcel has a very high priority overall in MSL Thailand. I'm not too familiar with what's going on with the other MPLs. I know that in MPL MY, Marcel sometimes gets picked up, but it's more of a niche pick for specific players, and for certain teams, they'll just ignore it entirely.
But I think it's worth considering always, especially in the opening salvo of the draft. That's the Harith. Okay.
There's
no natural predator. The Phovius is out of the equation. Valita, how do they answer?
At this point, you basically have to take Claude if you're on the Valley Thai side. You don't have to pick it up straight away. You can save it for Red Tree. So you could prioritize different things first. I think Harley would be not so bad.
Harley's good. I think Harley's a solid answer.
The star above her darkness.
Oh.
Instead, they go for a Gwyn. Okay. Not my first response. But you know what? We're getting closer to what you mentioned, Snafa, this being a totally normal draft.
I mean, last game, it looked like a totally normal draft until that Layla showed up at the very end. So we can't let our guard down yet, Leo. We gotta keep our wits about us and be prepared for anything unusual that might happen. Bacon time now. They do have access to the Harley as well. Besides that, all of the common jungle picks are wide open. The Suyo, the Leomord, the Nolan. The tank jungles are also still in the pool.
This is the Emperor's order.
Are you saying don't let our guard down?
Yes.
We ought to be open to more shenanigans. I agree. So there's the Akai and the Kalia. Still no clear combo with the Kalia between the Akai and the Harith. So might be in mid where we see that. Valley Thai. I suggest pick a good mid and then start attacking it into the banning phase. That's that would be my best advice.
logically you should also start securing Claude here, because if you don't, Bacon Time will definitely ban it phase 2. But if they're still intending to let KO play something unusual, then they might just let it slip.
Just like ice.
Looks like it is the Kimmy.
That's a mid laner. And I think it's a good steal too. Because Kimmy Kalia is a pretty nasty combo. So, VLTH attacking. And that doesn't look... Okay, that doesn't look like Rhythm. Does he have multiple
I'm pretty sure
folders?
that is Melody.
Yeah. Does Coach Mikasa have multiple? What?
No, that's the same folder. That's the one I saw.
Okay, then.
That's why I said, like, that's Melody.
It is
isn't
just Melody. It is just Melody.
Legacy shall endure.
You've been fed false information.
I mean, I know that these characters sometimes wear clothes that make them look like other characters, but regardless, we move on, we grow. Zetian gets banned out, again, attacking the mid lane. VLTH, they could go ahead and ban one more. Esmeralda, though. This is what they call in the business a throwaway ban. It's one of the few counters left for the Harith, but truth be told, it's really not a threat. I don't think Esmeralda has a place in the current metagame.
Yeah, the only reason you'd play Esmeralda is if somehow 3 or 4 members of the opposite team have shields. That's the only circumstance where you would go for her. If it's just 1 or 2, it's not worth it. Bacon Time still has the chance to ban the Claude. I feel like if they really want to make sure that Hardy takes over the game, that should be the obvious pickup. Or the Granger to make sure it wins lane. VLTH is still aiming for the mid laners, which leads me to believe this is going to be that mid lane Kimmy. No flexing happening there.
Another combo, Farsa Kalia, denied by VLTH. One more for Bacon Time. Maybe just attack another XP laner.
My kiss.
There it is. An XP laner that has very few answers to when she gets going. So they don't want that kind of ultimatum again. Just like in game 1. They get rid of the Alice. VLTH, do they panic? Do they go, oh, we're running out of XP laners? Do they pick one now?
Well, Esmeralda and Alice ban seems particularly specific. Leads me to believe that Bacon Time is planning to play either Glue or Uranus. Since the Kimmy has already shown up, there's no chance of a Faramis appearing again. VLTH needs to consider this, because right now they don't have very good tank melters. There's still the carry. I think Claude is still one of the safest options.
You're looking at the future champion.
Your team is picking.
Okay. Yu Zhong, definitely a performer for Nicholas in game 1. Its only real target is the Harith. So now Bacon Time can adjust to play for heroes that can step up to the Yu Zhong. So priority swings back to Bacon Time.
I don't really like the Yu Zhong very much here. He has a hard time against Akai, has a hard time against Kalea. Yes, he can jump Harith, but one Purify and you're gonna be fine unless you're attempting to commit both Yu Zhong and Guinevere onto the Harith specifically, but then that's a lot of resources being spent as well. And if Bacon Time does go for...
But this heart remains steadfast.
Oh! It's a Sora!
Welcome to my castle.
Okay, the Sora makes sense because the coast is clear. There's literally no room for a Valentina in VLTH's draft. But also consider there is no clear combo for the Kalia because they commit to a Lilia as well. So for Bacon Time, it seems to be more like just skirmishes here and there, pickoffs if we can, and they're very short to mid-range. That's the issue for me. VLTH can engage so many different ranges.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, but I also think that Bacon Time's heroes are quite independent. They don't necessarily need to be playing your typical front to back. So if they're able to isolate individual members of VLTH, then it's still... Oh my god, it actually is. Oh, it actually is.
Ladies and gentlemen, KO woke up today and chose violence. He is here to rage bait not just his opponents in Bacon Time, but the whole internet as a whole. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people watching, millions around the world have their eyes on MSL Thailand, and this is what they see. Layla back-to-back pick with Mia. And it's, oh my god,
Inspire!
It's the RG type of Mia too, Inspire.
I can't believe. Well, you know what? At the very least, we can tell Valley Thai is having a good time. They may not be leaving the competition with a victory, but they have won in their hearts. They have won in the hearts of the Dark System and the ranked gamers. And we are gonna be jumping into the Land of Dawn to see whether or not KO will be able to claim a victory with MLBB's other mascot hero.
Oh my lord. And that came close. We played 32 minutes almost of competition in game number 1 with the Layla almost winning. How far can this Mia take us? We're about to find out. Welcome to game number 2. Match point for Bacon Time. And look at this, KO's winning the lane. Guns has already regenerated.
Once it's level 2, Gun should be able to win the lane. I can see Mia winning at level 1 because Harith doesn't have both his skills yet. But after that, he should be able to win out from short trades entirely. You definitely don't want to take long trades against KO. He did use the Inspire as well. I see that on cooldown, so that's probably why he won.
Whoop. Did he press it already? Yes, he did. All right, that makes sense. Down bottom, though. Kang on that Sora. I'd say this is also a struggle for him. Because sustainability-wise, the usual can just keep fighting and then trigger Sha and just sustain off of that. It's in bigger fights that Kang will make a difference. So that's what Bacon Time has to hold on for.
I will say, if we discount Mia from this game, the rest of Valley Thai's lineup is actually pretty strong, right? With the Khalid, Guinevere, Yuzong, Kimmy, they can actually take control of objectives quite well. They don't have very good ways of handling the heavy spin, so B-Boss can handle that, but they're not as reliant on KO this time.
They kind of are, but yes, you're right, they're not. Nice catch here.
They actually found someone in the bush! And here comes the heavy spin as well. Only Annex is to pin the Guinevere clone. Kang somehow survives, but here comes Nicholas to make sure that doesn't happen. First blood over to the Yuzong, and they find another spatial migration. They knock a spider out. Guns wins the 1v1 against KO in the goal lane. James gonna have to flicker away from B-Boss, but that is definitely a win for Valley Thai.
The only win for Bacon Time was off map. The turtle goes to Valley Thai. They have to figure out how to make these independent heroes come together as a package to make it work, because Valley Thai are feeling it. Katinaru, nice catch early on. Linksy built a Sky Piercer just now, and he doesn't have any stacks on it. He's counting on getting them. It's It's not just in an island that these gold laners live in. Guns has to make the most of that. It's 1v1 win.
I will say, compared to the previous game, KO is gonna have a lot harder time in lane. Compared to Layla, who can just farm from afar, Mia has a shorter range, and Harith pokes a lot harder than Claude early on. Not to mention that the Akai will be able to lock you down through your ultimate.
That is one more way to go about it, yes. So crowd control is one way to kind of close the gap, which they did, which really did not play much of a role in that first turtle. So now it seems like the play is beat down on Kyo and then rotate towards turtle. There's no other camps to attack from here.
B-Boss gonna be hanging around the top side, seeing if he can find something on the Mia for now, but KO is just gonna be playing the same way he did in game 1. Keep it safe, don't fight, farm under tower. And his team does have an okay amount of damage without him this time.
They did not find the opening. They're moving on. So they'll leave that gold lane as an island. Turtle spawns in 2. Okay, Spider-Man finds 1. They're waiting to commit. This
a
is
little bit of a skirmish between the roamers.
It's a dance.
It's a tricky one. You would think that Bacon Timers should have the advantage for sure, since they will have the numbers, but they also gonna be a little hesitant to pull guns too far from the lane. So it is a 4v4. Spider-Man's gonna be caught in the traction pulse. Katinaru not going for the jump yet. He wants a bigger target. Raging Sandstorm committed. Spider-Man's gonna get taken out, and that is go time. Black Dragon form comes through. Exhort already having to use the Black Shoes and Purify just to get away from Nicholas, but he's not letting him go. Petrify comes through. Exhort goes down. Heavy Spin already spent. And once again, Valley Tie in dominant fashion take the turtle.
Bacon Time were passive as passive could be. They allow Spider-Man to just die. Didn't even use the flicker. They let Kyo rotate out of the lane first with guns following suit and then just not doing anything with it. I do not know what the game plan for that sequence was. I failed to see the picture.
Oh, Tsunami Slam onto Charge Aim into the tower, but he's more than tanky enough to handle things, and Valley Tai already sitting on a 3k gold lead. Not what you want to see when there's literally a Mia on the team and he hasn't joined any fights.
Is this the Bacon Time debuff proccing? Do they have to always throw one game per series? Because being down 3,000 gold with a lineup that again on paper looks like could rain down crowd control like it was Christmas is not doing anything. What are they waiting for?
Gonna be targeted. Tajim goes in, Raging Sandstorm connects, Purify gonna be used, Salmon Force as well. Gun's gonna fight back, Tajim able to get away. Violent Requiem comes out, doesn't get the lockdown, but Tsunami Slam used defensively as well from Spider Mouse. Here comes the Black Dragon form, Petinaru will be the first one to fall. Spider Mouse still alive under tower, but Linksy will finish him off. Heavy spins, hits Nicholas under tower against the wall, and Gun picks up another kill. Now the Sora goes in with the Thunder form in the backline, Linksy gonna be dismantled. Double kill for Guns as a fine Tajim. KO actually gonna be able to recall out of this one, but a massive swing for Bacon Time.
That was Valley Tai getting punished hard. Bacon Time put him in a weird spot where they had a false sense of security. Oh look, Bacon Time is passive. You remember that second turtle fight? They're not gonna do anything, let's keep going. And that is where they made their mistake. Shajay wasn't ready for it, Katanar already died. Nicholas was hit with heavy spins of all heavy spins. There was nowhere he was gonna go where he was not gonna get hit by a turret. Amazing work here by Bacon Time. They almost make up for that weird first 5 minutes.
Traction Pulse going to whip once again. Turtle will be secured by B-Boss. Raging Sandstorm comes in. 2-man Violent Requiem into the shifting sky. Spider Mouse goes down. Heavy spin gets the pin. Charge Aim will follow right afterwards. 1-for-1 trade.
Roamer for Roamer. But that doesn't change the fact that top lane will get beaten down.
Petrify.
Guns is gone.
Not much you can do there. Actually, no, he had Purify. Kind of surprised he didn't use it. He just kind of accepted his fate there. I feel like if he Purified, he could have gotten out from the combo. But that's gonna be one free pick-off for Valley Tai.
I guess we'll never know. If he did press the Purify, what would happen? I guess we'll never know. But that will lead to that turret getting taken down. Bottom lane. It looks like B-Boss will be clearing that out, not giving up any free turrets. Bacon Time is back to a position where I'm wondering, what's next? Almost instantly after they win a great sequence, some weird punishes from Valley Tai come through.
They just gotta properly respect Katinaru. Also Nicholas with that Petrify. Keep an eye on the timer, know when it's available. Ideally have someone open up the map to know where they are, but Spider Mouse is not the best at doing that on the Kalea, and B-Boss is gonna be farming most of the time, so the lack of vision is probably what's allowing VLTH to win some of these fights.
And so far, I cannot deny that. Given how well Katinaru has been getting catches, and how Nicholas is, it almost seems like he knows when Petrify is going to be used, or if there's a target to find, even without clear vision. So with this Lord spawning up top, I think what VLTH want to do is get a pick off and then rotate forward, death ball style.
VLTH just needs to keep doing what they're doing, basically, because Bacon Time is the one that can't allow this game to last too long. Compared to before, they don't have a Claude. Their late game scaling is gonna fall a little bit. Even if Harif is strong, you can't match up to a full item build Mia and Kimmy at the same time. So they need to regain control fast.
I see the pitfall now of not having a sheer Kalia combo. They find a Tsunami Slam.
Oh, Tsunami Slam into the shifting skies. Great combo. Heavy Spin comes out as well, but they're being wailed down by Linksy in the back. They're not keeping an eye on the Kimmy. Health is dropping low on both sides. Guns will finally come online, take out one in trade, and they'll catch KO as well. Why is he that far up? That is a definite funny.
3 for 1. Bacon Time, call it quits. We have no retribution. Let's not force the issue. But they do get a winning trade. So this is better than nothing. And it's not the best, but it's pretty good. Bacon Time can close the gap here. Bacon Time can take away this 2,000 gold lead and then regain.
Good timing for does, then this is a notable power spike for the Harif. And he is 6-1, so Bacon Time can play around him as long as they keep funneling resources into guns and make sure Linksy and KO doesn't get free pickoffs. Bacon Time should still be fine.
Linksy not building stacks up on that Sky Piercer should slowly punish them. And the only problem with that is VLTH might go into a sense of, oh no, we're not getting stacks. They might force themselves to get pickoffs, but they have to acknowledge the fact now that Bacon Time, they're on the offense. They're taking parts of the map. Play for that. Defend the Lord first, and then go back to focusing on getting farm KO. Tsunami Slam picks off Katinaru.
That really should not have happened. Once Katinaru failed the initiation, Guns used the Purify to avoid the Violet Requiem. I think they should have just backed it off, not respecting Bacon Time's aggressive position on the map, and now the network lead falls in favor of the blue side, and they have waves pushing in every lane.
For the first time, Bacon Time have a lead. It's palpable. The map shows you that it's turned blue. They might even break in.
Raising Sandstorm connects with Guns, but there's no follow-up. B-Boss does get melted pretty quickly, but he's able to survive it thanks to the heavy spin, and now the Zaman Force comes through as well. We can see Guns hitting very hard. First inhibitor of the game has gone down.
Permanent damage to VLTH's structure. Fortunately, it's the middle. It's the easiest lane to defend, and they have a pretty mean high ground defense through the Kimmy. But this second Lord coming up in about a minute, they have to find a different angle. They have to stop getting punished by Miles. Spider Miles has been very frugal with his use of Tsunami Slam, but for the past 5 minutes, every single one has led to big wins for Bacon Time. If not a clean take, at least a beneficial trade. So it has to come down to, I don't know, KO coming. When did KO last become significant? It's been a while.
It is a Mia, so we know it's gonna take a while, but compared to the Layla last game, again, I'd say it's more difficult for KO to be a notable presence this time around. B-Boss will spot him at the purple buff. Heavy spin comes through, pins down KO. Pops coming out of Guns. They catch Nicholas as well, pushing him back once again. Two-man Petrify is not bad. Nicholas trying to survive as long as possible, but it's 1v5. Even a Yuzon will not beat those odds. A double kill for Guns. The crystal is exposed. Linksy is the only one alive for another 20 seconds, and a minion wave will sneak right in. Bacon Time will put a stop to the fun and games. No more shenanigans. They will take the 2-0 sweep.
This is not usually how Bacon Time does it, but also we do not usually see Mia nor Layla picked in a competitive play. GG well played to Valley Thai. Again, thanks for the entertaining picks in the Layla and Mia. But that spells the end for their run in MSL Thailand. I could not say I put this on my bingo card. Did not expect to see the picks that KO picked tonight.
It may not have been on our bingo cards, but I think we can happily put it on our bucket lists as something we hope happens once. I think that Valley Thai as a squad has a lot of potential. This is of course a qualifier team, right? This is going to be their last match in the season. And while they weren't able to make playoffs, I think they have definitely won the hearts of many fans with some of their gameplay throughout the weeks. And I hope to see them come back stronger next time around. I really do think that with a little bit more time, Valley Thai Esports could become a name to remember.
I'll remember this night for sure. They can rest easy knowing that they'll live rent-free in my head for at least a few months. Not ever would I have said there was this one time back-to-back, Layla and Mia got picked. That's
แล้วก็เป็นเบคอนไทม์นะคะที่เอาชนะไปได้ในแมตช์นี้นะคะขอแสดงความยินดีกับผู้ชนะของเราด้วยนะคะก่อนอื่นเลยค่ะขอแนะนำตัวกันอีกสักรอบหนึ่งค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมบีบอสจังเกิลทีมเบคอนไทม์ครับ
Can you please introduce yourself?
So hi, I'm Xort. I'm the mid laner for Bacon Time.
Okay. How do you feel about this game? Like after this game, are you happy that you're winning because this match make you move to second place?
For me, yes, I'm happy because we have upper bracket and we have 2 lives for the playoffs.
คือสำหรับเกมนี้นะคะก็สอบถามความรู้สึกเนาะว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างเพราะว่าถ้าเบคอนไทม์เก็บแต้มไปได้ในวันนี้เนี่ยก็คือขยับขึ้นไปเป็นที่2เลยของตารางนะคะก็คือเขาเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าดีใจเนาะแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจมากที่ได้ขยับขึ้นไปเป็นอันดับ2ของตารางแล้วบีบอสนะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีครับ
ดี
ใช่ครับ
รู้สึกดีเลย
ใช่ครับ
แล้ววันนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงที่เอาชนะวลีไทยมาได้
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับที่ได้เขารอบ
โอเคค่ะแล้วจังหวะที่เราเห็นแก้วเนี่ยหยิบไลลาเนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงหรือว่าโค้ชเรารู้สึกยังไงแบบให้ดับตัวไหน
ตกใจครับเพราะว่าเขาเตรียมแผนมาเวอร์มาก
เตรียมแผนมาเวอร์มากแต่เราเวอร์กว่า
ใช่ครับ
แล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างคะทีมเราตอนนี้เนี่ยได้เตรียมความพร้อมไปสำหรับรอบเพลย์ออฟยังไงแล้วบ้าง
ก็พร้อมที่จะเป็นแชมป์ในซีซั่น1แล้วครับ
KOG เขาก็พูดอย่างนี้นะ
KOG เตรียมตัวโดนครับ
How do you feel like now? Do you have any plan for payoff?
Yes. For next week, we will be more focused and we will practice more than usual.
ก็คือสำหรับอาทิตย์หน้านะคะเดี๋ยวเขาจะมีความโฟกัสมากกว่านี้แล้วก็จะซ้อมให้หนักกว่านี้เพื่อไปสู้กับ KOG ใช่ไหมและแน่นอนค่ะว่าอยู่ทีมไทยบีบอสได้มีการสอนภาษาไทยให้กับ Exhaust บ้างไหมคะอย่ามีเสียงสวรรค์บอกอย่าแต่เราสู้สอนอะไร
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดี
ก็ผัดกะเพราครับ
ผัดกะเพราเขาชอบกินเหรอคะเมนูโปรด อาจจะเป็นเมนูโปรดExhaust like you in the Thai team did they teach you any Thai like good one the good one no
I think most of them are bad but yeah some are good yeah
but people say they taught you ผัดกะเพรา is you
yes
ดูงงเหมือนอาจจะสอนหรือเปล่าหรือไม่ได้สอนสุดท้ายแล้วเดี๋ยวให้ฝากอะไรสักนิดนึงเนาะเหมือนเดิมว่าแฟนคลับนะคะที่คอยเชียร์เราตลอดเลยทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์ Can you please say something for your fan that always support you like here and online
So for all the fans that are supporting us, thank you so much, and especially to the ones that are coming here. So please continue supporting us, especially in playoffs. ขอบคุณครับ
ก็น่ารักมากก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆนะคะที่คอยซัพพอร์ตทั้ง Exhaust นะคะแล้วก็เบคอนไทม์มาตลอดเลยก็ฝากซัพพอร์ตเบคอนไทม์แล้วก็ Exhaust ต่อไปด้วยนะคะบีบอสค่ะ
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์วันนี้ครับ แล้วก็ขอบคุณคนที่ดูอยู่ทางบ้านด้วย ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราในรอบเพลย์ออฟด้วยครับ เราจะทำให้เต็มที่มากที่สุด
โอเคได้เลยค่ะ ขอบคุณน้องๆทั้งสองคนมากเลยนะคะ ตอนนี้ก็ไปพบกับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
As expected, the first words taught in a foreign language are the words you cannot say on air. Thank you so much for sharing that, B-Boss and Exhort. And as well, congratulations. And Snafa, it's good to hear that going into the playoffs, they will train a little harder than they usually do.
Yeah, just to make sure they don't have to rely on that downloading strat, right? Now they've got their first clean sweep. Hard to really say it's a valid clean sweep because, you know, Layla Mia shenanigans. But still, it's something that they can use as a step in the right direction. And now that they are in second place, right, upper bracket slot for the playoffs, that'll also give them more opportunity to really find that groove.
Yep. I also got a little bit of that interaction between Minimint and our players. They were shocked by the Layla and the Mia. Even the coach, Coach Noel, did not see that coming. But fortunately, they did get to respond properly and they got to take care of it. GG, well played. I would not know how to move on to the, even if I was going to the playoffs, if we lost to that.
You just look at it and you're gonna feel stun locked in that moment, cause like, what is this a fever dream? You know, am I awake right now? Am I actually playing MSL? Turns out they are though, and Guns will be our MVP of game number 2. Heart is still a very powerful pick. Once you hit that power spike, man, the damage was too much for Valley Thai Esports.
8-1 and 5. It's just the Harith that was nerfed, then fixed technically, and then yeah, I think I have to check my facts, but Harith may be the most adjusted hero in MLBB history. But the way Guns played it proves that, hey, it's not just about Claude in the metagame. You have to respect the early game power spike that a Harith can bring you, even against a hero out of the meta like Mia.
I will say that Valley Thai's gameplay this time around was a bit questionable. This dive especially was where the gold really swung, because I don't know why you would try to dive that deep. Even if you got a kill, how are you going to get out of that one? But after that, it is mostly Bacon Time making the plays. The combination of the Sora into the Guinevere combination, and then melting them down from afar with Exort. Then you got Spider Miles as well, saving those Tsunami Slams for really important targets, though it's a lot easier since, for some reason, Valley Thai decided not to take a single Purify.
I mean, for the Mia, if you're gonna play Mia, you go all in, right? You never go halfway. But you're right. For Lynxie, maybe the Purify would have been the right call. But too little too late. This is where we are. It looked like they were winning though for the first maybe 6 or 7 minutes. But once Guns found his rhythm, there was very little stopping Bacon Time from taking the sweep. GG well played. Again, a singular Kimmy. Lynxie could not defend. Let's take a look at the stats. 15 minutes under, 14 and a half. What kind of build did Lynxie go for? Yeah, no time for DHS. And KO was going this. Oh my god. KO could have copy-pasted that build from the Layla. That's what he was doing here too.
Going for another crit build. I guess it's fine to go crit build here. You could argue that Trinity build would have also worked, since there's an Akai and a Sora on the opposite side, and then you could maybe melt through the Kalea as well. But I think this is one of those cases where either could have been an option, and probably went crit build to try and take out Guns before he would go down. But Harif is just too naturally strong. Just look at the damage output.
And he actually is both the rich man and the carry. So that gold has to go somewhere, and it went straight to VLTH's faces. Shot J mostly. He took a 11K. And of course, from game 2, he is once again the best wingman. It's Exhort. So, Exhort and that Lilia were just planting shadow energies, popping him on Gloom. That was enough. DOT really was the name of the game here for Bacon Time. And with that, they shoot up the standings into number 2, challenging the kings of MSL Thailand, KOG, who, by the way, in that interview was mentioned by Mini. But KOG said they can be champions. Biba said, but they have to go through us.
That's what we want to see, right? We want to see some of that competitive spirit. These players have not given up yet on dethroning the king of gamers club. And now that I look at the schedule, yeah, that is, of course, the last game for VLTH. There's also no more matches for Tenacity after this, which means Bacon Time is guaranteed upper brackets in the playoffs.
So it's the 2 of them with 2 lives, and the rest of the teams who qualified playing ins or going through the play-ins to be able to qualify to the next stages. Tomorrow, though, we got a couple more matches. Again, another David versus Goliath opening up the show. KOG versus Full Sense. And then ACT and Solix. Very little bearing, but could be nice to see what the Unks are up to. And then we're closing off with Buriram United versus Bacon Time.
This is going to be the official final day of the MSL Thailand Season 1 regular season. So while all the standings are already locked in, perhaps more teams will take a page out of VLTH's book and say, hey, time for some exhibition matches, time to pull out weird picks, just have some fun on the stage, just to finish things off with a bang. And then next week, the playoffs will officially begin.
Yep, moving from Lido Connect to the Ladprao Hall. I wish we could be there in person, but I hear Thailand is a great place to be this time of year. Before we close up, Staffa, any thoughts about tonight's 3 BO3s?
Leila Mia are the only 2 words I feel like I need to say. But it's a good trajectory. I like some of the things I'm seeing. I hope that Thailand as a region continues to improve, right? The ecosystem continues to grow, because we know one of these teams will be heading off to the international stage, and I'm hoping that it is the best that the region has to offer. And I'll throw a question right back at you, sir. What did you think? How are your thoughts at the end of the day?
I think after what Bacon Time showed us, I think they are a legit threat now. If they clean up that whole game 1 problem, or the whole 3-game problem, then they should definitely be a threat to King of Gamers Club. But with that said, it's been an honor to be at your service. I've brought you these 3 matches. Once again, my name is Leo. This is Dafa. On behalf of Never, taking care of the show, thank you again for joining us here on this lovely Saturday night. You're watching MSL Thailand. Let's throw it over to our host to close up shop.
ในตารางนะคะถือว่าเป็นเรื่องสำคัญมากเลยที่จะได้ไปเล่นต่อในรอบ Play-off นะคะและสำหรับรอบ Play-off ของเรานะคะจะจัดที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวค่ะวันนี้นะคะต้องขอบคุณพี่ๆแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนเลยนะคะพี่วาว่าพี่เบิร์ดและพี่มาร์คค่ะมาเพิ่มสีสันนะคะให้กับเกมของเราทั้ง3คู่เนี่ยดุเดือดแล้วก็มันขึ้นมากๆเลยค่ะและขอบคุณนะคะทั้งคนดูทางออนไลน์นะคะและกองเชียร์หน้างานทุกคนเลยค่ะที่มาดูที่ Lido Connect ชั้น2 ฮอ 3 ของเรานะคะและในวันนี้ค่ะมินมินิมินนะคะและทีมงานทุกคนขอตัวลาไปก่อนค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ